The cold and elegant school beauty brings her two lowly daughters to call someone daddy. Qin Feng is a male college student. One day, a 5-year-old girl suddenly appears and jumps into his arms, calling him dad. Qin Feng, little one, you must be mistaken. The little girl shows him a smartwatch, with a selfie inside as proof. In the picture, not only is she in it, but also her older sister, her mom, and Qin Feng. Qin Feng notices that the mom in the photo looks pure, beautiful, and sexy, and feels a spark of interest. Little one, who is your mom? The little girl looks confused. Mom is just mom. On the college campus, Qin Feng meets the cold and aloof school beauty, Luo, who is holding the hand of her 9-year-old daughter. The older daughter excitedly runs up to Qin Feng, shouting, "Dad! I found you and my sister." The little girl happily says, "Sister, I missed you." Qin Feng is completely bewildered. Luo, with a serious expression, says, "Qin Feng, hello. I need you to be their dad." Chapter 1, Little Daughter Finds Her Dad. Southwest. The city of leisurely days. A rare sunny day. The sunlight spills onto the lawn in front of the university gym. University students are scattered in groups on the grass, basking in the sun, nearly turning into mold. Some are scrolling through Douyin TikTok, some are playing cards, some are talking about love, and some are taking a nap under the sun. Qin Feng, a handsome male college student, sits on the grass, holding a book, reviewing materials for his graduate entrance exams. Suddenly, a pair of short arms wrap around his neck from behind. A childish voice giggles, "Har har, daddy, I found you." In an instant, Qin Feng feels the sweet scent of milk against his neck. He also feels two chubby little hands wrapped around his neck. A tiny body is lying on his back. It's incredibly affectionate and sweet. Qin Feng is startled. He grabs the chubby hands and pulls the little girl from behind into his view. Little one, who are you?" Qin Feng stares at the 5-year-old girl in front of him. The girl has short, ear-length hair with straight bangs, and her hair is light blonde. Beneath the bangs are round, dark eyes with European double eyelids. She has a little cherry-like mouth, and when she smiles, it's sweet just like a doll. Wow, this little one is so beautiful. If she's this pretty, her mom must be a goddess. The little girl is wearing grey tights and a pink hoodie, with children's sneakers. There's a heart-shaped design on the chest of the hoodie, and she's carrying a transparent backpack filled with jelly. "Little one, who are you looking for?" Qin Feng asks suspiciously. "Daddy, I'm your little sister." "Let's go find mommy," the girl says as she affectionately hugs Qin Feng's leg. "You're my sister?" Qin Feng asks in surprise. "Yes, I'm your little sister." "What's your name?" "My name is Little Sister." "You're named Little Sister. How old are you?" "I used to be 1, but now I don't know." "Oh, no, whose child is lost?" Qin Feng says, looking around. The lawn is filled with college students, but he doesn't see any young parents. "Daddy, I'm not lost," the little girl says, looking confused, and glances around with Qin Feng. Then her bright, sparkling eyes stare at him, filled with innocence. "Please don't call me daddy. I'm only 20, Qin Feng says helplessly. "Daddy, you are daddy," the little girl insists. "Oh, stop calling me that. Your mom will get mad." "Although, I do like young women," Qin Feng says, deciding to take the girl to the police station. After all, the child is calling him daddy. He has to take responsibility, so he grabs her small hand and heads to the university's security office. The little girl doesn't realize that Qin Feng is about to send her to the police station. All the way there, she is happily skipping along, holding Qin Feng's hand and talking about buying toys. At the police station, 2 officers are working behind their computers. One is middle-aged, and the other is younger. Qin Feng, "Hello, officers. I found a lost child. Parents these days are too irresponsible. This little one is running around the university calling strangers daddy. It's terrifying. I almost decided to take care of her myself." The 2 officers, hearing about a lost child, quickly turn their heads from their computers. They see a university student holding the hand of a 5-year-old girl. Older officer, "Little one. Are you lost?" The little girl looks up with her big innocent eyes. "No, I'm not lost." Young officer, "Where are your mommy and daddy?" The little girl holds Qin Feng's hand. My daddy is here. The older officer's suspicion grows. What are your parents' names? The little girl smiles apologetically. I forgot. The young officer stands up, sternly saying, do you remember your parents' phone numbers? The little girl continues smiling apologetically. I forgot. The older officer, then what's your name? The little girl proudly says, my name is Little Sister. Little Sister. The girl remembers this clearly and would never make a mistake. The two officers exchange looks. This is tricky. A lost little girl who doesn't know her parents' names, their phone numbers, or even her own name. She seems to be lacking some clarity. There's only one way, leave her here and wait for the parents to report her missing. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes light up. She spots a pink children's smartwatch on the officer's desk, with a small milk dragon keychain attached. My smartwatch. I found it, it was here, she exclaims happily. Your smartwatch? The officer asks suspiciously. Yes, with the milk dragon toy. I love milk dragons, that's mine. It was someone else's lost smartwatch, and we put it here. Could it be yours? It's mine. It's mine. Police uncle, the milk dragon is mine too, the girl says anxiously. Little one, you can't just claim something is yours just because it's a pink smartwatch. You need to prove it's yours, the officer says kindly. There are pictures of me and my sister inside. At that moment, the young officer's eyes widen. He quickly grabs the smartwatch and swipes across the screen. The number pad appears. Without a doubt, the smartwatch is password protected, and the young officer can't unlock it. Little one, do you know the password? If you can unlock the watch, you'll prove it's yours, the officer says. I know. My sister set the password. The little girl confidently takes the watch and expertly types in the 4 digits, 3769. Ding, the watch unlocks. Qin Feng is a little excited. Could it be this lucky? The two officers' eyes widen. Could this smartwatch really be hers? They immediately take the watch and open the photo gallery. The photos reveal a series of selfies of the two little girls. One of them is the little girl in front of them, and the other, an older girl who looks about 9 or 10 years old, seems to be her sister. The two officers exchange looks of astonishment. Little one, it seems this watch really is yours. The child in the photos is you, one officer says. The little girl proudly smiles, yes, I told you it's my watch, and the milk dragon is mine too. The officers flip through more photos. Is the older girl in the photos your sister? Yes, my sister is really pretty. I love her the most. The officers ask, what's your sister's name? My sister's name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng's heart skips a beat. What a coincidence. Her last name is the same as his. The officers, now more excited, ask, your sister's name is Qin Feng. Then what's your name? Qin, what? The little girl smiles apologetically, I think I have a name, but I forgot. At home, they all call me Little Sister. Mom and Dad call me Little Sister. The older officer furrows his brows. Don't you go to kindergarten? What do they call you there? The little girl looks worried. I don't like going to kindergarten. The teacher calls me Little Sister too. The older officer is speechless and continues flipping through photos. Suddenly, both officers' eyes light up. They see a family photo. In the photo, a young man is holding the little sister, while a beautiful woman is holding the older sister. The officers look at the photo, then at Qin Feng. They compare the photo with the real person and angrily say, young man, this is you, isn't he it? Qin Feng. He steps closer to see. In the photo, he is holding one little girl, while a beautiful woman is holding the other. 4 big heads are gathered in front of the camera, clearly a happy family. Qin Feng. The woman in the photo is Chu Luo. Chapter 2, the older daughter finds Chu Luo. Chu Luo meets her older daughter. On a winter afternoon, the sunlight streams through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows of the library, casting its warm glow on a beautiful girl. The sunlight bathes the girl's delicate profile, giving her face a soft golden outline. Chu Luo, the legendary beauty of the East District, known as the campus flower, is immersed in her books. Her long lashes cast 2 faint shadows under her eyelids. Her beautiful long hair falls to her slender waist. Despite the busy flow of students coming and going in the library, there is an invisible barrier around Chuluo, isolating her from the noise. Several boys hesitate for a while before gathering the courage to approach her. "Hello, Chu, the campus flower, I've admired you for a long time. Can I have your contact information?" "Hello, I'm from the West District Engineering College, can I borrow a pen?" "You're the famous Chuluo. You're really beautiful, can we be friends?" Chuluo simply raises her head slightly, giving them a cold glance, before returning to her books without saying a word. She's so cold. Pure and aloof, she's got that vibe. She's their first campus beauty at Binhai University, no wonder. Let us go, we're not getting a phone number. After finishing her study session, Chuluo closes her book and gets up to leave. She is tall and slender, dressed in a cream-colored sweater and light blue jeans, simple yet elegant. As she reaches the door of the library, she puts on a light blue coat. Suddenly, a childish cry catches her attention. A girl, about 9 years old, stands at the library entrance, crying with tears streaming down her face. An elderly security guard stands beside her, gently comforting her. "Little girl, you say you're looking for your mom, but this is a university, where would your mom be?" "Where, my mommy is inside." "Grandpa, please let me in," the little girl cries. The sound of the girl's cries draws Chuluo's attention. Chuluo pauses and turns, seeing that the girl is extraordinarily beautiful. Her delicate features are like a porcelain doll, and especially her large, watery eyes, which sparkle with a captivating charm. Chuluo's heart skips a beat. These eyes, why do they look so familiar? In that moment of surprise, the little girl suddenly stops crying and rushes toward Chuluo, wrapping her tiny arms around Chuluo's leg and calling out sweetly, "Mommy!" "Chuluo!" She freezes in place, looking down at the girl tightly hugging her leg, her mind blank. What is going on?" "Little girl, you must have mistaken me for someone else," Chuluo says gently, trying to sound calm, though her voice betrays her shock. The little girl lifts her head, her tear-filled eyes looking up at Chuluo with an unusually firm tone. "No, you're my mommy. Mommy, I finally found you." "Where?" "I can't find my sister." Chuluo is completely stunned. The girl looks about 8 or 9, maybe in the 3rd or 4th grade. How could she have mistaken her for her mother? "Mommy, let us hurry and find my sister. We can't let the bad people take her away." The little girl shakes Chuluo's leg, urging her anxiously. Chuluo is at a loss. What is going on here? She takes a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and squats down to meet the girl's eyes. "Little sister, don't rush, take a good look. Am I your mommy?" The little girl blinks her large eyes, carefully inspecting Chuluo, then nods firmly and smiles, "Yes, you're my mommy." Har, I'm your mommy." "Do I look like your mommy?" Chuluo smiles. "You don't look very much like her, you're definitely my mommy." "Stop teasing me, mommy," the girl says confidently. "I'm your mommy." "Then what's my name?" Chuluo challenges. "Chuluo." The little girl answers without hesitation. "Oh." Chuluo raises an eyebrow. The little girl just said her name. "Then what's your name?" "My name is Qin Feng." Chuluo's heart skips a beat. This little girl. Could she be trying to scam her? Is it a trap from a fraud group? Or a prank from her classmates? Or some trick by a boy chasing her? But this trick seems so strange. Chuluo remains composed and continues asking, "Then tell me, what are my parents' names?" "My grandpa's name is Chu Zhongbao, and my grandma's name is Ten Xiaoqiong." Chuluo is struck as though by a thunderclap, her mind blank. How is this possible? This little girl even knows the names of her parents. Chuluo has always been a lone wolf at university, cold and reclusive, with no friends or close companions. Hardly anyone would know the names of her parents. Could it be that this is really her daughter? From the future? Her heart begins to race, and her voice trembles as she asks, "Little friend, can you tell me my phone number?" The little girl smiles faintly, showing 2 cute dimples. Those dimples are so similar to Chuluo's own it's almost like looking in a mirror. "Mommy, your phone number is 158XXXX. You made me and my sister memorize it, and said if we got lost, we should call you. Now I'm right. Chu Luo. She feels like her world is collapsing. This is even crazier than an absurd web novel. Let us go, mommy, let us find my sister. We can't let the bad people take her away. Qin Feng tugs at Chu Luo's hand, ready to leave. Wait. Chu Luo grabs her. You really call me mommy? You're really my daughter. Yes. Qin Feng replies matter-of-factly. Chu Luo slowly crouches down, staring at the little girl in front of her, examining her carefully. Those exquisite eyebrows, the slightly upturned corners of her lips. And those peach blossom eyes that are almost identical to her own. Not just the eyes, everything, from the shape of the head to the ears. The fine details like her brows almost touching the eyelids, the light blonde hair. And those long, graceful legs. Everything mirrors her so closely. It feels like she is looking at another version of herself. Like her future self sent her daughter back in time. Could it be that this is truly her daughter from the future? How did you find me? Chu Luo's voice shakes. Qin Feng tilts her head, thinking for a moment. I don't really know. Me and my sister were on the same plane with you. The stewardess said the plane was going to crash, and asked passengers to write their wills. Then me and my sister fell off. An old grandpa pointed to the library and told me to find you, so when I landed, I came here. Chu Luo is stunned. This is way too fantastical. A plane crash. Time travel? What is all this? Then, what about Daddy? What does he look like? Chu Luo can't help but ask, with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Qin Feng immediately beams a bright smile. Daddy is super handsome. Chu Luo's heart skips a beat, almost leaping out of her chest. So, she really got married in the future. And had 2 daughters. She felt a warm tear in her eye, overwhelmed with emotion. Qin Feng sees this and quickly reaches out to wipe her tears, comforting her seriously. Don't cry, mommy, I found you, right? But, you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Did you succeed in losing weight? Chu Luo laughs through her tears and asks, baby, was I really that fat in the past? Qin Feng nods seriously, gesturing with her hands, yeah, pretty fat. You kept saying you wanted to lose weight every day. Har har har, Chu Luo laughs harder, her tears falling faster. She pulls her daughter into a tight embrace, as though trying to fuse her into her soul. It turns out that since her youth, Chu Luo has carried a hidden sadness. She had never gotten her period since puberty. She saw countless doctors, took numerous medications, but nothing improved. Some even said she might never be able to have children. She had always been insecure, afraid of dating, hesitant to make friends. And even prepared herself for a lonely life without marriage. But now, a little girl who claims to be her future daughter is loudly telling her that in the future, she not only got married but had 2 lovely daughters and a handsome husband. This is the best gift life has ever given her. However, at some point in the future, there was a plane crash, and the 2 children traveled back in time. Their purpose is unknown, and the mysterious old grandpa. This is the most plausible explanation Chu Luo can come up with. She holds Qin Feng tightly, as though clutching a precious treasure she thought she had lost. Choking on her words, she asks, baby, what is Daddy's name? What is his phone number? Qin Feng blinks her big eyes and answers clearly. Daddy's name is Qin Feng, and his phone number is 136XXXX. Call him quickly and tell him to find my sister. Chapter 3. Dad takes care of his little daughter. Qin Feng came out of the police station in a bad mood. 2 policemen, one old and one young, said, I say, young man, stop making trouble. We police officers are very busy every day, and we never have to rest. You are obviously a family, and this is obviously your daughter. I found your phone watch, so hurry back. Next time, keep an eye on the child and don't let her run around anymore. Although Qin Feng was full of questions, he had no words to answer. There are clearly photos of the child in his phone watch, the evidence is irrefutable. He looked down at the 5-year-old girl who was holding his hand tightly. This child's 100% dependence and intimacy with me doesn't seem fake at all. Without a deep emotional foundation, the little girl would not behave like this towards a stranger. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, holding her chubby little hand, and left the police station. Outside is the large square and lawn in front of the administrative building of Binhai University. The sun is shining, the grass is green. Many students sat on the lawn in groups of 3 or 4, reading and chatting, a scene full of youth. But Qin Feng is dragging a burden with him at this moment. Having a child before falling in love. He took the 5-year-old girl to the shade of a tree. Crouched down and tried to look friendly. "Little boy, can you tell me what is going on? How come there is a photo of me in your phone watch? Also, who is the woman in the photo?" The little girl blinked her big watery eyes and said in a baby voice, "It's mom and sister." "What's your mother's name?" Qin Feng's heartbeat began to speed up. He felt vaguely that he seemed to be approaching a huge secret. I forgot." The little girl smiled apologetically, revealing 2 cute dimples. "I only remember that my sister's name was Qin Xiaofan, because my mother always said with a stern face, 'Qin Xiaofan, come here. Have you finished your homework?' So I remember that my sister's name is Qin Xiaofan." Qin Feng heard this detail and imagined the scene in his mind, and couldn't help but smile. What the kid said is quite true. Could it be that this child is my daughter who traveled back from the future? 6. "Dad, I want to buy a toy." The little girl tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, interrupting his thoughts. "Also, I miss my sister and my mother. Also, I want some milk." The little girl counted on her fingers, counting her requests one by one. Qin Feng looked at the delicate little person in front of him and felt mixed emotions. The little guy called him Dad all the time so affectionately that made him feel satisfied. "Okay, I'll take you to buy toys and milk." Qin Feng sighed sweetly as if resigned to his fate. "It seems that you are relying on me." "Hey, Dad, we are family and we should love each other," said the 5-year-old girl. Suddenly, Qin Feng's heart moved. He grabbed the children's phone watch on the little girl's chubby wrist and looked at it carefully. I swiped the watch face and found the IDs of Dad and Mom in the contact information. Qin Feng was overjoyed. This was an important clue. He couldn't wait to click on Dad's ID. After taking a closer look, 136XXXX turned out to be my own cell phone number. Qin Feng felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. What kind of magical development was this? Could it be that he was really the father of this little girl? Here was another piece of evidence. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then with trembling fingers he clicked on the ID of Mom. The phone number was 158XXXX. As he was about to dial the mysterious number, his heart beat faster and faster, as if it would jump out of his chest in the next second. However, fate seemed to play a joke on him. The phone watch screen suddenly went dark. It was out of battery. "Sister, where is the charging cable?" Qin Feng asked hurriedly. "The charging cable is in my sister's backpack." The little girl replied. "How did you and your sister separate?" Qin Feng asked again. He now urgently wanted to know everything. "My sister, my parents, and I were on a plane. Our family was going to the beach to play. Suddenly, everyone was panicking. My mother hugged me and cried. Then my sister and I were flying in the air. An old man told me to find you on the lawn, so I flew down to find you." The little girl tilted her head, recalling the scene. Qin Feng was confused. Take a plane? Panic? Fly down? What the hell is going on here? Why does what this little girl said sound like a science fiction movie? Qin Feng was completely speechless. This amount of information was a bit too much and he needed to sort it out carefully. "Dad, let's go buy toys first." The little girl didn't care about Qin Feng's inner thoughts, she only cared about her toys. Okay. Qin Feng agreed reluctantly. He took the little girl to a convenience store in the university dormitory living area. There were a variety of snacks and drinks, as well as some toys. As soon as the little girl entered the store, her eyes lit up and she looked here and touched there like a happy little bird. Finally, she picked a box of strawberry yogurt, a box of pure milk, and a pink, quiet book. She claims that she loves pink the best and wants her sister to make handicrafts for her. Qin Feng looked at the innocent look of the little girl, and his heart couldn't help but soften. Milk and yogurt cost 7 yuan, and a quiet book cost 18 yuan. He normally wouldn't spend so much money on snacks, let alone flashy children's toys. For an ordinary college student, a one-time expenditure of 25 yuan is a considerable expense. Oh, forget it. The little girl called him dad so many times, so what's wrong with spending some money? Just take it one step at a time. Qin Feng scanned the code, paid, and walked out of the convenience store with the little girl. As soon as she walked out of the convenience store, the little girl couldn't wait to open the yogurt and drink it. My lips are covered with yogurt and my mouth is full of makeup. Dad, I want to watch TV. She made a new request. Qin Feng. This little ancestor has so many requests. Where can I find a TV these days? I haven't watched TV in years. Can I watch a computer? The little girl thought for a moment and said, a computer is fine too. I want to watch the Milk Dragon. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain, don't you kids all watch Peppa Pig? I'm grown up now. Peppa Pig is for babies, the little girl corrected seriously. Where do you usually watch TV? Qin Feng asked curiously. I watch TV at home. There is a big sofa at home and a big TV hanging on the wall. My sister and I sit on the sofa every day, eating snacks and watching TV while my parents cook in the kitchen. The little girl spoke breathlessly, taking a breath frequently between sentences. A beautiful picture emerged in Qin Feng's mind. He married a beautiful woman, had 2 little girls, lived in a mansion, and lived happily. Sister, tell me, will I have money in the future? Qin Feng asked curiously. Yes, Daddy is rich, said the little girl with a smile. Yeah, that's great, thank you for your kind words. Qin Feng smiled happily, took her hand, and walked into Building 5 of the boys' dormitory. Taking advantage of the large crowds of people around, he escaped the supervision of the dormitory manager. I went up 4 flights of stairs, arrived at dormitory 415, took out my key and opened the door. Boom, a gust of hot air from the boys' dormitory hit me in the face. There were supposed to be 4 people living in the dormitory, but the other 2 went out to rent a house, leaving Wang Dongliang as the only roommate. Wang Dongliang, a typical creepy college boy, was grinning foolishly at the computer screen. This bastard just drew the full life of the god of fire from Genshin Impact and licked the screen at the big black leather pants. Your father is back. Qin Feng said as he opened the door. Wow, where did this little girl come from? She's so cute. Her mother must be very beautiful. Wang Dongliang's eyes suddenly lit up when he turned around and saw the little girl. Yes, this is my daughter. She will live in our dormitory from now on. Qin Feng said expressionlessly. Your daughter? Who is her mother? Wang Dongliang's gossipy soul was burning. I don't know. Qin Feng answered unhappily. Hey, Uncle Wang Dong. The little girl suddenly pointed at Wang Dongliang and exclaimed in surprise. Qin Feng was shocked. Do you know him? Yes, Uncle Wang Dong is Dad's best friend. The little girl answered innocently. Wang Dongliang? When the little girl met him for the first time, she actually called out his common name accurately. Yes, his classmates usually call him Wang Dong, without the word Liang. And this little girl called it so accurately the first time they met. Oh, of course, it is possible that Qin Feng informed him in advance. But Qin Feng was struck by lightning. I couldn't believe that the little girl called out her roommate's name accurately. The 3 of them looked at each other. Qin Feng felt that what happened today was very strange. Just at this moment, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. A gentle and pleasant female voice came from the receiver. Hello? Hello. Chapter 4, Mother Raises Daughter. Chu Luo took his 9-year-old daughter back to his off-campus rental house. Yes, Chu Luo was going to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, so he rented a loft apartment outside the school and focused on studying. Another reason to rent a house off campus is that living in a school dormitory is full of troubles. Living with so many girls, she was annoyed by the chattering of so many people. Chu Luo was deeply troubled by this when she lived in the school dormitory in high school, because she never bought sanitary napkins and her roommates had all kinds of suspicions about her. Chu Luo, can you lend me a sanitary pad? A high school roommate once asked. I didn't. Chu Luo said in a low voice. Really? You don't wear a sanitary napkin, the high school student said with laughter and ridicule. For this reason, after Chu Luo went to college, he rented a house off campus to avoid a lot of trouble. No one ever asked her about any of her periods again. The world suddenly became quiet. Now. Chu Luo took his daughter's hand with gratitude, walked out of the south gate of the university, and came to a high-end residential complex. She rents a single apartment with an elevator here for 1,500 yuan a month. 1,500 yuan is a lot of money for college students. But Chu Luo is the real campus belle of Binhai University after all, and safety comes first. It is impossible for her to live in a cheap rental house in the urban village. On the way, Chu Luo held his daughter's hand and asked a lot of questions. Baby, what grade are you in now? I'm in 4th grade, Mom. How are your grades? Hey, I'm just like my mom. I do very well in school. Mom says I'm a top student. Oh, you're so cute. Which school do you go to? It's the primary school affiliated to Binhai University. Oh. This primary school is on Manhwa Road. Chu Luo said with emotion. Yes, I know this area very well, Mom. Chu Luo was stunned and speechless. If my daughter goes to the primary school affiliated to Binhai University, this means that she will live here in the future and have a house in the school district. Originally, Chu Luo had been determined to pass the master's degree exam and stay on campus since he entered the school. It seems that this dream has come true, as she actually sent her daughter to a key primary school. Very nice. She is even wondering now, if she takes her daughter to the affiliated primary school now, will she meet her future teacher? Baby, so Mom and Dad both live in Binhai City? Yes, my mother is a teacher at Binhai University, and my father works in a company. Then where is our home? Our house is called Portofino Waterfront, said the little girl. Portofino Pure Waterfront. Chu Luo began to search for this word in his mind. Chu Luo is very familiar with the real estate projects near the south gate of the university. Have you ever heard of Portofino Pure Waterfront? Chu Luo immediately took out his phone to search, but there was no such property in Binhai City. There is only one possibility: this Portofino Pure Waterfront real estate project has probably not been built yet. However, the name sounds very high-end, and it seems that her future self will do well. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Yes, as a top student, Chu Luo has the confidence to live a good life in the future. So what kind of person is Dad? She asked curiously. Dad is very handsome and fat. The little girl blinked. Mom criticizes Dad every day, but Dad loves Mom very much and never talks back. She suddenly grabbed Chu Luo's hand. Oh, Mom, let's go look for Dad and sister. I'm afraid they'll get lost. Chu Luo stopped and squatted down to look the girl in the eye. Listen, honey, you may have traveled through time. Traveled through time. The little girl opened a pair of peach blossom eyes that looked just like hers. Yes, you and Mom met in advance. Really? I've read time travel novels, I understand. Har har. Qin Feng yawned and rubbed his eyes. Mom, I'm sleepy and want to take a nap. Chu Luo took his eldest daughter's hand and took her back to his rental house. This is a 2-story loft with an elevator not far from the university. The first floor is the living room and open kitchen, and the second floor is the bedroom and desk. Although the space is not large, it is decorated warmly and exquisitely. There are several watercolor paintings hanging on the wall, which are Chu Luo's works during his spare time. There are several pots of green plants on the balcony, and the sunlight casts a soft halo on the entire room. Various postgraduate entrance examination materials were neatly arranged on the desk, and next to it was a small photo frame containing a photo of Chu Luo and his parents. The little girl looked at the photo and said with a smile, I really traveled through time. My grandma and grandpa are also very young. Then she looked around, her eyes moving around the room with a tired look on her face. Mom, I'm so tired today and want to sleep, said the daughter. Well, go upstairs with Mom. Chu Luo quickly adapted to her role as a mother. He took his daughter upstairs, let her lie on her bed, and carefully covered her with a quilt. The girl looked at Chu Luo with her bright eyes. Mom, you are so young. I love you. Chu Luo felt warm in his heart, and leaned over to kiss her forehead. Mom loves you too, baby. She suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, what's your dad's cell phone number? Let me give it a try. Dad's cell phone number is 136XXXX. After the little girl finished reading the numbers, her eyelids gradually became heavy and she soon fell asleep. Chu Luo sat beside the bed, quietly looking at the sleeping little girl. The 9-year-old child has grown so tall, and the outline of his face is gradually emerging. This reminded Chuluo of herself when she was little. She reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair. Looking at her nose, which has the same curvature as mine, I feel mixed emotions. Where did this child come from? What kind of life will your future self lead? Who is that so-called father? She stood up and walked to the window, looking at the campus scenery outside. The sun was shining, students were coming and going in the distance, everything was normal, but her world had been turned upside down. Chu Luo took a deep breath, took out his cell phone, and pressed the dial button according to the number his daughter had just reported. As the phone beeped as it was connected, her heart beat faster and her palms began to sweat slightly. Hello. A clear male voice came from the other end of the phone, with a warm and pleasant voice. Chu Luo's heart was pounding, and she licked her dry lips. He asked tentatively, "Hello, what's your name? You called me and asked me what my name was." The boy on the other end of the line was obviously stunned. Chu Luo looked at his daughter. Chapter 5. Dad takes care of the baby. Room for 15, male dormitory. A 5-year-old girl was sitting in front of a laptop with the colorful cartoon Milk Dragon playing on the screen. Qin Feng sat next to the child and played with his mobile phone, glancing at his sister from time to time. This little guy, sitting cross-legged on a chair. Holding yogurt in one hand and the milk carton in the other, she sucked on them with relish. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the silence. Qin Feng picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number popping up on the screen, 158 or something. He pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is this? Hello, what's your name? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was gentle, but with a hint of inexplicable nervousness. Qin Feng frowned. These days, there are more and more scam calls. You called me and asked me what my name was. There was a hint of impatience in his tone, and he even wanted to laugh. Here's the thing, my daughter told me a phone number, and I want to call you and ask who you are. The girl's voice became more urgent, as if she was trying to explain something. Qin Feng was completely speechless. What is going on? Return daughter. Nowadays, scammers even write scripts to defraud money. Are you sick? Scammer. What new scam is this? Are you sick? Beep beep. Qin Feng replied unhappily and hung up the phone. He turned his head and continued watching the cartoon. My sister had finished the yogurt and milk and was taking out colorful jellies from a transparent plastic backpack. One after another, the little mouths kept moving. Qin Feng looked at her unsupervised appearance and couldn't help but speak. Sister. You can't eat jelly like this. It's too unhealthy. It's full of fructose syrup. You'll gain weight if you eat it. My sister raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and said incoherently with jelly in her mouth. But jelly is delicious. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. This little guy really made him worry. He leaned closer to his sister and said, "Open your mouth and let me see your teeth." The younger sister obediently opened her little mouth, and Qin Feng carefully observed her teeth. Sure enough, the edges of the two small front teeth had turned slightly black. Qin Feng frowned and said, "You don't eat well and eat so much jelly. No wonder your teeth are black." There was a hint of blame in Qin Feng's tone. When my sister heard this, her little mouth pouted, her big eyes immediately became tearful, and her tone was filled with grievance. "Daddy, please don't scold me. I'm so cute, why are you scolding me?" "I didn't scold you. I just told you that eating so much jelly is not good." "Wow, I want my mother to coax me, I want to find my mother, wow." The little guy's crying gave Qin Feng a headache. "I am a 20-year-old college student and really not suitable to take care of children." Qin Feng suddenly remembered that the most urgent thing was to quickly charge this little ancestor's phone watch. Only by finding her mother and sending her back can I be free. Qin Feng was thinking in his mind, should he go to the mall to buy a charging cable, or order one online? However, buying online cannot quench your thirst. Go to the mall to buy it, what should I do with this little guy? Entrust it to your roommate. Wang Dongliang, that guy, is unreliable and thinks about giving tips to internet celebrities all day long. If I lose this little ancestor, I will be in big trouble. Leave her alone in the dormitory. Even less possible. What if she spilled some boiling water or climbed onto the balcony? Qin Feng didn't dare to think further. He finally decided to take his sister to Wenhua Road to buy a charging cable. Safety first. Come on, sister, let's go out for a while. But Dad, I want to watch cartoons in your dormitory. I'll go out and buy you some chocolate and toys. Okay, then it's not too late to watch cartoons when we get back. The children immediately started to pack up their things happily. She put on her small transparent plastic backpack called treasure bag. Then Qin Feng took her little hand and walked out of the boys' dormitory area and headed towards the cultural road outside the school. After walking a few steps, the little guy said, "Daddy, I'm tired, hold me." "You are a child of this age now, you don't need an adult to hold you anymore." "But, Dad, I'm still so young. I'm tired." "You haven't even walked a few steps," Qin Feng complained. "But your school is really big." "Okay, I give in to you." Qin Feng speechlessly picked up the cute little baby with his right hand. Let her sit on his right arm. The little cute baby automatically put his arms around his father's neck. Xiaopang also leaned on his father. A sweet taste came out of my mouth. Qin Feng felt that she weighed at least 30 kilograms. He was a big man of 1.85 meters, but he was able to carry the girl. While walking on the road, he did not forget to trick his sister. "Baby, tell Daddy, where will our family live in the future?" My sister tilted her head and thought about it. "My parents and my older sister live in a big house. My parents go to work, my older sister goes to primary school, and my younger sister goes to kindergarten. But my younger sister doesn't like going to kindergarten." "Is Mom beautiful?" Qin Feng continued to ask. "This question is quite important and it affects whether your marriage will be happy in the future. Mom is very beautiful. She is the most beautiful person in the world." Qin Feng felt happy with his sister's answer. He, my future self will be pretty lucky. Where will Dad work in the future? Will he make a lot of money? Dad works in a company and makes a lot of money, but he often loses money when speculating in stocks, so Mom scolds him. Qin Feng was stunned. Stock trading? Still losing money. It seems that if my future self has spare money to invest in stocks, it means that I will be living a good life. Oh? I'll have money to invest in stocks in the future? Do you remember what stocks I bought? I don't remember. My sister shook her head. Qin Feng was a little disappointed, but he immediately heard his sister say an explosive news. Dad also bought a lot of lottery tickets. Did I win? Qin Feng asked anxiously. No, I didn't win. One time you were really angry and said you almost won, but unfortunately you were on a date with your mom that day and forgot to buy it, so you didn't win. You kept complaining about it for days. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat at his sister's words. Almost won. This is important information. So do you know what number Dad bought in the lottery? Qin Feng's voice was trembling a little. If this child traveled back from the future to find me, then she will bring with her a lot of information about getting rich in the future. I know. You've been using Mom's birthday to buy lottery tickets. Qin Feng. This news is like a bolt from the blue. If you buy lottery tickets with your child's mother's birthday and keep buying, you will win the jackpot. When is Mom's birthday? Qin Feng was so excited that his voice changed tone. But my sister gave an apologetic smile. I don't remember. Qin Feng. At that moment, he felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water. Cold from head to toe. However, he quickly cheered up. No matter what, finding the child's mother is the most important thing at the moment. Only by finding her can you know her birthday, buy lottery tickets, win the jackpot, and reach the peak of your life. Qin Feng held his sister in his arms. Wenhua Road, here I come. Wenhua Road is a commercial street that separates the east and west districts of Binhai University. There are many shops on Wenhua Road, which is very lively. Hot pot restaurant, optical shop, dental clinic, pharmacy, milk tea shop, clothing store, shoe store, various restaurants. He held his sister in his arms and trotted along their way. Finally, he found a counter selling children's phone watches in a digital product store. Qin Feng didn't bother to bargain and just bought a charging cable. He couldn't even wait to get back to the dormitory, so he sat down at the counter and plugged the charging cable into his phone watch. Looking at the small battery icon that lit up on the watch screen, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The watch finally has power. He immediately dialed his mother's ID. 158 or something, looks familiar. Hello, what's your name? Is your daughter missing? Qin Feng finished his words in one breath, speaking in an anxious tone, fearing that the other party would hang up the phone again. On the other end of the phone, a female voice said, "What? What the hell? A new type of phone scam. You liar." Bang. The other party hung up the phone. Chapter 6 Parents Meet. In the quiet loft apartment, sunlight shines through the gauze curtains, casting mottled light and shadows. Chu Luo lay on his side on the soft bed, holding his sleeping daughter Qin Xiefan in his arms. To be honest, she hadn't had such a peaceful nap for a long time. The pressure of the postgraduate entrance examination was like a mountain, which made her breathless. I race against time every day, wishing I could split a minute into two halves. Taking a nap? What a luxury. But today, with the long-lost sunshine and her daughter by her side again, she indulged herself for the first time ever and fell asleep with her daughter in her arms. In the dream, she was already a mother, making dumpling fillings in the kitchen. Her husband with a blurred face was rolling out the dumpling wrappers beside her, and her two daughters, one big and one small, were running beside her. When I woke up, my eldest daughter was still sleeping soundly. Chu Luo sat up and stared at his daughter's face from close range. Oh my god, my daughter is so beautiful, she is just a smaller version of me. Her light yellow hair, the shape of her eyebrows, and her pair of peach blossom eyes are exactly the same as mine. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her daughter's hair. The soft touch made her heart warm. Only the upturned little nose and cherry-like mouth don't look like me. It seems that I take after my father. A trace of curiosity arose in Chu Luo's heart. What kind of person would the child's father be? Will his nose be as tall and straight as my daughter's? Will he be as gentle and affectionate as his daughter's little mouth? Before I knew it, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Xiefan rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. She saw her mother's gentle gaze and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. "Mother." She called out softly, her voice lazily sounding like someone who had just woken up. Chu Luo's heart melted instantly. "What are you laughing at, baby?" she asked softly, her voice full of fondness. Qin Xiefan blinked his eyes with a hint of relief. "Mom, you said I came through." Chu Luo gently scratched his daughter's nose. "Yes." Qin Xiafan's eyes lit up, like two shining stars. "Then I quite like my life after traveling through time." Chu Luo asked with a smile, "Why, baby?" Qin Xiafan's expression became serious. She counted on her fingers one by one. "Because mom is younger and prettier now, and mom doesn't scold babies." Chu Luo was slightly stunned. She didn't expect her daughter to say that. She smiled and asked, "Did I often scold you before?" Qin Xiafan's little mouth pouted immediately, and his eyes turned red. "Yes, mom used to be very mean to me. She would often yell at me to do my homework, practice piano, practice hosting, or practice drawing. If I didn't do well, I would scold me." Chu Luo's heart ached slightly. She hadn't expected that her future self would be so aggressive towards her daughter. "But I am also proud that my daughter has taken so many interest classes." "Wow, baby, you have learned so many talents." Qin Xiefan nodded, with a hint of pride on his face. "Yeah, you always send me to various interest classes on weekends, which makes me exhausted. But now mommy is very gentle, and she even took a nap with the baby. We haven't taken a nap together for a long time. In fact, you haven't slept with the baby at night for a long time. You sleep with dad at night, leaving me and my sister to sleep by ourselves." Chu Luo's cheeks suddenly turned red. She was a little embarrassed, but also a little sweet. She hugged her daughter gently and said softly, "Mom will sleep with you every night from now on, okay?" Qin Xiafan's eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light. "Very good." She jumped for joy like a happy little bird. Chu Luo looked at his daughter's cheerful face and his heart was filled with love. She looked down at her daughter and found that her clothes were soaked with sweat. "Your clothes are dirty from sweating. Mommy will take you to buy new clothes, okay?" When Qin Xiefan heard this, her eyes immediately sparkled with joy, and she nodded repeatedly. "Great, mommy will take the baby to buy new clothes and buy Mashua Ice City for the baby. Alas, it's a pity that my sister is not here." Chu Luo smiled slightly and rubbed her daughter's hair. "It's okay, mom will call and ask later." As they spoke, the mother and daughter got up, held hands, and walked out of the house. The sunshine shines on them, making them feel warm. Wenhua Road is very lively. There are shops on both sides of the street, people coming and going, and the noise is endless. Chu Luo took his daughter to visit clothing boutiques one by one. She patiently picked out clothes for her daughter, one after another, without getting tired of it. This is a whole new experience. In the past, she only bought clothes for herself, and she also fantasized that if she had a child, she would dress her up beautifully, like a princess, to make up for the loss of her own childhood. Yes, Chu Luo's mother, Qin Feng's grandmother, is particularly opposed to dressing up children. Chu Luo had never worn beautiful clothes when she was a child, so she was determined to dress her daughter well. Now, the dream has come true. She bought her daughter several beautiful clothes and shoes and dressed her up like a little princess. My daughter was also very happy, jumping and chattering all their way. Tired of shopping, they came to a manhwa ice city. Chu Luo ordered 2 cups of mango sago. The mother and daughter sat on stylish chairs, drinking and chatting. Qin Feng drank milk tea and said to Chu Luo, "Mom, my sister loves milk tea the most, but her teeth are broken. You always scold her and don't allow her to drink it." Chu Luo smiled and asked her daughter, "Is your sister pretty? Does she look like you, or is she as ugly as Dad?" A hint of pride appeared on Qin Feng's face. "My sister looks like a doll, so cute. Oh, I miss my sister." After hearing this, Chu Luo became even more excited. She thought it would be more fun to buy clothes for her younger daughter. At this time, her cell phone rang. She picked up her phone and saw an unfamiliar number. She answered the phone and an anxious voice came. "Hey, what's your name? Is your daughter missing?" Chu Luo was stunned for a moment. She thought it was a scam call and was immediately furious. What? What the hell? A new type of phone scam. You liar. She hung up the phone angrily. However, after hanging up the phone, she felt something was wrong. That number seems familiar. She quickly opened the call record and took a closer look. 136XXXX, isn't this the number she just dialed? Chu Luo suddenly came to her senses and quickly called back. "Hello, are you Qin Feng?" A male voice sounded on the other end of the phone. "Yes, don't hang up. I'm Qin Feng. What's your name?" Chu Luo, the school beauty, lost her temper and said angrily, "I just called you, why did you say I was sick?" Qin Feng was a little confused. "Oh? You called me just now?" "Yeah." There was a hint of questioning in Chu Luo's voice. Qin Feng quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." Chu Luo insisted, "Tell me clearly, who is sick? Who is the liar?" Qin Feng was somewhat helpless, so he had to say, "I am sick, okay? Where are you? Are you in Binhai City? Your daughter is in my hands." Chu Luo's tone softened a bit. "I'm at Wenhua Road, Binhai University, where are you?" There was a hint of surprise in Qin Feng's voice. "What a coincidence, I'm also on Wenhua Road, Binhai University." Chu Luo immediately asked, "Where are you on Wenhua Road?" Qin Feng replied, "I'm at manhwa ice city next to Shuefu Cinema." Chu Luo said, "What a coincidence, I am also in the digital store next to Shuefu Cinema." Qin Feng, "Great, let's meet at the square in front of Shuefu Cinema. I'll return your daughter to you. I'm so tired." Forehead. On the other end of the phone, Chu Luo was speechless. What does "return your daughter to you" mean? Does that mean that the father of the child does not have to take responsibility? Didn't he contribute to the birth of the child? She couldn't help but complain in her heart. So, Qin Feng unplugged the charging cable of his phone watch, picked up his 5-year-old sister, and walked quickly to the square in front of the Shuefu Cinema. He felt both nervous and expectant. He didn't know what kind of person the child's mother was. In the distance, he saw a figure. An extremely beautiful girl was standing at the entrance of Shuefu Cinema, holding the hand of a little girl about 9 years old. That girl, with a tall figure and outstanding temperament, stood in the crowd like a shining star. Qin Feng recognized her at a glance. Chu Luo, the campus beauty of Binhai University. The girl holding the sign at the Universiade. The promotional photo on the campus recruitment website is her. At the welcome party, she also sang a song solo, which amazed the audience. It can be said that every freshman at Binhai University knows her. Qin Feng's heart began to beat violently. He couldn't believe his eyes. The child's mother turned out to be Chuluo. He felt like he was dreaming. Just as he was daydreaming, the sister in his arms kicked her calves, broke free from his arms, fell to the ground, and ran towards her sister excitedly. Elder sister. My sister's clear voice echoed in the square. Younger sister. The elder sister also shouted happily, and the two little girls, one taller and one shorter, hugged each other tightly. Their faces were all filled with happy smiles. The elder sister handed the half-drunk milk tea to her younger sister. The younger sister showed her elder sister the quiet book toy she had just bought. The close relationship between the two sisters makes people feel warm. Many people in the square in front of Shuefu Cinema were turning their heads to look at the two little sisters. Because the two were so good-looking, many women whispered to their male companions, "Oh, so beautiful. I want to give birth to such beautiful children in the future, and give birth to two little cotton-padded jackets." Many boys stared at Chuluo blankly. I sighed that only such a beautiful mother can give birth to such a beautiful child. Moreover, isn't he that girl Chuluo, the campus belle of Binhai University? What, she has kids? Two at that. At this time, Qin Feng took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and walked towards Chuluo. He walked up to Chuluo and smiled slightly. "Hello, my name is Qin Feng." Chuluo looked at the tall and handsome boy in front of him, expressionless, and said softly, "My name is Chuluo." Cool school girl. Chapter 7. The hero and heroine meet. The afternoon sun shines through the branches of the trees along the road, casting mottled light and shadows on the road surface of Wenhua Road. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on Chuluo, and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. This was the first time he observed the legendary campus beauty of Binhai University at such a close distance. She is even more beautiful and charming than on the stage of the campus top 10 singers competition. She is also more three-dimensional and vivid than the photos on Binhai University's recruitment website. There is a sense of distance between Chuluo on the stage and her in the photo. But the girl in front of me has a vivid and tangible beauty. She is even more charming in person than in the legend. A pair of peach blossom eyes, with their moving waves, seem to contain endless charm and tenderness. Qin Feng's heart started beating wildly. He was even a little dazed and couldn't believe it. Such a goddess-like figure actually has an intersection with me. What shocked him even more was the half-grown little girl next to Chuluo. It's simply a smaller version of Chuluo. He is about 1.3 meters tall, and his facial features, face shape, and even expression are exactly the same. If Qin Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely have thought that this was Chuluo in his childhood. "Oh my god!" Qin Feng exclaimed in his heart. The power of this gene is simply amazing. However, Qin Feng vaguely felt that this half-grown girl was very similar to himself. Anyway, this little girl is like a combination of himself and Chuluo. Qin Feng, oh my god, this world is so magical. At this moment, the older girl suddenly broke free from her sister's arms. Like a happy little deer, it pounced towards Qin Feng. "Dad, you found your sister." Her voice was clear and pleasant, with excitement that was difficult to conceal. And she pressed her big head tightly against Qin Feng's belly. Her arms also wrapped around Qin Feng's waist, just like a daughter who sees her father as a supporter. Qin Feng was stunned. He had never expected that the little girl would treat him so intimately. An inexplicable warmth suddenly welled up in my heart. Damn, I suddenly become a person with two daughters. Suddenly have such a beautiful daughter. At the same time, the 5-year-old sister also rushed towards Chuluo with her short legs. "Mother." She threw herself into Chuluo's arms, her mouth pursed. Tears fell like beads that had broken off the string. "My sister misses mom, and my dad criticized me. He doesn't allow me to eat jelly." She sobbed and complained intermittently. Chuluo's eyes suddenly became sharp. She glared at Qin Feng fiercely. That look seemed to say, "How dare you bully my precious daughter?" Qin Feng looked innocent. He swore that he had absolutely no tendency to abuse children. Chuluo squatted down and gently stroked his little daughter's hair. She studied the little face carefully. "Those eyebrows, that nose, that mouth. It looks exactly like the photo of myself when I was a child. Even the color of his hair has a light yellow tint, exactly the same as when he was a child." An indescribable feeling instantly struck Chuluo's heart. She could no longer control her tears and they burst out. Baby, you are so pretty. Chu Luo's voice was trembling slightly. Are you really my daughter? Chu Luo found it hard to believe that she, a person who had never had her period since childhood, suddenly had two beautiful children calling her mom. The sadness and surprise are beyond words. The 5-year-old daughter nodded seriously. Yeah, Mom, I'm your child, how could you forget? There was a hint of doubt in her baby voice. Chu Luo couldn't bear it anymore and hugged his daughter tightly. I haven't forgotten. I just think, you are so beautiful, like a little angel. She choked and her tears wet her daughter's clothes. The 5-year-old girl stretched out her chubby little hands, wiped the tears from Chu Luo's face, and said with concern. Don't cry, Mom. I've become younger. Hey, you always call me little angel. She spoke in a baby voice, trying to comfort her mother. At the same time, Qin Feng also squatted down and looked at his eldest daughter. He took a deep breath and asked a crucial question. Baby, what's your name? My name is Qin Xiaofan. The eldest daughter answered without hesitation. What's your sister's name? My sister's name is Qin Xiaotong. Qin Feng continued to ask some important questions. Dad, will you often buy stocks in the future? Yes, Dad lost a lot of money and Mom scolded you many times. Qin Xiaofan covered his mouth and laughed. Dad, do you buy lottery tickets? Buy it, but you never won once. You almost won once, but you went on a date with your mom and forgot to buy it. You regretted it for a long time. Qin Xiaofan's answer made Qin Feng's heart beat violently. What number did I buy? Do you remember, baby? It's Mom's birthday. Qin Xiaofan tilted his head and answered innocently. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Luo. Chu University Campus Beauty, when is your birthday? His tone was a little anxious. Chu Luo's face turned cold instantly. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, and her image of an icy school beauty who kept people at a distance returned to her. Why should I tell you? I don't know you well. She said expressionlessly. First, you should find out where these two little guys came from. Qin Feng scratched his head helplessly. Where did they come from? How would I know? I am so exhausted taking care of this little one. He couldn't help but complain. Chu Luo frowned slightly and whispered. All signs indicate that my two babies have traveled through time and are calling you daddy. Chu Luo spoke the last few words almost as quietly as a mosquito. She had never been in love before, but her life suddenly intersected with that of an older boy. So when she said these words, her voice was hesitant and her face was slightly hot. I think we should do a paternity test. Qin Feng nodded. The current situation was indeed strange. Well, that makes sense. But it's going to cost a lot of money. He was a little hesitant. After all, he was just an ordinary college student and didn't have much money. Go to the school hospital and ask. Chu Luo said lightly. Okay, let's go tomorrow. I have an appointment with my classmates to play games today. Qin Feng answered subconsciously. Tomorrow. Chu Luo's voice suddenly rose and he glared at Qin Feng. Go now. She said it firmly. Oh, okay. Qin Feng compromised reluctantly. To be honest, this was the first time in Chu Luo's life that he had talked so much to a boy. Actually, I'm not used to it. Then. Qin Feng held Qin Xiaofan's hand, and Chu Luo held Qin Xiaotong's hand. The four of them walked towards the affiliated hospital of Binhai University. It is a Class A hospital in the province. My younger sister Qin Xiaotong thought that her parents were going to give her an injection and she cried. Wow, I'm not sick, I don't need shots. Sister Qin Xiaofan explained, Sister, I'm not giving you an injection, I'm going to do a paternity test, don't cry. Sister Qin Xiaotong asked curiously, what is paternity testing, sister? Sister Qin Xiaofan said patiently, it is a medical method to determine whether we are our parents' children. My younger sister Qin Xiaotong said in a baby voice, I was born by my mother, so I am my mother's child. Since I was not born by my father, I am not my father's child. Chu Luo chuckled at her childish words. Qin Feng said seriously, Sister, after the paternity test is done, I will buy you a toy. Sister Qin Xiaotong, okay, Dad, I'm your child too. Chu Luo. They took the two children and entered the affiliated hospital of Binhai University. In the outpatient hall, I consulted the front desk and learned that the cost of paternity testing was 1,000 yuan. For two children, it's 2,000 yuan for each strand of hair you give us, and the results will come out in a week. Qin Feng and Chu Luo looked at each other. They are not rich people, and this fee is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for them. In the end, they decided to pay half and half. Even if you are running out of living expenses, you must find out the truth. Then do it. Well, do it now. A family of 4 did a paternity test, which took a whole afternoon. After leaving the hospital gate, the lights outside were already on and night had fallen. The bright lights illuminate the bustling Binhai city. Both children were hungry and very tired. Chu Luo looked at the two children who looked so much like him, and an indescribable tenderness welled up in his heart. She decided to take her two children home tonight. I'm going to take them back to where I live, Chu Luo said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. Then I'll take you there. The main problem was the younger one, who was so sleepy that he couldn't stand. Qin Feng leaned over and picked up his sister Qin Xiaotong's little body. Qin Xiaotong's little head immediately burrowed into Qin Feng's neck. Chu Luo smiled and patted his 5-year-old daughter's little face, then walked in front with his eldest daughter. Qin Feng held his little daughter in one arm and followed Chu Luo. Watching her twisting her slender waist, her long hair swinging back and forth, she walked in a very charming manner. Coming to a high-end residential area. Take the elevator to enter a small loft apartment with warm and comfortable decoration. It turns out that the campus beauty of Bin University lives here. Chapter 8, went to the school beauty's rental house. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Luo took his eldest daughter's hand and walked into the apartment. Just turn on all the ceiling lights in the room. As soon as you enter the door, warm yellow light fills the entire small loft apartment. Although the school beauty's room is not big, it is decorated in a simple and fragrant style, full of youthful atmosphere. A soft knitted blanket is casually placed on the off-white sofa. There are several open postgraduate entrance examination books on the small coffee table. The air is filled with the faint scent of lavender. That was the smell of Chu Luo's favorite scented candle. Wow! Mom, your nest is so beautiful. Qin Xiaotong's babyish voice broke the warm tranquility. She had been sleeping in Qin Feng's arms. Now that the lights were on, she immediately kicked her legs and broke free from Qin Feng's arms, flying around the room like a happy little deer. He looked at every corner of the house curiously and climbed the stairs to the second floor for a visit. Wow, Mom, this place may be smaller than our home, but it's so cozy. Chu Luo was amused by her daughter's words. She squatted down and gently pinched Qin Xiaotong's chubby little face. You little kid, you're only 5 years old, and you can really talk. Qin Xiaofan pulled Chu Luo's clothes and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Can Dad make me some mapo tofu and cola chicken wings? When her younger sister Qin Xiaotong heard this, she also jumped and said, Mom, I also want to eat the cola chicken wings that Dad made, and I want to drink ice-cold cola, too. Only then did Chu Luo realize that the two children had been busy all afternoon and had not yet had dinner. She looked at the time. It was already late. She is usually busy with her studies, so if she is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. Not realizing that she now had the responsibility of feeding two children. Chu Luo, doesn't he know how to make mapo tofu and cola chicken wings? She looked back at Qin Feng and smiled apologetically. My child wants to eat mapo tofu and cola chicken wings. Can you make them? Qin Feng was actually stunned just now. He really liked tinkering in the kitchen since he was a kid. Mapo tofu and cola chicken wings are his specialties. He often cooked for himself in the kitchen when he was in high school. But this 9-year-old daughter, whom I met for the first time, knew it so clearly. This is undoubtedly her biological daughter. Qin Feng felt excited and a little bit unbelievable. This feeling was really wonderful. I can do it. I'll do it for the children. Qin Feng came back to his senses, smiled and nodded. He walked to the refrigerator, opened the door and looked inside. It was almost empty except for a few bottles of drinks and some fast food. Does the campus beauty of Chu University usually eat such shabby food? Qin Feng couldn't help but tease. Chu Luo's cheeks flushed slightly, and he said a little embarrassedly, I can't help it. I'm busy with my postgraduate entrance exams, so I just eat casually. How can that be possible? How can I take the postgraduate entrance examination if the food is not nutritious? Qin Feng said as he closed the refrigerator door. How about I go to the market and buy some vegetables and make you a delicious meal? There is no need to go to the vegetable market, there is a large fresh food supermarket in our community. Chu Luo suggested, since you want to cook, I'll go buy some groceries. When the two children heard the word supermarket, they immediately became excited. He danced and shouted, Mom, I want to go too. I want to go too. Mom, I want to buy toys. I also want to buy milk and yogurt. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two children, Chu Luo and Qin Feng looked at each other. Chu Luo smiled slightly and had to agree. When she sees the two children now, she can't help but smile. Chu Luo, the school beauty who usually keeps strangers away, doesn't mind going to the supermarket with Qin Feng because of the bond between them. Chu Luo began to be surprised at his own transformation. She was actually willing to go shopping in the supermarket with a boy and allowed a boy to cook in her apartment. In the past, this would have been completely unimaginable. The family of four went downstairs in a mighty procession. As usual, Qin Feng held the younger daughter in his arms, while Chu Luo held the older daughter's hand. The four of them took the elevator downstairs, left the apartment building, walked through the community's internal garden, and came to the large fresh food supermarket at the entrance of the community. The supermarket is brightly lit, with a wide variety of vegetables, fruits, shrimps, and meats. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it is the time when office workers go shopping after get off work. The supermarket is bustling with people coming and going. In fact, Chu Luo often comes here alone to buy vegetables. But today, it was the first time in her life that she went shopping with 3 people at once. Moreover, these 3 people have unclear relationships with her as relatives. The 4 of them entered the supermarket and immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Wow, look, what a beautiful child, just like a doll. Look at her sister. She's even prettier, a little fairy. The 2 kids look exactly the same, it's so funny. Oh my god, I want to have such a beautiful child in the future. Look at the child's mother. She is a stunning beauty. Her mother's legs are so long, the legendary chopstick legs, so slender. Passers-by looked sideways and cast envious glances. Some elderly aunties couldn't help but come forward. Looking at Qin Feng and Chu Luo carefully, they whispered. These 2 children are so handsome. It's obvious that they inherited good genes from their parents. These 2 young people are also good-looking, they are perfect match. Only parents like you can give birth to good-looking babies. Chu Luo always had a faint smile on her face. She pushed a large cart. The 2 daughters each grabbed a children's shopping cart, one red and one pink. I like pink. I want to push a pink cart. Qin Xiaotong pouted and announced her choice in a domineering manner. Qin Xiaofan chose the red shopping cart and followed closely behind his sister. The 2 children rushed to the candy section and chattered about which candy to buy. Qin Feng and Chu Luo walked side by side, following the children. The 2 of them couldn't help but reveal an indulgent smile on their faces as they watched the 2 children chattering about buying candy. This was also the first time that Qin Feng and Chu Luo were not disturbed by their children. They met face to face, so the 2 of them chatted briefly. Are you a student of Binhai University? Chu Luo asked with lowered eyelashes. Yes, I'm majoring in computer science and technology in the West District. Qin Feng replied. Oh, yes. Aha. Aren't you going to ask what my major is? Chu Luo looked up at Qin Feng with a little curiosity. Oh, you're the campus beauty of Chu University, one of the top 10 singers on campus, and the face of the recruitment website. No need to ask. Aren't you from the East District Foreign Languages College? Yeah, they are all just empty names. Chu Luo did not comment. 2. By the way, how old are you? I'm a senior. Oh, I'm a senior too. I know this too. Qin Feng smiled slightly. After all, Chu Luo is so famous that basically everyone in Binhai University knows her. Chu Luo stopped talking. She is used to boys talking to her, and she is not used to chatting with boys actively. However, Qin Feng did not ask any questions or show concern like those boys who came to chat with her. Qin Feng doesn't have that greasy feeling. Instead, a distance is maintained between boys and girls. This distance made Chu Luo feel very safe and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She is actually quite afraid of dating boys. Because of physical issues, she would rather lock her heart deeply and always keep people at a distance. She has no idea when a boy will unlock her heart in the future. Looking at the two children in front of her, she just guessed silently in her heart. How did I end up with a boy named Qin Feng in the future? The more critical question is, who chases who first? One is from the computer science department, the other is from the foreign languages department. Why would their future lives intersect? Qin Feng looks quite handsome, so he should have no shortage of girlfriends, right? With these questions in mind, Chu Luo was pulled by the two children and went straight to the candy area. There is a wide variety of colorful candies, exuding an enticing aroma. My sister Qin Xiaotong's eyes were wide open and her saliva was almost flowing. Qin Feng frowned, pointing at his youngest daughter Qin Xiaotong, and said to Chu Luo, "Chu Luo, look at Erbao, her two front teeth are black, you can't let her eat candy." "Oh, really?" Chu Luo frowned, quickly grabbed his little daughter and squatted down. Chapter 9: A family of for having dinner. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo squatted down, picked up Qin Xiaotong's chubby little face, and took a closer look. Sure enough, the edges of the two small front teeth had turned black, with obvious signs of tooth decay. Her heart tightened, wondering how she would be a mother in the future. She has always been strict with herself and even stricter with others. I didn't expect that I didn't take good care of my little daughter's teeth. "Xiaotong, look, there are little bugs living in your teeth. They have made their home in your teeth and are eating your teeth. Why did you buy so many candies? From today on, you are not allowed to eat candies." Chu Luo said this in a serious tone, his eyebrows furrowed. When Qin Xiaotong heard this, tears suddenly filled her big eyes. His little mouth pursed and he burst into tears with a "Wow! Wow! Mommy criticized me, Mommy criticized me. Daddy, Daddy, please comfort me quickly." As she spoke, the little daughter threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, her little body twitching, seeking comfort. Qin Feng was caught off guard when a soft little meatball with a sweet milky scent appeared in his arms. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that the little girl was acting like a drama queen. He patted Qin Xiaotong's back gently and coaxed her softly, "Don't cry, don't cry. Mom doesn't allow you to eat candy, so don't eat it." Qin Xiaotong, "Wow, Mom doesn't allow me to eat candy. Dad, buy me some candy." Chu Luo frowned, "Dad is not allowed to buy you candy." "Wow." Qin Xiaotong cried even louder, and Qin Xiaofan comforted her softly. Qin Xiaofan also said, "Mom, please be gentler to your sister." Chu Luo looked at his little daughter and felt both amused and distressed. She also knew that her tone might have been a bit harsh. After all, what 5-year-old child doesn't he like sweets? Okay, Mom won't be mean to you anymore." Chu Luo took a box of chocolate beans from the shelf and handed it to Qin Xiaotong. "You can eat this chocolate, but you can only eat one piece a day, and you must brush your teeth after eating it, okay?" Qin Xiaotong sobbed, took the chocolate beans, burst into laughter, and nodded vigorously, "Yes. Sister will remember it." Looking at his little daughter's instant change of mood, Chu Luo shook his head helplessly. This little girl is such a clever little girl. Afterwards, Chu Luo bought children's towels, children's toothbrushes, toothpaste and other daily toiletries for his two daughters. My 5-year-old daughter also picked out a set of pink pajamas with her favorite milk dragon pattern printed on it, and she couldn't put it down. Next comes the highlight: shopping for groceries. In this regard, Qin Feng took over naturally. He pushed the shopping cart and moved among the dazzling array of vegetables and meat, appearing to be at ease. Well, this lactone tofu is good. It can be used to make mapo tofu. This green vegetable looks very fresh. Stir-fry it with garlic. It's light and refreshing. Buy some premium chicken wings, buy a bucket of Coke, and make Coke chicken wings. Give me some more beef to help Chu Luo replenish her body. She looks so thin. Chu Luo, do you have oil, salt, sauce and vinegar at home? Forget it, just buy some. Qin Feng was choosing and talking to himself, completely entering the state of a house husband. Chu Luo followed behind, and looking at Qin Feng's serious expression, an inexplicable warmth surged in his heart. This boy is not only handsome, but can also cook. He is a must-have for home and travel. Could it be that such a boy will become my husband at some point in the future? Chu Luo couldn't accept this sweet reality all at once. I always thought that after graduation I would be far away from my family, or even go to Iceland and live out my life alone. Unexpectedly, fate gave her 2 daughters and a man all at once. Before I knew it, the shopping cart was full. Qin Feng made a rough calculation and estimated that it cost more than 200 yuan. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, MSG, eggs, oyster sauce, sesame oil, sugar and chili are all available. Okay, these dishes are enough for several days. I have to prepare meals for everyone. Qin Feng patted the shopping cart and said with great pride. While waiting in line to check out, Qin Feng and Chu Luo carefully compared the figures of their 2 daughters. The youngest daughter, Qin Xiaotong, is obviously shorter than other children of the same age. Although the calves are plump, they appear a bit short and thick. It looks exactly like the cute little kid. But her elder sister Qin Xiaofan has a completely different style. She is tall, well-proportioned, with thin and straight legs, and has inherited all of Chu Luo's advantages. Sister, do you not like to eat much? She seems a little malnourished. Qin Feng couldn't help but say. Chu Luo nodded. Yeah, the 2 sisters have completely different body shapes. Look, does the younger sister look like Jerry from Tom and Jerry, with 2 thick little legs? Qin Feng touched Qin Xiaotong's head and said, I will make delicious food for you in the future so that you can grow strong and be as tall as your sister. Qin Xiaotong immediately cheered, great. I will grow up to be a sister like my sister. After buying groceries, the family of 4 returned home with a full load. After returning to the apartment, Qin Feng went into the kitchen without saying a word. He put on an apron, opened the refrigerator, and began to count the ingredients. Suddenly I realized that everything was wrong in this kitchen. Why is this faucet dripping? And this light, why is it flickering? Qin Feng couldn't help but complain while checking. The faucets and switches in this apartment are all broken, Chu Luo, and you didn't even ask someone to fix it. Chu Luo explained somewhat awkwardly. I also want to find someone to repair it, but I live alone and it's not convenient to let a strange man in. Oh, that's right. Well, if you trust me, I'll bring the tools over tomorrow and fix all these problems. Qin Feng understood very well. After all, she was the campus belle of Binhai University and she really couldn't let any man into the house casually. Chu Luo looked at Qin Feng and felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. Yes, it is indeed much more convenient to have a boy around. Moreover, Qin Feng is the kind of gentle and bookish college student who gives girls a sense of security. In the living room, the 2 children had turned on the TV and were watching cartoons with great interest. Qin Xiaofan sat obediently on the sofa, while Qin Xiaotong snuggled up to her sister. He stuffed a chocolate bin into his mouth from time to time, and had long forgotten what Chu Luo said, eat 1 a day. Chu Luo walked over, grabbed his little daughter, and combed her hair into a cute bun. She also found a box of millimeter chocolates, and the 2 kids ate half of it without realizing it. Chu Luo was speechless. I told you to take 1 a day, but you ate half of it while watching TV. Chu Luo was angry. I'm sorry, Mom. The eldest daughter Qin Xiaofan apologized immediately. I'm sorry, Mom. The younger daughter Qin Xiaotong immediately imitated her sister and apologized. Hey, put it away and don't eat it. By the way, Xiaofan, let me check if your teeth are damaged. Chu Luo pulled his eldest daughter over. Oh, that's okay. My eldest daughter's teeth are straight and white, with no cavities at all. It's strange, why does the elder sister have such good teeth, but the younger sister has cavities? Chu Luo asked curiously, confused. Qin Xiaofan smiled proudly. Mom, you never bought me candy before I was 3 years old. So before I was 3 years old, I had no idea what candy was. After I went to kindergarten, I learned to eat candy from other children. At that time, my mother gave birth to my younger sister, so my younger sister had candy to eat from the moment she was born. And my mother doted on my sister. Whenever she cried, she would give her candy. So gradually, my sister's teeth became bad. After Qin Xiaofan's explanation, Chu Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's right, this 5-year-old baby has a big head, short arms, a baby voice, and always says shocking things. No wonder I always buy her candies when I feel soft-hearted. However, I have to pay more attention to my sister's eating habits in the future and not let her make the same mistakes again. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. Qin Feng brought out a series of delicious dishes. Mapo tofu, Kola chicken wings, stir-fried vegetables with garlic, a pot of fragrant pork rib soup, and fragrant steamed rice. 4 people sat around a small square dining table in the apartment. Usually, Chuluo eats instant noodles alone at this table. But at this moment, this small house was as warm as spring and bustling with activity. Qin Xiefan was attracted by the fragrance and couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and put a piece of mapo tofu into his mouth. Wow! It's delicious. Dad's cooking skills haven't changed. Qin Xiefan praised it highly. Chu Luo also took a bite and was immediately amazed. This taste is absolutely amazing. She hasn't tasted home for a long time. As she chewed the fragrant white rice, her eyes suddenly became a little moist. The family life that Chu Luo had once fantasized about turned out to be so easy to obtain. In just one day, she gave birth to 2 daughters. Well, I also became the father of 2 daughters. The most familiar stranger. Chapter 10. Chu Luo takes 2 children to sleep. Chu Luo and his eldest daughter ate with gusto. In comparison, the younger daughter seemed a little uninterested. She took a spoon and dug into the bowl, looking reluctant. After saying 3 sentences, I couldn't even fit a bite of food in my mouth. Seeing this, Qin Feng simply used chopsticks to remove a piece of chicken wing meat and stuffed the meat into her mouth. Sister, try this, it's delicious. Qin Xiaotong reluctantly took a bite, but still shook her head. It's not delicious, not as delicious as potato chips. Qin Feng had no choice but to coax her patiently and feed her mouthful by mouthful. Seeing this, Chu Luo frowned and said to Qin Feng, "You are not allowed to feed the child anymore. The child must learn to eat by himself." Qin Feng. There is a sense of a wife criticizing her husband. After dinner, the 2 children took out a quiet book and started playing handicraft games. Qin Feng also joined the 2 children, cutting paper, pasting pictures, and chatting with them. Chu Luo looked at this grown boy with satisfaction, as he actually had the patience to play handicrafts with 2 children. Her first impression of Qin Feng was actually quite good. After smiling slightly, she went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. The father and his 2 daughters were having fun when suddenly, 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong burst into tears. Qin Feng was surprised. "Sister, why are you crying?" Qin Xiaotong wiped her tears and said, "Dad, you really love me. You played with me for so long. In the past, you were always busy with work when you came home, and never did handicrafts with your sister." Woo woo woo. Qin Feng. Chu Luo came out after washing the dishes, and when he saw his sister's look, he smiled. I didn't expect this 5-year-old kid to be so melancholy. When her father suddenly played handicrafts with her, she was so moved that she cried. At the same time, both of them saw deep guilt in each other's eyes. Maybe after they start a family in the future, they will be too busy with their careers to bother playing handicrafts with their children. Chu Luo suddenly remembered what his eldest daughter Qin Xiefan had said. "Mom, I like the way you are now. You are so gentle and never yell at the baby." Before he knew it, Qin Feng had stayed in Chu Luo's apartment until 10 o'clock in the evening. Usually he would stay in the library until 10 p.m. for his graduation project. I've never stayed so late at a girl's house. Not to mention the apartment of Chu Luo, the campus beauty. Qin Feng glanced out the French window. The night sky outside the city is still red, and the dazzling urban area illuminates the night sky. The city may not sleep, but the eyes of both children begin to glaze over. After yawning one after another, the 2 kids' eyes were filled with tears. Qin Feng was infected by the 2 children and also yawned. Chu Luo also covered his mouth with a "oh" and then yawned. Qin Feng said, "Okay, it's late, I have to leave." Qin Xiefan and Qin Xiaotong immediately expressed their reluctance to leave. "Daddy doesn't want it, so don't go." Qin Xiefan looked up and said pitifully, "Dad, don't leave. Tell me a story at night." Qin Xiaotong immediately hugged Qin Feng's thighs. "Mom will tell you stories tonight, and I will come to see you tomorrow," Qin Feng said with a smile. Chu Luo also immediately gave orders to the 2 children. "It's time for you 2 to take a shower and go to bed. Follow me." "Okay." Qin Xiefan said. "Okay." Qin Xiaotong imitated her sister. Chu Luo pushed the two children into the bathroom. Chu Luo signaled to Qin Feng with his eyes, "You can take this opportunity to leave." Qin Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly said, "By the way, can you add a contact number?" Chu Luo, "Oh, yes." As he spoke, Chu Luo bent down to pick up his cell phone from the coffee table. Because a stranger named Qin Feng came to their house today. Chu Luo didn't change into home clothes after returning home. Still wearing a pair of light blue slim waist jeans and a grey top. When Chu Luo bent down, her body curves were graceful. Qin Feng's attention had been on the child just now. Now I have the chance to admire Chu Luo's back. Looking at her peach buttocks and butterfly back, Qin Feng realized that Chu Luo was still a girl. She is a mother of two children in name only. The world is so magical. With a beep, Qin Feng scanned Chu Luo's QR code and clicked verification. Only then did Chu Luo realize that she hadn't added a friend for a long time. Her WeChat contact list is pitifully short. Qin Feng sent a winking and smiling emoticon in the dialog box, and Chu Luo was slightly dazed when he saw it. "Okay, I'll go back to the dormitory," Qin Feng said. "Okay, let's contact each other tomorrow," Chu Luo said involuntarily. After I said it, I was surprised. She is no longer the girl who closed herself off. She longed to connect with others. This is a good thing. Qin Feng left the apartment building and walked outside under the starlight. I took a deep breath of the fresh air outside and left my warm family behind. I left the community alone late at night, entered the university gate, and walked along the tree-lined avenue back to the West District boys' dormitory at night. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the boys' dormitory area was still noisy and bustling. Some people gathered in the dormitory to play games and kill each other. Some of them went out on a date and just came back to the dormitory to brag. Some wore sportswear and went to the playground for a night run, sweating profusely. Others carry heavy school bags to take the postgraduate entrance examination and civil service examination. Qin Feng opened the door of dormitory 415 and found that his roommate Wang Dongliang was helping others to earn money by playing Genshin Impact. After Qin Feng came back, he washed and brushed his teeth, preparing to stay up late to finish his project. Taking care of children is really time-consuming, and the trajectory and daily routine of life are interrupted. Wang Dongliang saw Qin Feng coming back empty-handed and asked, "You didn't go to evening self-study? Where did you go?" Qin Feng, "I spent an entire afternoon and evening, but didn't get anything done. I didn't have any self-study time." Wang Dongliang, "Where is your daughter? Who did you have the baby with?" Qin Feng, "If I tell you that I had a baby with Bin University's campus beauty Chu Luotian, you won't believe it, right?" Wang Dongliang chuckled, I believe it. You wouldn't spend the whole night chatting with the school beauty, would you?" Qin Feng nodded, "Yes, I was with Chu Luo all night." Wang Dongliang, "Wow, har, you have such a great imagination. Just go to bed, you can dream about anything." Qin Feng, "Okay, I was sleepy to begin with. I was so tired from taking care of the kids. I really fell asleep." As he said that, Qin Feng climbed onto the bed. Wang Dongliang opened the anchor point, shook his head and said with a smile, "You are really hungry. You are really hungry." Qin Feng, zzzzz. Wang Dongliang, "Are you really asleep? Wake up, it's only 10 o'clock. In the apartment." After Chu Luo took the two children to take a shower, I wrapped the two kids in bath towels and took them to the second floor of the loft. Sleeping on a single bed that is 1.5 meters wide. To be honest, this bed is big enough for Chu Luo to sleep in on a normal day. She is 168 centimeters tall and weighs 96 kilograms. The small bed she sleeps on in her university dormitory is really too narrow. This 1.5 meter single bed is actually just enough for her to sleep on. But now the bed is completely occupied by two laughing little kids sleeping. Chu Luo had no choice but to hug the 5-year-old and curl up in a corner of the bed. Their 9-year-old eldest daughter doesn't look tall, only about 130 centimeters. But after lying on the bed, Chu Luo still felt that she was very long. "Okay, stop talking and go to bed quickly," Chu Luo ordered. The two children immediately pretended to close their eyes tightly. Qin Xiaotong is still waiting for her father to tell her a story. "But I fell asleep after waiting for a while." Chu Luo looked at the two sleeping children, both with long eyelashes and bright faces. Sleeping children are actually the cutest and will never make any chirping noises to disturb you. Chuluo couldn't help but take out his cell phone and take a lot of photos of them. Then I turned off the desk lamp, watched some TikTok and got ready for bed. Unexpectedly, Douyin recommended to her a lot of short videos on parenting experiences and how to judge whether a child has a fever. It's strange, even Douyin knows that I have a child. Chuluo couldn't help but laugh. The world is so absurd. Chapter 11. Dad is back. When Chuluo opened his eyes in the morning, he found that his whole body was relaxed and comfortable. It was the most satisfying sleep in my life. She originally had insomnia and would wake up in the middle of the night due to worry and tension. But last night I slept all night holding my chubby 5-year-old daughter. Her heart was filled with a sense of security. She did wake up in the middle of the night, but Chuluo pinched his daughter's chubby thighs and soon fell asleep again. When he woke up, Chuluo felt that there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Oh, so comfortable. As a result, she took out her cell phone and saw that it was already 9:40 in the morning. The 8 a.m. class was definitely delayed. Although I am a senior, I no longer have any major courses. But as an excellent student with a first-class scholarship, Chuluo doesn't like to miss classes. Oh, it's bad, I didn't hear the alarm. Chuluo sat up and looked at his two daughters who were still sleeping like little pigs. You two have delayed mom's morning. After hearing this, Qin Feng opened his eyes slightly, turned over and went back to sleep. After hearing this, Qin Feng continued to curl up in Chuluo's arms, smacking her little mouth as if she wanted to eat. Chuluo blushed, feeling a little curious and a little funny, so he gave his thumb to Qin Feng to eat. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng ate with great relish. Qin Feng suddenly smiled and opened his eyes. Mom, are you feeding your sister? My sister has been weaned a long time ago. Chuluo blushed a lot and said, No. Stop making trouble and get up. Qin Feng got up and went to the bathroom. While sitting on the toilet, he said, Mom, it's great not to go to school. I like the life of traveling through time. I don't have to go to school, learn piano, paint, or host. It's so relaxing. Chuluo. I will definitely not let you go. After the paternity test comes out, I will register your household registration, enroll you in school, enroll you in piano classes, enroll you in hosting classes. And that little one is not allowed to sleep in at home anymore. He should go to kindergarten when it's time. Their mother has to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, and she has to work part-time and substitute teaching to support two money-eating beasts. Roll it up. Then Chuluo asked, Xiao Fan, Mom has to go to class for 3 or 4 periods. Is it okay for you and your sister to stay at home? Qin Fan nodded in surprise and said, Sure, can we watch TV? Chuluo was helpless. As a top student, she thought it was a waste of life for two children to watch TV for so long instead of studying. But there is really no way now. There is also the issue of safety. Can this 9-year-old sister take care of her 5-year-old sister? Can you take care of your sister? Don't let her get scalded by boiling water, don't fall from the 2nd floor, don't touch the power supply or anything like that. Chuluo asked. Well, I'm not sure either. My sister is very naughty. Qin Feng said. Well, why don't you ask your father to come and look after you? Chuluo frowned. So he naturally sent a message to Qin Feng. Are you there? Do you have classes in 3rd or 4th period? Can you come to my house and take care of the baby? Morning. When Qin Feng received Chuluo's message, he was already sitting in the classroom. He got up at 6:30 in the morning to go jogging in the stadium, had breakfast in the cafeteria at 7:30, and arrived in the classroom on time at 8 o'clock for class. During the break, he received a message from Chuluo. Are you there? Do you have classes in 3rd or 4th period? Can you come to my house and take care of the baby? The boy sitting next to Qin Feng peeked at Qin Feng's phone screen and joked. Who asked you to help take care of the baby? Did you have sex with the young woman? Qin Feng, you are such a person. Shameless. Can you introduce me to someone? We agreed not to date during our 4 years at university. Qin Feng, you are not allowed to break that promise. Are there any pretty girls in the West District? If you want to find a girlfriend, you should go to the East District. Qin Feng didn't comment, quickly replied, Okay, then stood up and packed up his books. I won't be attending the third and fourth classes. Brothers, please call the teacher for me. Qin Feng strode out of the classroom after saying that. Several of my good classmates nodded and said, Qin Feng must be in love. It turns out that the most handsome guy in the computer department can also become a bootlicker. Those who fall in love will never have a good death. I think he will die miserably. Whoever falls in love now will be unlucky. Yes, in the end, everyone will become a bootlicker. After Qin Feng left the computer college building, I hurried back to the boys' dormitory and got a toolbox from the dormitory. There are wrenches, pliers, screw pliers and other tools in various categories. Then I rode a shared bicycle from the dormitory building in the West District to the residential area in the East District. Binhai University is a 985 university with 30,000 students, divided into the East and West Districts. There are more liberal arts majors in the East District, while science and engineering majors are the focus in the West District. The East District is adjacent to a river and a park, and is close to several luxury real estate projects. The West District is close to the city's bustling commercial district, with large supermarkets and large real estate communities. It is several kilometers from the West District to the East District by bike. It takes 20 minutes to walk and 5 minutes to ride a bike. Qin Feng rode his bike to their intercontinental apartments, where Chu Luo lived. I happened to see Chu Luo walking out gracefully from the gate of the community, wearing a high ponytail and blue jeans. She wore an ordinary white sweater on her upper body and a pair of white sneakers on her feet that couldn't be more ordinary. She has bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, and straight long legs. Even though she is heartless, she is still charming. You're here. When Chu Luo saw Qin Feng, a smile appeared in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Well, where are the children? Qin Feng hurriedly parked the shared bicycle on the side of the road. I'm in a hurry to go to class, so I turned on the TV for them both. You go upstairs and watch them. Oh, okay, I'll be right up. Qin Feng took the toolbox from the shared bicycle basket. What is this? Chu Luo asked. My treasure chest, and your kitchen lights, bathroom lights, and kitchen water pipes all broken. Oh, that's great, thank you. Chu Luo smiled. Her face suddenly became sweet. It was as if the iceberg melted all of a sudden and the world turned into spring. Qin Feng was stunned when he looked at Chu Luo's face. You're welcome. Go to class now. Okay, I'm leaving. By the way, you can cook for the children when I come back from buying groceries at noon. Chu Luo said. Well, no problem. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, bye. Chu Luo also nodded, gave Qin Feng a few words, and quickly entered the West District gate. Qin Feng kept looking back until Chu Luo Qianli's figure disappeared out of the West Gate before he entered the community. To be honest, Qin Feng has always been one of the most handsome men in the School of Computer Science. But he has never had a girlfriend and has zero experience in love. One reason is that I was busy preparing for the college entrance examination during high school. Second, there are almost no girls in the School of Computer Science, and the only two are brothers. The third reason is that Qin Feng has very high requirements for his girlfriend's appearance. If a girl has the slightest flaw in her appearance, Qin Feng will not like her. It was not until he met Chu Luo that Qin Feng felt that Chu Luo was a pretty good-looking girl. There are basically no flaws to pick out, so it's okay anyway. Qin Feng took the elevator to the 12th floor, found room 1201, and rang the doorbell. Opened the door, Dad is back. Chapter 12. Chu Luo is in class and Qin Feng is taking care of the baby. Chu Luo was absent-minded when he was in class at the Foreign Languages College. The teacher was teaching at the podium, but she was sitting in her seat reading the materials for the postgraduate entrance examination and couldn't concentrate. Her heart is especially soft now, filled with the two little ones. After enduring for half an hour, she finally couldn't help it and sent a message to Qin Feng. How are the kids? Take a picture and see. The dialog box shows, the other party is typing. Not long after, Qin Feng sent over a photo and a video. In the photo, the sisters were not watching TV. The elder sister is helping her younger sister write Chinese characters. Qin Xiafan said seriously, Sister, the word big should be written from left to right. Qin Xiaotong said unhappily, I know. Qin Feng took another photo of the kitchen and the bathroom. Chu Luo guessed that Qin Feng meant to repair the water pipes and light bulbs. Sure enough, Qin Feng sent a message: the water pipe is no longer leaking, and the kitchen is bright now. Chu Luo replied, "Thank you, Qin Feng, you're welcome." After all, the two people are still strangers, so they are more polite to each other. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't send any more messages, Chu Luo took the initiative to send one. "Ask the kids what they want to eat for lunch. I'll go buy groceries and you can cook." After a while, Qin Feng replied, "They want to eat noodles with soybean paste, so you buy 5 yuan of noodles, 20 yuan of minced pork belly, a few cucumbers, and some fruit." "Yeah." Chu Luo replied to the message and finally stuffed the phone back into his school bag. "I feel like a wife." She smiled with her lips pursed. Now she can concentrate on reading. A female classmate next to me couldn't help but ask, "Chu University Beauty, who are you texting with? You look so happy." Chu Luo smiled slightly. "No. You're still saying no. You look like a little girl in love." "Are you in love?" Chu Luo shook his head. "No. Don't keep it a secret. Who can hook up with the beauty from our foreign languages college? Next time you have a class reunion at the farmhouse, bring her out and show her to us." Chu Luo thought about it and felt that it was not impossible. Before this, she was unwilling to interact with boys and was relatively distant from her female classmates, mainly because of her physical condition, so she was full of inferiority complex. But now she has 2 children and no longer has fertility problems. She has 2 babies who look like dolls, and people always stare at them whenever she goes to the supermarket. Her inferiority complex had long been mostly wiped out. "Well, maybe," Chu Luo said. "I thought that taking the children to a farm to pick cherries and cherry tomatoes would allow them to get more in touch with nature, which would be much better than watching TV, so I was a little tempted." Okay, we'll have a class farm party on National Day, and you can bring your family to join us," the female classmate said with a smile. Chu Luo responded with a smile, but said, "There is a boy named Xiao Yu in the class, who is the president of the Foreign Languages Department Student Union. Recently he is preparing to assemble a team to participate in the college debate at Binhai University. He accidentally saw Chu Luo, the campus beauty in his class, talking and laughing with the girl sitting next to her. To be honest, when Chu Luo smiled, she showed a row of white teeth and a sweet smile. Everyone knows that Chu Luo has a dimple when he smiles, but it's only seen once in a million years. It is said that one smile can conquer a city, and another smile can conquer a country. Chu Luo's smile with his deskmate during class broke the hearts of countless young boys. When the get out of class was over, Xiao Yu immediately walked to Chu Luo's desk and asked, "Chu University Campus Beauty, are you interested in joining the Foreign Languages College debate team? As you know, the Binhai University debate competition brings together the best young talents in the university. Participating in a debate competition can not only promote thinking and increase life experience. The best thing is that I can make friends with many high-quality classmates and build connections. It provides opportunities for you to develop in society after graduation, beautiful lady." Xiao Yu enthusiastically introduced the benefits of joining the debate competition. But after Chu Luo heard it, he felt it was meaningless. She watched several debate competitions and saw more argumentative talk than logical reasoning. Those boys are also arrogant, greasy and abstract. I always feel that girls should worship student leaders like idiots. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't seem greasy at all. He treated Chu Luo with great propriety, neither overly enthusiastic nor overly cold. The feeling of being close yet distant seems to be very good at controlling girls' hearts. Of course, Chu Luo doesn't think Qin Feng is greasy, maybe it's because Qin Feng is more handsome. Oh no, Chu Luo's heart skipped a beat. A boy who makes a girl feel so comfortable must be downwardly compatible with her. This shows that Qin Feng has rich experience in love and even has a ready-made girlfriend. Well, when we meet at noon, I will ask him if he has a girlfriend. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Chu Luo thought so much that Xiao Yu thought Chu Luo was seriously considering joining the debate team. He was ecstatic, thinking that he would have a chance to have more contact with this legendary school beauty. Who would have thought that Chu Luo thought for a long time before saying expressionlessly, "Oh, never mind. Sorry." Then he lowered his head to read. As reserved and aloof as ever. Xiao Yu sighed. It seems that Chu Luo has not changed. Get out of class ends at 12 o'clock. Chu Luo couldn't wait to pack up his books, and then hurried out of the classroom. He looked so impatient that he accidentally hit his head on the classroom door frame when he was leaving the house. Ouch. Chu Luo held his forehead with his hand in pain. Then he ran out of the classroom. All 30 students in the English class burst into laughter after watching it. Rare, spectacular, and bizarre. The Chu University campus beauty who has always been elegant, beautiful, and steady. I was in such a hurry to leave the classroom today that my head got caught in the door. I don't know why Miss Chu is so anxious. You're not worried like me that there's no meat in the cafeteria if it's late, are you? She has such a great figure, how could she be the same as you? Is this girl in love? Is she in a hurry to go on a date? No way, which boy is so lucky to win the heart of our Chu University's campus beauty? But Chu Luo was in a hurry, mainly because he was worried that the 2 children would be hungry. Originally, the mother and her 2 daughters slept in the morning and had no time to eat breakfast. Classes are over at 12 o'clock now, and plus the time to buy groceries, the 2 kids will definitely be starving when they get home. Chu Luo quickly rode the shared bicycle back to the community and went to the fresh food supermarket to buy noodles, meat, cucumbers, yellow noodle sauce, etc. She hurriedly took the elevator home and first put her ear to the door to listen to what was going on inside. It seemed that Qin Feng was telling a story to his 2 daughters, one big and one small. It sounds like it's about Journey to the West. It just talked about the Kingdom of Daughters. Qin Feng's calm and cheerful voice came from behind the door. Tang Seng looked carefully and was like, wow, is this the queen of the kingdom of women? She is so pretty. Suddenly, Tang Seng no longer wanted to go to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. The king of the kingdom of daughters also sang a song called Daughter's Love. Let me sing for you, Mandarin ducks live together, butterflies fly together, tilde tilde tilde. Chu Luo chuckled and opened the door with the fingerprint lock. Seeing Qin Feng sitting on the wooden floor in front of the sofa. The eldest daughter sat opposite Qin Feng. The little daughter sat in Qin Feng's arms. Chapter 13 Going home for lunch. Chu Luo came back from shopping and just opened the door. The 2 little guys were like 2 happy little birds, running over from the living room. One hugged Chu Luo's thighs, one on the left and one on the right. The eldest daughter shouted in a clear voice, Mom is back. The little girl imitated in a baby voice, Mom is back. Chu Luo's heart melted instantly. She bent down, hugged one in each hand, and felt the heavy love. This was the first time she truly realized that the originally deserted rental house had become so lively and warm because of the presence of these 2 little ones. The feeling of home turns out to be like this. My eyes were slightly moist. She has always believed that she would be alone for the rest of her life because of her physical condition. Her original family took her to many hospitals, many Chinese medicine doctors, and she took many Chinese herbal medicines, but to no avail. Because of her missed period, her parents even gave up on her and said some unpleasant things. Chu Luo originally thought that as long as he was good enough, he could make his parents happy. But even though she was admitted to this key university, her parents were still quite cold towards her. Only at this moment, the sudden appearance of the 2 children made her cold heart warm again. When Qin Feng saw Chu Luo coming back, he stood up from the carpet with a smile, took the plastic bag from Chu Luo's hand, and went into the kitchen. Chu Luo, do you have an apron at home? Qin Feng was about to get busy. Oh, yes. Chu Luo was stunned for a moment, and now he was quickly rummaging through the boxes and cabinets looking for an apron. Finally, he found a red apron with the shape of a golden dragon fish in the drawer under the TV cabinet and went into the kitchen with a smile. Qin Feng took the apron and put it around his neck, then tied the rope with his hands behind his back. Chu Luo smiled slightly, turn around, I'll help you tie it. Qin Feng, thank you. Chu Luo, you're welcome. You've been working hard telling Journey to the West to 2 children. Qin Feng, well, it should be. These 2 people are a bit unfamiliar. The 2 children stared at their parents blankly with their big blinking eyes, looking a little uncomfortable. Don't mom and dad usually beat, scold, kiss and hug? Now I feel like they are 2 hypocrites. No wonder, when men and women first meet, they are half ambiguous and half reserved. Qin Feng was busy in the kitchen. Fry the meat sauce in a pan, cut the cucumber into shreds, and cook the noodles. Soon, the air was filled with the aroma of fried noodles with soybean paste. Chu Luo took the two children to wash their hands and placed for bowls and chopsticks on the small dining table. Qin Xiaotong pestered Chu Luo again and insisted that she sing. Mom, Dad just sang Daughter's Love for us. Sing Daughter's Love for us too. The second child, Qin Xiaotong, shook Chu Luo's arm and acted coquettishly. Okay, Mom will sing for you. Chu Luo couldn't resist them, so he took out his cell phone and searched for the lyrics of Daughter's Love. She cleared her throat and began to sing softly. Mandarin ducks live together and butterflies fly together. The spring scenery in the garden is intoxicating. The singing is gentle and melodious, like a clear spring in the mountains or a breeze in the forest, which makes people intoxicated. The two children snuggled up to Chu Luo, listening quietly, their little faces full of happy smiles. It turns out that Chu Luo is a soprano member of the Galaxy Chamber Choir. No wonder she sings so beautifully. Qin Feng was listening in the kitchen, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Soon, the noodles with soybean paste were ready. Qin Feng brought 4 bowls of steaming noodles to the table. Wow, it smells so good. The two children cheered and couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Chu Luo also picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The noodles are chewy and smooth, the sauce is rich and fragrant, and the taste is simply amazing. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious. If it tastes good, eat more and gain some weight." Qin Feng said with a smile. I have a physique that won't make me fat, you know that. You're awesome if you can make me fat. Chu Luo said unconvinced. The two children were eating with their heads down, their little mouths stuffed full. Qin Xiafan smiled and said, Mom, you became very fat after you gave birth to me and my sister, so you did yoga in the living room every night to lose weight. Chu Luo pinched Qin Xiafan's cheek and said, Hey, this kid always makes fun of me for being fat. The second baby, Qin Xiaotong, is usually picky about food, but today he ate particularly happily, and his chubby little mouth was covered with meat residue. Chu Luo couldn't help laughing when he saw her cute appearance. She picked up a wet tissue and gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of Erbao's mouth. After dinner, Chu Luo cleaned up the dishes as usual and prepared to go to the kitchen to wash them. The two children turned on the TV, and Qin Feng tuned them to the newly updated version of Peppa Pig. Student Qin Feng, please come in for a moment. I want to discuss something with you. Chu Luo shouted from the kitchen. Oh well. Qin Feng walked into the kitchen and looked at Chu Luo's tall and slender figure. A pair of jeans outlined her straight and long legs. She was wearing a thin white sweater, which made the cartoon pattern on her chest stand out. I think we can't let children stay at home all the time. They must go to school and kindergarten. Chu Luo said seriously. This will allow them to learn knowledge and also give us time to do our own things. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Chu Luo has always wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination, and Qin Feng is also busy with graduation design and job hunting. They really can't spend all their time with their children. Yeah, that's what I thought. Once the paternity test is done and we get a household registration, I'll take them to the nearby schools and kindergartens. Qin Feng responded. Chu Luo paused and asked another question that she had just thought of this morning. By the way, Qin Feng, let me ask you something. Do you have a girlfriend? Will my relationship with my two children affect your relationship with your girlfriend? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm single. Oh. Chu Luo kept a straight face, but he felt happy in his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng looked at her and asked. What about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Chu Luo's heart skipped a beat and a proud look appeared on his face. Humph, don't you know that I'm the most difficult campus belle to win in Binhai University? I certainly don't have a boyfriend. But Chu Luo asked back, what do you think? Qin Feng touched his nose and said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Nowadays, some girls seem to have no boyfriends and their friend circles are clean, but in fact, who knows how many boyfriends they have secretly, and they may even have many backups. Chu Luo smiled slightly and thought, this boy really understands girls. Could it be that he also has a lot of experience? She smiled and said, well, in our foreign languages department, there are quite a lot of goddesses, like you mentioned. They have a lot of fish in their fish ponds. Qin Feng also laughed, yes, there are many bootlickers in our school of computer science. Well, how about this, introduce the girls from your foreign languages department to the bachelors in our computer science department. Two negatives equal a positive, and digest the memory. What do you say? Chu Luo smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I don't want the fairies in our academy to harm you innocent boys. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Qin Feng said unconvincedly, all the people in our computer department are idol-level guys. The two chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Then they talked about a more realistic issue: earning money to support the family. After all, with two more money-eating beasts, the expenses doubled. The money spent on buying toys and snacks for them every day is not a small amount. Both of them realized that they had to either ask their families for more living expenses or work hard to earn money on their own. I have contacted a training institution before, and they have been wanting me to substitute for a class. I originally had a first-class scholarship and was going to take the postgraduate entrance examination, so I didn't agree because the time was too tight and the money was enough. Now it seems that I can take on this job. Chu Luo expressed his plan. Qin Feng also said, I can also do network maintenance for a company in an office building, and they will pay me some money every month. Well, it seems that we have to work hard on our own. After all, whether parents believe what we say is also a question. Chu Luo said. Yes, don't let my dad have a heart attack. Qin Feng said. Har har. Chu Luo laughed so hard that he shook with laughter. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw the dimple that appeared when Chu Luo smiled. Chapter 14. Each of us takes a child to class. After lunch, the eldest daughter Qin Xiaofan said to Chu Luo with sleepy eyes, Mom, have you forgotten that I have to take a 10-minute nap every day at noon? Chu Luo, oh, Mom will take you to the second floor to sleep. Chu Luo pulled Qin Xiaofan up to the single bed on the second floor and quickly coaxed her to sleep. Qin Feng and Erbao were on the first floor. He asked Qin Xiaotong, who was concentrating on watching TV on the sofa. Sister, don't you want to take a nap? Qin Xiaotong chuckled, No, my sister never takes a nap, and my sister never sleeps at night. You and Mom always say that I am a night owl. Qin Feng. Well, adults are most afraid of energetic children. After a while, Chu Luo called Qin Feng from the second floor of the loft. Qin Feng, come up here for a moment. Qin Feng. The second floor is your bedroom, can I go up there? Chu Luo smiled, well, it's nothing, come up and see. Qin Feng didn't know what Chu Luo wanted to see on the second floor. She wouldn't be waiting for me in sexy pajamas, right? I wonder what the boudoir of the campus beauty of Bin University looks like. Qin Feng climbed up the stairs and found that he had overthought. Qin Xiaofan was already fast asleep on the 1.5-meter tall single bed. Chu Luo lay gracefully beside his eldest daughter, staring at her face carefully. She has long legs, her hair spread out on the bed, a curvaceous figure and an invincible profile. She is indeed worthy of being the campus belle of Bin University. Har, come on. Chu Luo smiled and waved to Qin Feng to come over. It's like I discovered the most fun thing in the world. So I couldn't wait to share it with Qin Feng. And this matter can only be shared with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, look, this guy is sleeping with his eyes open. Qin Feng. So he leaned over to the bed to look at his eldest daughter who was sleeping soundly. Sure enough, although the girl Qin Xiaofan was fast asleep, her eyes were half open. When Qin Feng moved closer, Qin Xiaofan's eyes seemed to move along with him. Qin Feng exclaimed, Oh my god, this kid really sleeps with his eyes open, and his eyeballs are still moving. Chu Luo smiled and said, She is just like me when I was a kid. My parents also said that I sleep with my eyes open. Qin Feng sighed, Are you Zhangfei? You sleep with your eyes open because you are afraid of being assassinated in your dreams. Chu Luo glared at Qin Feng and said, No. It's because she inherited my big eyes. Qin Feng, big eyes are actually not good, they attract dust. Chu Luo. She pursed her lips and looked at Qin Feng speechlessly. In the afternoon, Qin Feng and Chu Luo both have classes. The two decided that each would take one child to class. Chu Luo calls this divide and conquer. Qin Feng said this is called long separation will eventually lead to reunion, and long reunion will eventually lead to separation. After playing rock paper scissors, Qin Feng took his 5-year-old sister to class, and Chu Luo took his 9-year-old sister to class. At 13:50, Chu Luo took his eldest daughter Qin Xiefan to the third teaching building. Sitting in the third row of a lecture hall that can accommodate 200 people. The whole classroom was in an uproar, and many female classmates gathered around. Chu Luo and Qin Xiefan were surrounded tightly. Wow, Chu Luo, this little girl is so beautiful. Yes, he looks just like you. Is she your sister? Her eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same as yours, peach blossom eyes. Look, your sister also has a dimple when she smiles. Oh my god, so cute. Your parents gave you such a little sister. They are still strong and healthy. Stop talking about it. My parents also had a child to alleviate their empty nest syndrome, but my sister is so ugly. She is not as pretty as Chu Luo's sister. I really want to change her. Nonsense, Chu Luo is the school beauty, how can Chu Luo's sister be ugly? Chu Luo usually doesn't like to attract too much attention in class. But today she brought her daughter to class. It's quite a show-off. As for classmates saying that Qin Xiefan is their sister, well, let them say whatever they want. Fortunately, Qin Xiefan was warned in advance and told her to call her sister instead of mother when she entered the classroom. Qin Xiefan also understood that he was a time traveler, so he strictly kept the secret for his mother. When she heard her brothers and sisters loudly praising her good looks, she just kept smiling. A few of the dozen or so English major boys came over to watch the fun. The president of the student union, Xiao Yu, said with a smile, Chu Luo, your sister loves to laugh more than you do. Another boy whispered, her sister isn't aloof. Another boy whispered, actually, I have a hunch that this is Chu Luoxing's child. The little girl's nose obviously doesn't look like hers. Chu Luo overheard this sentence and glanced at the boy. Wow, you have a pretty good eye. Qin Xiaofan's nose is indeed very similar to Qin Feng's, unlike his own low nose bridge. Qin Xiaofan has a very straight nose, so from a certain perspective, Qin Xiaofan looks better than his mother. Hey, Chu Luo thought, how does this child look like? Just inherited the good qualities of my parents. I inherited my mother's eyes and my father's nose. I inherited my mother's hair and my father's face shape. I inherited my mom's dimples and my dad's teeth. No wonder people say mixed-race children are good-looking. In fact, if a couple is far apart, their children will complement each other's strengths and weaknesses and grab the good genes. Qin Feng is from the 4 provinces of Shanhai, and Chu Luo is a girl from Jiangnan. The 2 children born are like dolls. Chu Luo felt that if she were not a highly educated girl, she could make money with her own abilities. She was willing to take Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong to Zhejiang Garment City to be advertising models. I heard that you can make a lot of money. For Qin Feng, taking care of the baby is no easier than for Chu Luo. Qin Xiaotong is only 5 years old, just the right age to learn to speak. No matter what she does, she has to speak it out. This fully demonstrates a theory: humans think in language. Qin Feng took her hand and went to the School of Computer Science. Along the way she kept ordering Qin Feng to buy her toys and milk. Qin Xiaotong, Dad, buy me a toy. Qin Feng said, Sister, you can't buy a toy every day, it's such a waste of money. Qin Xiaotong didn't cry, but chattered, putting herself in Qin Feng's shoes. Dad, don't you have to go to class? Buy me a toy and I will play quietly and not disturb you in class. Qin Feng's face was filled with admiration. This Qin Xiaofan is so clever and eccentric. She didn't say she wanted it, she said she bought the toy so as not to disturb you. Qin Feng was so impressed that he had no choice but to obediently take his daughter to the Wenhua Road convenience store. First I bought a girlfriend bracelet. 2 sparkling bracelets. There is a small magnet on it that can attract 2 people's wrists together. Qin Feng said speechlessly, Sister, do you have a best friend? Why did you buy a best friend bracelet? Qin Xiaotong, my sister and I are best friends. Qin Feng. Qin Xiaotong also bought a beaded gift box that can be used to make necklaces and bracelets. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with this toy. You go and string plastic beads for the afternoon, and your old father will finally have some peace and quiet for the afternoon. Otherwise, this 5-year-old kid could chatter all day long. Qin Xiaotong received 2 gifts and happily followed Qin Feng to their computer college building. Because she was too young, she didn't understand what time travel was, nor could she comprehend why she had to call Guan Qin Feng brother. So Qin Xiaotong always called Qin Feng Dad. Qin Feng said, Okay, call me whatever you want. My classmates heard me and there was nothing I could do. Qin Xiaotong looked at Qin Feng with her eyes wide open and said, Dad, you are so old, you are the dad. Qin Feng. Am I old? Am I old? Am I old? Am I handsome? Qin Feng brought a 5-year-old girl to the classroom for class. The boys in the class were all furious. Fuck, Qin Feng, when did you give birth to the cub? Who did you have the baby with? Yeah, you actually got someone pregnant secretly. This little girl looks like a doll. You can imagine how beautiful her mother is. Qin Feng, tell me the truth, who is the mother of the child? Chapter 15, Mom and Dad wear the girlfriend bracelet. After class, Chu Luo took Qin Xiaofan to Wenhua Road. Qin Xiaofan thought her mother brought her out to drink milk tea. But in fact, Chu Luo took his daughter to Wuliu bookstore. Boss, all the textbooks for 4th grade in elementary school are in one set. Okay. Chu Luo watched the bookstore owner take out the Chinese, math, and English textbooks and workbooks for the first half of 4th grade. An expression of horror appeared on Qin Xiaofan's face. Mom, are you going to roll me again? Chu Luo began to present facts and reason. Baby, Mom is a top student. As my daughter, you must also be a top student. I believe you must have inherited Mom's studious gene. Qin Xiaofan, alas, I thought I wouldn't have to go to school after traveling through time. Chu Luo chuckled and patted her daughter's head. All children have to go to school. Once I get your household registration, I will find a way to get you into binder-attached primary school. Before that, I will teach you by yourself at night. Okay, Mom, what reward are you going to give me? Can I buy 2 cups of milk tea for you and your sister? Yeah, thanks Mom. Qin Xiaofan threw herself into Chu Luo's arms and rubbed her pretty face against Chu Luo's chest. Chu Luo is 168 centimeters tall and his eldest daughter is 130 centimeters tall. Chu Luo touched his daughter's head, feeling a little emotional. The daughter traveled back in time, which means she was reborn. God directly gave her a half-grown daughter. What will happen to the future timeline, and will the events conflict? Also, did I miss my daughter's infancy? Shouldn't a normal mother start with 10 months of pregnancy, then prenatal education, then breastfeeding, then watching the child take his first steps, teaching the child to talk, and finally sending her to kindergarten and elementary school? Chu Luo missed all of these, which was a bit unfortunate and regrettable. That's why she decided to take charge of her eldest daughter's studies and let her become both good in character and academics like she was when she was a child. After Qin Feng finished class, Qin Xiaotong enthusiastically took Qin Feng's hand and went to the lawn in front of the gymnasium to watch people flying kites. The sun has been shining brightly in recent days, and the lawn is filled with moldy urbanites every day. Qin Xiaotong also pestered Qin Feng to buy a small children's kite. The kite has a picture of the little Princess Sophia on it, and it costs 25 yuan each. Qin Feng felt like crying but had no tears. Raising a daughter was so expensive. I also heard that daughters should be raised in wealth to avoid being seduced by bad boys when they grow up. Qin Feng reluctantly handed over 25 yuan to the unscrupulous vendor, squatted down, grabbed Qin Xiaotong's shoulders and said, Sister, you can't buy any more toys today. Dad's food allowance is only 25 yuan a day, and you spent 25 yuan on a kite, 6 yuan on a bracelet for your best friend, and 12 yuan on a string of beads. You're too spendthrift. Qin Xiaofan vowed, well, Daddy is the best, and he loves my sister the most. I won't buy toys today, I'll buy them tomorrow. Qin Feng. After buying the kite, Qin Feng asked his 5-year-old daughter to hold the kite with both hands and not move, while he was responsible for running in front and flying the kite. There were many college students and young parents playing on the lawn with their children. They looked at Qin Feng enviously and said, Your baby is so pretty. Yeah, my double eyelids look like a doll. I thought he was a foreigner of mixed race. Hurry up and play with the kids. They won't play with you once they go to middle school. Qin Feng nodded. In fact, Chu Luo's facial features are 3-dimensional and delicate, making him look a bit like a foreigner. And what those young parents say is right, once your children grow up they no longer belong to you. Since the child has traveled through time early, Qin Feng must seize the time and be with the child. Not long after, the kite flew high into the sky, and Qin Xiaotong looked at Sophia flying high in the sky with satisfaction. Then he asked Qin Feng to cut the string, and said there was an episode in the cartoon called The Magician, and the kite had to be cut so it could fly away. Qin Feng had no choice but to cut the kite string with great reluctance and watched the kite he bought for 25 yuan go down in the water. Fly away, fly away, fly away, fly away. Qin Xiaotong clapped her hands and jumped, saying, "It flew away, it flew away." Then the phone in Qin Feng's jeans pocket vibrated. When I took it out and looked at it, Chu Luo sent a message. "Where are you? East District Stadium lawn, are you coming?" "Well, come." Xiaofan misses his sister. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Qin Feng put the phone back into his pocket. Looking at Qin Xiaotong, a 5-year-old girl, looking for people to chat with everywhere. She can chat with a 50-year-old tattooed middle-aged man. I can also chat with my 10-year-old sister. I could also chat with a young couple who were having a picnic on the ground. The young parents were amused by Qin Xiaotong and gave her a piece of bread. "Qin Feng, it turns out this guy suffers from social anxiety disorder. Much better than her mother Chu Luo." Soon, people sitting on the lawn turned their heads. Qin Feng also turned his head and looked along with the others. I saw a tall and slender girl with long hair walking slowly towards me from a distance. She has a beautiful face, an upright figure, and an extraordinary temperament. He was holding a half-grown little girl in his hand. The afternoon sun shines down obliquely. Sprinkle on her fair skin. It amazed everyone for a moment. Qin Xiaotong was the first to react and called out loudly, "Mom!" Then he stretched out his short legs and ran towards Chu Luo on the lawn. Chu Luo felt a softening feeling in his heart. He squatted down, opened his arms, and waited for his sister to jump into his arms. For a moment, Chu Luo's eyes became slightly moist and he felt like he was acting in a movie. There are many scenes in the movie where children run towards their mothers. A touching and tear-jerking piece of music will be played in BGM. Chu Luo was suddenly very scared, afraid that all this was not real. 2 daughters, a father of a child, a wonderful life in the future. It's all just a dream. She was so afraid that this was a dream. Until Qin Xiaotong's little body threw herself into her arms. When he blew the milky breath from his mouth on her face, Chu Luo was sure that, well, it was not a dream, it was real. She hugged Qin Xiaotong tightly, looked at her chubby face, and said, "What is my sister playing?" "I'm flying a kite with my dad." "Where's the kite?" "The kite flew away, it can take away the illness, as Sophia said in the cartoon." "Oh, that's great." Chu Luo cried. The children travel back to the present from the future. There must be a divine will behind all this. The children must have come to save themselves. Chu Luo firmly believes this. "Mom, I have a present for you." Qin Xiaotong said this, took out a small box from her pocket, opened it and took out 2 bracelets. Sparkling bracelet. "Wow, thank you sister for the gift for mom." "What is this?" Chu Luo asked while wiping his tears. "This is a friend bracelet. I bought it for me and my sister. But you and dad haven't held hands for a long time, so you can give one of these friend bracelets to mom and one to dad, so that you two can hold hands." As she spoke, Qin Xiaotong took out one of the bracelets and put it on Chu Luo's left wrist. Then he took out another bracelet, pulled Qin Feng down and squatted on the ground, and put it on Qin Feng's right wrist. "Mom and dad, you are now attracted to each other by a magnet. You are best friends now." As she spoke, Qin Xiaotong clicked the magnets on the 2 bracelets together. Qin Feng and Chu Luo's hands touched each other. Qin Feng smiled and glanced at Chu Luo. But I saw that in the afternoon sun, the breeze ruffled Chu Luo's long hair. Chu Luo's peach blossom eyes also looked at Qin Feng. "There are water in my eyes." Chapter 16. Chu Luo found a part-time job. Afternoon. On the lawn in front of the gymnasium, a little boy was blowing bubbles with an electric bubble maker. Sisters Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong were running on the lawn chasing colorful bubbles. Qin Feng and Chu Luo sat down on the lawn, shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng turned his head to look at Chu Luo, her black hair was shining in the sunlight. The eyelashes on her side face were long and trembling slightly. Their wrists were tightly attracted by the magnet on their girlfriend bracelet. The backs of their hands touched each other from time to time, and then immediately separated. Chu Luo's fair cheeks turned slightly red. Yes, this was her first time holding hands with a boy. although they didn't hold hands completely like interlocking their fingers. However, the wrist and the wrist of another boy were attracted together by a magnet. This is the first time. Similarly, it was the first time for Qin Feng to hold hands with a girl like this. His imagination ran wild, his mind was distracted. I have already thought of what to name the child with the school beauty. Yes, just call them Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong, these two names are pretty good. Moreover, the two children were already running around in front of him, jumping and skipping, and the world seemed so magical. Chu Luo's face flushed, and he was also thinking about a lot of things in his mind. For example, will your period come? If he is with Qin Feng in the future, will he ask himself to have another child? Would their lives, if they met earlier, be as happy as in the other parallel world? Chu Luo couldn't guarantee any of these, so he was sometimes happy, sometimes sad, full of thoughts, and mixed feelings of sorrow and joy. Suddenly, the cell phone in Chu Luo's jeans pocket rang. Her cell phone ringtone is a chorus song of I Know Two of You. Chu Luo stretched out his legs and took out his cell phone from his jeans pocket. Hello, who are you? Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, I see. I'll report in tomorrow. Chu Luo hung up the phone with a surprised expression on his face. Moreover, she didn't care about the restraint of their best friend bracelet and jumped up from the grass. Wow, that's great. I received an offer from the training center. They asked me to report tomorrow. The fee is 300 yuan per class, and 600 yuan per class. They teach college entrance examination reading comprehension. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong heard their mother's joyful shouts and hurried back. Mom, what did you say? Qin Xiaofan asked. My mom found a part-time job with a very high salary. She can earn 600 yuan for teaching a 2-hour class. Wow, mom is so great. Qin Xiaofan jumped up. Wow, mom is so great. Qin Xiaotong jumped up imitating her sister. Mom can earn money to buy me toys. Qin Xiaofan continued to dance on the spot. Mom can earn money to buy me toys. Well, Mom, I want Princess Simple toys, I also want a cute machine box, and I also want a princess gift box. Qin Xiaotong began to count on her fingers. Mom will buy it for you. Chu Luo squatted down, smiled and pinched her 5-year-old daughter's face with both hands. Looking at her daughter's dark eyes, she felt that earning money for her daughter to spend was the happiest thing in the world. Congratulations, the campus belle of Chu University. Qin Feng smiled slightly beside him. Well, you're welcome. You've worked hard cooking these past 2 days. How about we not cook at home tonight? I'll treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? Chu Luo asked. Bear Meow is coming. Qin Xiaofan was the first to jump up. Bear Meow is coming. I love Bear Meow is coming because there are free desserts and a giant panda that can give out snacks. Qin Xiaotong danced along with her sister. Chu Luo didn't know what Bear Meow is coming was, so he asked his eldest daughter, what is Bear Meow is coming? Qin Xiaofan, it's the Xiong Miao Lai hotpot in Wonder Plaza. Chu Luo smiled and said, oh, I see. Okay, I'll take you 2 kids to Wonder Plaza to have some fun. Yeah, let's go to Wonder. The eldest daughter jumped. Yeah, let's go to Wonder. The little daughter jumped. So, Qin Feng and Chu Luo, each holding a child's hand, walked out of the West District Gate and stood on the roadside to hail a taxi. My younger sister Qin Xiaotong asked in confusion, why doesn't Dad drive? Dad always drives us to Wonder Plaza. The elder sister Qin Xiaofan patiently explained, Sister, I have told you many times that we have traveled through time. Now is the time when Mom and Dad were young. They were still college students. They didn't have a car, a house, or anything. They were so poor. Chu Luo. After Qin Feng heard this, he became interested and took his eldest daughter's hand and asked. Dabao, what kind of car will Dad drive in the future? You drive a dirty little white car. What kind of car is this dirty little white car? What's the brand? I don't know what brand it is. Anyway, Dad was too lazy to wash the car, so it's dirty. Won't Dad drive a sports car in the future? Do I drive a sports car? Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche? No. Qin Xiaofan shook his head. Well. However, Dad bought Mom a very expensive car, a Mercedes-Benz. My sister and I both like to ride in mom's Mercedes-Benz and don't like to ride in dad's dirty little white car. Chu Luo couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. Qin Feng glanced at Chu Luo and said, "What are you laughing at? I bought you a Mercedes-Benz. I treated you well, but you let me drive a dirty white car that I don't even know the brand of." Sigh. Har har har. Chu Luo laughed even louder. Fortunately, a taxi arrived. Qin Feng took the two children to sit in the back seat and let Chu Luo sit in the front passenger seat. "Dear owner of the Mercedes, you are treating us today and you also pay for the taxi fare, so you can sit in the front," Qin Feng said bluntly. "I'll pay." Chu Luo smiled, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat of the taxi. "Master, let's go to Wonder Plaza." "Okay, a family of four taking the kids out to play." "Yes. You two look so young. You already have two kids." "Yes, we got married early." Chu Luo smiled. "It's right to get married early. It contributes to the country's fertility rate, and your parents can help take care of the children." "Oh, yes, yes." The taxi driver was expressing his opinions all the way. The pure electric blue taxi left Binhai University and sped along the road. Chu Luo casually responded to the taxi driver's conversation and looked at the scenery in the city with a smile. Her head leaned lightly against the seat pillow, thinking about Qin Xiaofan's words. Dad drives a small white dirty car, and Mom drives a Mercedes. Dad bought the Mercedes for Mom. When Chu Luo thought of this, his heart felt so sweet that it seemed like sugar was dripping from it. It turns out that Qin Feng is still a good man in China. Drive a broken car yourself and give a nice car to your wife. Wow, har har har, Chu Luo curled his lips. Arrived at Wonder Plaza. Chapter 17, Visiting Wonder with the mother and daughter. Wonder Plaza, the smooth white marble floor is so shiny that it can be seen through the eyes. Brightly lit shops welcome customers. The mezzanine square is holding a double festival children's painting exhibition for National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong ran over and posed in front of a red art installation. "Mom, please take a picture of us." Both the big and small children were very excited. "Okay." Chu Luo smiled, took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera function. The two children started taking selfies, changing their poses constantly. Sometimes he covers his mouth and laughs, sometimes he makes a heart shape, and sometimes he opens his arms. Chu Luo loves taking pictures of his two children. Ever since the two children came through, her phone gallery has been filled with photos of the two children. The most frequently photographed shots were close-ups of the two children sleeping. The child is like an angel when he falls asleep. The awake child is the devil. Now, watching the two children happily posing, Chu Luo also laughed, and a dimple appeared on his lips. Qin Feng looked at the three of them, mother and daughter, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He vowed to give them the best life and protect them from any harm in this world. Suddenly, Chu Luo's eyes swept across a piano in the center of the square. It was a gleaming black grand piano. The piano lid is open, welcome to taste it. Chu Luo's faith was moved, and he called to his eldest daughter, Xiaofan, "Come here." "Mom, what's wrong? Didn't you say you took piano lessons?" "Yes, mother." "What level did you say you got last time?" "Mom, I'm already at level 8 in piano." "What's the highest level?" "The highest level is 10. "That's amazing. Now play the piano for Mom." No, I thought I wouldn't have to play the piano after traveling through time." "Go quickly," Chu Luo urged. "All right." Boss Qin Xiaofan was not happy. It was obvious that her life as a piano prodigy in her previous life was not easy. This 9-year-old boy sat solemnly in front of the grand piano. She opened the piano cover and took a deep breath. Then he placed his 10 green onion-like fingers on the black and white keys. Then, Qin Xiaofan began to play, and a melodious piano melody came from his fingertips. Chu Luo had never learned to play the piano, but he thought it sounded beautiful and was proud of his child. When Qin Xiaofan was playing the piano, a large group of people gathered around him unknowingly. Among them were some parents who brought their children to play. They were all pointing and whispering. "Wow, baby, look at this girl playing the piano. You should learn piano in the future. This little girl is so beautiful." "Nonsense, haven't you seen how beautiful her mother is? Girls who can play the piano are so charming." Such a beautiful little girl will definitely marry into a wealthy family in the future. TSK, judging from his fashionable appearance, he must be from a wealthy family. Yes, a child who learns piano must come from a wealthy family. Chu Luo watched his eldest daughter playing the piano and listened to the praises and discussions from the people around him, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. It turns out that the daughter I gave birth to is so outstanding. I felt refreshed all of a sudden. Ding ding dong dong tilde tilde tilde. After Qin Xiaofan played the last note, he stood up, looked around, smiled sweetly, and then rushed towards his mother. She was still a little shy and buried her face in her mother's arms. Wow, there was a burst of applause all around. Everyone applauded Qin Xiaofan's performance, and then the crowd slowly dispersed. Chu Luo squatted down, took Qin Xiaofan's hand, looked into her eyes, and said with great determination, "Xiaofan, you just said that there are 10 levels of piano, right?" "Yes, mother. You are only at level 8 now, so you can't give up your piano lessons. Mom has thought about it and made a decision for you. Let's continue with the piano exam and try to get to level 10. Oh, no, you still want to play it. Xiaofan, didn't you see how much those people envied you and liked you? They said that children who can play the piano are excellent. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. I'm just worried that my piano lessons are expensive, and you and Dad are so poor now that you can't afford it." Qin Feng nodded and interrupted, "Yes, Chu University's campus beauty, let me remind you that we are both senior college students now. It will probably take another 20 years before I can afford a Mercedes-Benz for you." Chu Luo glared at Qin Feng and said, "Can you bear to see Xiaofan's piano lesson stopped? Wouldn't all the hard work and practice in the past be wasted? We have to grit our teeth and earn enough money to pay for Xiaofan's piano lessons." Qin Feng gave in a step, Okay, you are beautiful, you have the final say." Chu Luo smiled sweetly, "Well, it's a happy decision. Xiaofan, Mom will find a piano teacher for you later." Qin Xiaofan, "Thank you, Mom." Chu Luo smiled, "You're welcome, Mom loves you the most." Wow tilde tilde tilde. As soon as Chu Luo finished speaking, the little one next to him started crying. Qin Xiaotong burst into tears with a wow. Wow, Mom doesn't love me." Chu Luo chuckled and pulled his 5-year-old daughter over and held her in his arms. "Mom loves you too." "Who said Mom doesn't love you anymore? You said you love your elder sister the most, and you don't love your younger sister." "Love? Mom loves my sister the most. Yeah, my sister has to sleep with Mom tonight." Qin Xiaotong turned from sadness to joy and was easier to coax. When talking about sleeping at night, Chu Luo's mouth twitched. Last night, Qin Xiaotong, a 5-year-old child, woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Then he secretly got out of bed, went to the living room, played with toys for a long time, and even opened the refrigerator door and looked around. He returned to bed at 5 in the morning and touched Chu Luo's body for a long time. Chu Luo asked her what she was doing, and the 5-year-old girl actually said she wanted to drink milk. Chu Luo, damn it, you're 5 years old and still not weaned. Qin Xiaotong, but there is no milk in the refrigerator. I can only drink my mother's milk. Chu Luo wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm not pregnant, where would my milk come from? Besides, Aunt, you're not sleeping in the middle of the night, and I need to sleep too. Qin Xiaotong cried, Woo, I'm sorry, Mom, please don't scold me, I'll go to sleep right away. Chu Luo, stop crying, you drama queen. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Qin Xiaotong, yes, Mom. Having said that, Qin Xiaotong closed her eyes tightly. Chu Luo then hugged her little body and slept a long sleep together. Thinking of this, Chu Luo told Qin Feng about what happened last night when he went to bed. Do you know? Xiaofan can sleep a lot, but Xiaotong sleeps very little. She opened the refrigerator to find food in the middle of the night and woke me up. I both can't sleep. Chu Luo complained about his daughter. Har, the little baby seems to be quite greedy. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. I have an idea. Chu Luo bit his lip. What ideas does the school beauty have? Qin Feng asked. Look over there, Becca wrote a skating club. Let's sign this little girl up for a sports activity to use up her energy during the day so that she can sleep well at night. Chu Luo said, gritting his teeth. Chu Luo, you're crazy. You just found a job, and not only do you want to sign up your eldest child for piano lessons, You also want to sign up your second child for roller skating lessons. Can you please pay attention to saving money? This is not the way to spend money. Qin Feng taught him earnestly. Oh, what about you? You are father, and you also have to take on the responsibility of supporting the family. Chu Luo said confidently. R. Qin Feng let out a long sigh. Looking at Chu Luo's beautiful face, I almost shed tears of regret. Why should I mess with the school beauty? The most handsome guy in the school of computer science. Before I even had a relationship, I had to take on the responsibility of supporting the family. Chapter 18: A family of for eating hot pot. So Chu Luo took the hand of 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong and went to the Becker Children's Roller Skating Club. Several salesmen greeted Chu Luo enthusiastically with smiles on their faces. Usually, these salesmen stand at the entrance of Wonder Plaza. I grabbed a young couple and tried to sell my product to them for a long time with great patience and saliva flying all over the place, but it was all in vain. When faced with a deal like Chu Luo's that came to them automatically, several salesmen were overjoyed. Oh, mother, you are so young. It's right to choose our Becker roller skating, which can help children develop concentration. 38 yuan for 3 lessons, 1,400 yuan for 24 lessons. Join our mom chat group for 24/7 parenting tips. Wow, your child is so cute, he looks like a doll. Beauty, you are really good at giving birth. I hope I can give birth to such a beautiful baby in the future. Baby, how old are you? You are so beautiful, like a doll. Chu Luo couldn't resist the praise from these salesmen. Especially praised her baby for being pretty. Even mothers can't resist this flattery. Although Chu Luo did not give birth to Qin Xiaotong himself. But the ironclad fact is that Qin Xiaotong is his baby. Chu Luo smiled brightly, pointed at Qin Feng and Qin Xiaofan standing in the distance, and proudly declared. There is also an older daughter, so there are 2 children in total. The salesman looked in the direction Chu Luo pointed. Qin Feng was seen holding Qin Xiaofan's hand and looking at a domestically produced pure electric car. The older child, who had the same facial features and body shape as Chu Luo, was also stunned. Wow, beautiful lady, you look so young, have you already given birth to 2 children? You're still so slim after giving birth. Oh my god, you are naturally slim, right? Beautiful lady, scan the QR code to join the mother's chat group and teach us how to lose weight. Also, this 1,400 yuan course is limited in time, and the price will go up after the National Day holiday. Chu Luo was praised by the salesman and scanned the code to pay without hesitation. Her bank account was actually in a state of emergency, with only over 2,000 yuan left. She could only hope that the job at the training center would help her make ends meet. Ding, your QR code received a payment of 1,400 yuan. After successfully registering, Qin Xiaotong also received a set of pink roller skates, a large pink handbag, a set of pink helmets and wrist and knee pads, a large doll gift box, a box of beaded toys, and a set of children's nail art toys. Wow, thanks mom for buying me the toy. Qin Xiaotong was so happy that she pulled Chu Luo down and squatted on the ground, kissing Chu Luo on the cheek dozens of times. Mwah, 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 thank you, mom. Chu Luo was fainted by the sweet kisses from these dozen daughters. Full of happiness, Chu Luo smiled at his precious little daughter. I thought to myself that mom must work hard to make money and give you the best life. Not only can we enroll you in roller skating classes, we can also enroll you in ballet classes, dance classes, Go classes, public speaking classes, painting classes, and programming classes, so that you can be knowledgeable and talented. I will also take you to travel around the world. Like every new mother, Chu Luo was very excited and full of confidence. I feel like I can raise the best child in the world and that I am the best mother in the world. Only Qin Feng sighed from a distance, thinking it was pure IQ tax. Next, the 4 people took the escalator to the 4th floor and entered the Xiong Miao Lai La hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was crowded and very lively, and it was difficult to get a number. The waiter took them to a table for 4. The younger sister clamored to sit next to her older sister. So Qin Feng and Chu Luo sat side by side. To be honest, this was the first time Qin Feng went out to eat hot pot with a girl alone. And it was with the legendary Bin University Foreign Languages College beauty Chu Luo. She is not someone that ordinary people can date. Of course, it was also the first time for Chu Luo to eat hot pot with a boy alone. She usually keeps herself very quiet, and does nothing but study, with almost no social interaction. Chu Luo took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Then she tilted her head to look at Qin Feng, her long hair cascading down. Handsome guy, what do you like to eat? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Do you like spicy food? Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Chu Luo, who was looking at him in such a cute manner for the first time. Thinking of myself driving a little white dirty car in my future married life. He loved his wife so much that he bought her a big Mercedes. When I think of this, I feel the unfairness of fate. Dear Mercedes owner, I have no dietary restrictions. I just love hot pot. I want to eat my fill today. Eat enough? What do you mean by eat enough? Chu Luo asked with a raised eyebrow. At least for large plates of beef and mutton. Qin Feng stretched out for fingers. Har har, that's normal. You look like a strong man of 1.80 meters. Anyway, I have found a job and I can earn money. I will definitely feed you well today. Chu Luo smiled. Then I'll have another beer. Okay, then I'll drink bottle of wine too. Chu Luo's eyes moved. Oh? You like drinking too? I don't like drinking, but I found a part-time job today, so it's worth celebrating. Chu Luo smiled and began to slide his fingers across the screen of his mobile phone, ordering for large plates of hot pot for Qin Feng. I ordered some vegetables, shrimp, duck blood, tripe, goose intestines, mushrooms and small fried dough sticks for myself and the kids. Since the drinks and snacks were self-service, Chu Luo took the two children to get drinks and snacks. Qin Feng sat in his seat waiting for them to come back. There were also diners sitting at the two tables next to me. One table was occupied by a middle-aged couple with a primary school child. At the other table were young couples on a date, and the girls were dressed very elegantly. After Chu Luo came back, he gave Qin Feng a portion of the prepared condiments and also gave him an apron. After the waiter brought 2 bottles of beer, Chu Luo also filled Qin Feng's glass. The amber beer overflows with white foam in the transparent glass, which immediately arouses people's appetite. Chu Luo smiled and said, I made you a dish with garlic and oyster sauce. I wonder if you like it. If not, I'll make you a dish with sesame sauce and chives. Chu Luo's voice was very gentle, which was out of place with the loud chattering of married women in the restaurant. Qin Feng nodded and said, Okay, I want both. Chu Luo raised his eyebrows, You want both? You want 2 side dishes? Qin Feng nodded confidently, Yes, I'll eat 2 small dishes. Chu Luo, okay. Having said that, Chu Luo stood up again and went to prepare another side dish for Qin Feng. Very obedient. The dating couple at the next table were stunned. The handsome guy said, Look, the man is sitting there while his wife is preparing some side dishes for him. Why can't you serve me for once? The pretty girl said, I want to serve you? That's wishful thinking. National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are coming soon. What gift are you going to give me? I've got my eyes on a 20,000 yuan gold bracelet. If you buy it for me, I can consider mixing some small ingredients for you. The handsome guy, fuck, you are really hungry. After a while, Chu Luo came back with a plate of sesame paste and chives and gave it to Qin Feng. The waiters also brought their hot pot meat they ordered one after another. Chu Luo held a pair of long chopsticks and took care of the 2 children while they were eating. Occasionally, he would pick up a piece of hot pot beef for Qin Feng and raise his beer glass to clink glasses with Qin Feng. Ding, the 2 glass wine glasses intersected, making a crisp tinkling sound. Come, let's toast to Mom and congratulate her on finding a job to support us. Qin Feng said, raising his glass. Yeah, Mom is so great. Qin Xiaofan said. Yeah, Mom is so great. Qin Xiaotong imitated her sister's speech. Thank you, I will support you. Chu Luo said with a smile. This day may be the happiest day of her life in the past 20 years. The middle-aged couple at the next table were stunned. The middle-aged man took a look at Chu Luo's slender waist. Then he looked at his wife's barrel waist and belly. He sighed and said nothing. His wife was very self-aware and said to her husband, Hubby, look at how I've grown. After giving birth to 2 children, my waist is still so thin, my skin is still so good, and my hair is still so thick. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Luo, the pretty and slim girl at the next table, and then looked at Qin Feng. Tears streaming down my face. Chapter 19. The first time I saw Chu Luo in pajamas. Qin Feng ate his fill of hot pot and drank a bottle of beer. Chu Luo only drank one glass of beer and his face turned red, so he refused to drink any more. She poured the remaining beer in the bottle into Qin Feng's glass. Yang Ran smiled and said, "Student Qin Feng, 2 bottles of beer won't make you drunk, right?" Qin Feng, "TSK, I can drink a lot." The 2 children ate half of the food and then started playing with the children's nail sticker crafts. They didn't eat too much and had a lot of fun. Then I strolled around Wonderplaza, and when I got a taxi home, it was already 9:30 in the evening. As a result, on their way home in the taxi, the second child Qin Xiaotong fell asleep on the seat. This is normal. Children who are usually sleep deprived will fall asleep when they sit in the car. Qin Xiaofan wanted to wake up his sister and said, "Sister, don't sleep anymore. Go home and sleep." Chu Luo quickly stopped them and said, "Let your sister sleep, don't wake her up, she didn't sleep last night." Under the cover of night, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Intercontinental Apartments community. Qin Feng had no choice but to pick up the sleeping Qin Xiaotong, carry her on his shoulders, and send her back to Chu Luo's apartment. After all, he was a baby weighing more than 30 kilograms, and Chu Luo had thin arms and legs, so he couldn't hold him. 4 people walked into the community, took the elevator, and opened the door with their fingerprints. Click, click, click. Chu Luo turned on all the lights in the loft. I'm back. I'm so tired. Chu Luo said after coming back. Mom, I'm sleepy and I want to sleep. Qin Xiaofan said, yawning. Look at you, your whole body is covered with nail paint, it's a mess, take a shower. Chu Luo ordered. Oh, I want to take a bath with my mother. Qin Xiaofan said. What? You're such a big kid, and you still take a bath with your mother? Chu Luo was surprised. My future self will not educate my children like this, right? But Mom, you have to wash my hair. Qin Xiaofan said. Okay, I'll wash your hair. Your hair is as thick as your mother's. I'll wash it for you. As he said that, Chu Luo pulled Qin Xiaofan into the bathroom. Qin Feng held Qin Xiaotong in his arms, walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, and gently placed the chubby little baby on the bed. The 5-year-old girl rolled over on the bed, crawled a little, and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. Qin Feng smiled and touched the child's face. It seemed that the younger the child, the cuter he was. A 9-year-old child like Qin Xiaofan is not cute at all. She is only suitable for being urged to study hard. At the same time, the sound of water splashing was heard coming from the bathroom downstairs. It should be Chu Luo taking his eldest daughter to take a bath. Qin Feng was a little tipsy because he drank 2 bottles of beer. He actually lay on Chu Luo's bed and fell asleep next to Erbao. I don't know how long it took, but I heard the crisp chuckle of a girl next to my ear. Har har har, Dad got drunk and fell asleep next to my sister. Qin Xiaofan's voice came from my ear. Qin Feng forced himself to open his eyes and found that his eldest daughter, Qin Xiaofan, was wearing a pink nightgown and her face was very close to him. Just like a little Chu Luo. I fell asleep. Qin Feng sighed. Yes, Dad, are you drunk? Qin Xiaofan said with a smile. Qin Feng climbed up from the fragrant bed covered with pink sheets and looked. Chu Luo had already finished taking a bath and came back with his eldest daughter. Yes, classmate Qin Feng, you have occupied all our beds by yourself. Chu Luo said resentfully. Sorry, you guys go to sleep, I'm going back. Qin Feng climbed up from the bed and rubbed his eyes. Are you drunk? Why don't you sleep on the sofa on the 1st floor? Chu Luo said in a low voice. If Qin Feng really stayed to sleep. That was the first time in Chu Luo's life that a boy stayed overnight with her. Oh, I'm a little sorry. Especially since I was still wearing pajamas. Although he is the father of the children. Qin Feng said, No, I'm not drunk. Qin Feng stood up from the bed and stared blankly at Chu Luo in front of him. Oh, no. It is said that Chu Luo is the top campus beauty of Binhai University. But after a few days of contact, Qin Feng felt a little tired of Chu Luo. The main reason is that Chu Luo usually dresses very casually, with light blue jeans, a white t-shirt and a high ponytail. So in Binhai University, where all flowers bloom and compete for beauty, she cannot compete with those slutty green tea bitches. But now, after Chu Luo took a bath, her long black hair was still slightly wet and stuck to her smooth and sparkling shoulders. She was only wearing a round-necked pure white silk pajamas. 2 white arms like lotus roots were exposed. A pair of long, straight, white legs without any clothes on. Their whole body exudes a faint scent of shower gel or girlish fragrance. Qin Feng was drunk and suddenly became distracted and eager to make a move. His eyes moved around Chu Luo several times. Chu Luo saw Qin Feng's fiery gaze. A pretty face turned red in an instant. He whispered, "I thought you were gone, but I didn't know you were sleeping in our bed." What Chu Luo implied was, "If I knew you were still at home, I won't come out in my pajamas. Now, you can see it all, ha." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Sorry, I really have to leave." Qin Xiafan reluctantly pulled Qin Feng's arm and said, "Dad, don't leave. This bed can't accommodate you. Just sleep on the sofa on the first floor. Mom often punishes you by making you sleep on the sofa anyway." Qin Feng. Chu Luo. Qin Feng, Xiaofan, I have an early morning class tomorrow. This place is too far from our West District. Dad will come to see you tomorrow. Good night. Qin Xiaofan was reluctant to leave. Okay, Dad, good night. Qin Feng, well, good night. Chu Luo, then be careful on the road. You've been drinking. Don't ride the shared bike. Send me a message when you get back to the dormitory. Qin Feng, yeah, okay. So Qin Feng left Chu Luo's loft. After going downstairs, I breathed in the fresh air late at night. I unlocked a shared bike and rode back to the West District boys' dormitory. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay. Who would be willing to leave the warm loft, leave 2 biological children, leave a beautiful school beauty, and go back to his or her own cold and small boys' dormitory? But, after all, he and Chu Luo had only known each other for 2 days. Suddenly I remembered a sentence that Wang Dongliang always said. There is still a long way to go. Chu Luo was wearing a white round-neck pajamas, lying on the bed with Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong. The mother and daughter started a bedtime chat. Chu Luo smiled and said, "Xiaofan, before you traveled through time, did your mother often let your father sleep on the sofa?" Qin Xiaofan, sometimes Dad goes out to drink with Uncle Wang Dong at night, and when he comes back you don't allow Dad to enter the bedroom and make him sleep on the sofa in the living room. Chu Luo, har, Dad is so miserable. Qin Xiaofan, yes, but Mom dragged Dad in again in the middle of the night. Chu Luo. Qin Feng returned to the dormitory. Chapter 20. The paternity test is out. It was 10:30 in the evening when Qin Feng returned to dormitory 415. My roommate Wang Dongliang looked up from the bright computer screen. Due to playing Genshin Impact for other people for a long time, he has to wear 600-degree myopia glasses. When Qin Feng passed by him to go to the toilet, Wang Dongliang's dog nose was activated. Wang Dongliang quickly sniffed Qin Feng's body and found many suspicious points. "Qin Feng, something's wrong with you." "What's wrong with me?" "You are a person who goes to evening self-study every day, but you came back empty-handed today." "Yes, I didn't go to evening study." "Then why did you go?" "Secret." "I smell a woman's scent on you, are you acting like a lapdog?" "No. I will never be a bootlicker. A bootlicker will never die a good death." "I smell hot pot on you. Are you going out to eat hot pot?" "Without me?" "Sorry, I'll take you there next time. Xiong Miao is here. It's pretty delicious. There's a group purchase. I can smell yogurt on you. You're such a grown man, and you still eat yogurt." "Food for my daughter." "Do you remember my 5-year-old daughter?" "Bullshit, your 5-year-old daughter. You gave birth to her when you were a senior in high school. Tell me the truth, where have you been?" "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Chu Luo and I went to eat hot pot, and my 5-year-old daughter is ours." Qin Feng had no choice but to tell the truth. "Damn, will you die if you don't brag?" "Wait a minute, come here." Wang Dongliang waved his hand to Qin Feng. After brushing his teeth and washing his face on the balcony, Qin Feng came over and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Dongliang stretched out his hand and pulled out a long hair from Qin Feng's collar. Wang Dongliang stared at it carefully under the fluorescent light in the dormitory, stretching and straightening the long hair with both hands. Obviously, it was a girl's long hair, more than 2 feet long. It suits Chu Luo's waist-length hair very well. Qin Feng also saw it, snatched it away and threw it away. It is probably because when he was sleeping on Chu Luo's bed, his collar got stained with Chu Luo's long hair, which is reasonable. You really went out with a woman? Wang Dongliang said with great sorrow. Yes, I said Chu Luo and I went to eat hot pot. Qin Feng told the truth. No way. You hooked up with Chu Luo from the Foreign Languages College? Wang Dongliang asked in disbelief. Yes. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Why am I so unconvinced? How can you believe that? Next time, if you bring Chu Luo back to dormitory for 15 to spend the night, I will believe it. Bet, what do you think if I bring her back? I'll give you $1,000. Okay, come on, say it again into my phone and I'll record it for you. I, Wang Dongliang, am willing to accept the loss. If Qin Feng takes Chu Luo back to dormitory for 15 to spend the night, I will lose 1,000 renminbi to Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened the WeChat dialogue box between the two people, recorded the sentence in voice recording, and then sent it to the other party. Qin Feng laughed, I'll make you lose everything. Wang Dongliang, no, I have to add one more clause. I'll give you a deadline. You must bring Chu Luo back within a week, otherwise you will lose 1,000 yuan to me. Qin Feng, okay. Wang Dongliang, are you willing to accept defeat? Qin Feng, I'll admit defeat. As he said that, Qin Feng flipped over and jumped onto the bed on the second floor. Just then, his phone started vibrating. Qin Feng opened it and saw a message from Chu Luo. Have you arrived at the dormitory? Qin Feng immediately replied, arrived. Chu Luo, that's good. Good night. Qin Feng, send me photos of the two kids. Chu Luo, picture. Picture. Qin Feng, these two kids are so cute. Chu Luo, yes. Qin Feng, send me another photo of you. Chu Luo. Qin Feng, smiling face. I mean, you look cute in your pajamas today. Chu Luo, do you like my pajamas? Qin Feng, yes. Chu Luo, picture. Qin Feng was extremely surprised when he saw the picture. I thought Chu Luo really sent me a beautiful photo of himself wearing white round neck pajamas. Then you must save it and enjoy it. But when he opened it, he found that she had taken off Chu Luo's pajamas and hung them on the back of the chair. Chu Luo took a photo of the pajamas. Qin Feng replied. Chu Luo, smile and wink good night. Qin Feng, good night. There is no class the next day. When Chu Luo woke up, he found that his eldest daughter and youngest daughter were sleeping in the same bed. She was squeezed into a corner of the bed by the two children, like a small country that had lost its sovereignty and was humiliated. She smiled slightly and got ready to prepare lessons for the training center. Not long after I sat down, I received a call from the hospital. Hello, the results of the paternity test are out. Please come and pick them up within 3 days. Okay, thanks. Chu Luo's heart began to beat fast. She is now very sure that these two babies are hers. It just needs a scientific basis to confirm it in the end. If this is true, then this world is amazing. Of course, when she was a child, she read folk tales and legends such as the story of the reborn man. It can be said that there is nothing strange in the world. Chu Luo immediately called Qin Feng. Hello. The paternity test is out. Oh, shall we go get it? Well, wait at the entrance of the affiliated hospital. We'll be there in about half an hour. Good. Qin Feng got up from the bed, his mind still a little confused. To be honest, suddenly I had 2 daughters. Suddenly, the campus beauty of Binhai University became the mother of his 2 children. No boy can accept such a large amount of information. Qin Feng couldn't imagine how he would have any interactions with Chu Luo in the future. He got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, combed his hair, shaved, and put on clean clothes. Then I rode a shared bicycle to the entrance of Binhai University affiliated hospital. Not long after, a tall, beautiful girl with fair skin was seen from afar, holding a bigger girl in her left hand and a little girl in her right hand. The 3 of them seemed to be playing some kind of frying bin game, and they came over skipping and jumping. Today Chu Luo wore a grey short skirt, a white top, and her long hair was loose, and she looked like a goddess. It was the first time Qin Feng saw Chu Luo dressed like this and he was a little dazed. Chu Luo saw Qin Feng in a daze, smiled slightly, stretched out his finger and waved it in front of him, and said with a smile, "What are you daydreaming about? You look beautiful today." "TSK, when have I not been beautiful?" Chu Luo said proudly with his chin raised. "That's right. After all, I'm the most beautiful girl in Bin University," Qin Feng said. Chu Luo suddenly felt that her conversation with Qin Feng was a bit ambiguous. This feeling was very similar to the romantic idol TV dramas she liked when she was in junior high school. Very sweet. The two men, each holding a daughter, entered the affiliated hospital and went to the genetics department. They scanned the QR code on a machine and received two A4-sized sheets of printed paternity test results. It says, according to Mendel's law of inheritance, it supports that Qin Xiaofan and Chu Luo are related by blood, and it supports that Qin Xiaotong and Chu Luo are related by blood. Another A4 paper fully supports the blood relationship between Qin Xiaofan, Qin Xiaotong, and Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Chu Luo looked at each other. It makes no difference. They are the biological parents of these two children. Qin Feng, Chu University Campus Bell, what do you think? Chu Luo, I only have one idea. Qin Feng, what? Chu Luo, why did you have so many different lovers in your previous life? Chapter 21, Love? Not even dogs talk. Qin Feng asked, what about you, Chu Luo? You suddenly have two children, what do you think? The beautiful Chu Luo stood in the busy hospital corridor. Look at the doctors rushing around, the sleep-deprived nurses, the patients staggering, and the family members carrying lunch boxes. Chu Luo's eyes were fixed, his mind was filled with thoughts, his heart was surging, and he couldn't control himself. Yeah, suddenly having two kids, what does she think? As a girl who has not had her period since puberty. As an unworthy descendant who has always been considered a jinx by his parents. Chu Luo thought this was a wonderful thing and a complete gift from God to her. Her biggest dream in life is to fall in love, get married and have children like ordinary people. Now fate suddenly played a joke on her and sent two children to her early. The great task of having a child has been accomplished and will no longer be a burden to her. How could she not be overjoyed? After Chu Luo thought about it, he felt that he had no problem at all, so he asked Qin Feng a question seriously. Student Qin Feng, I'm going to ask you a question now. You must think carefully and give me a true answer. It must be your true feelings. Qin Feng saw Chu Luo's serious expression, nodded and said, well, no problem, go ahead and ask. Chu Luo, think about it, two children came early, you have never been in a relationship, your emotional life is blank, you have not entered into marriage, you are not even a senior in college, you don't have a job yet, and you have to bear the burden of raising two children. Of course, I will share this burden with you. But, Qin Feng, will you regret it? After all, these two kids have deprived you of the opportunity to date other girls. Before you have touched the whole forest, a leaf blocks your view. Of course you can choose to give up. I can immediately disappear from your world with my two daughters. Qin Feng listened, and without thinking, he said angrily. Chu Luo, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't regret it. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong are my babies, so of course I have to live with them. I won't date other girls either. What's the point of dating? Even dogs don't even date. Chu Luo smiled slightly after hearing this, dating is like being a dog. Qin Feng nodded, yes, dating is bullshit. As the most handsome guy in the computer school, I don't even bother to date. But you've also lost the chance to date other boys, so don't regret it. Chu Luo imitated Qin Feng's tone and said arrogantly, TSK, who's in love? Even dogs don't. Qin Feng, okay, then everything is simple. I will not date other girls. I want to be with my babies, so there is no regret at all. After listening to Qin Feng's words, Chu Luo felt that there was ambiguity in his words. He said he wanted to be with his babies. I don't know if these babies include me. Chu Luo also swore, okay, then the problem becomes simple. I won't date other boys. I will spend all my time taking care of my two children. Qin Feng, well, that's no problem. He didn't know why, but after the paternity test came out, what they had just said seemed like a confession of love to each other. Swearing to each other not to date others can also be considered a confession of love. After the conversation just now, Chu Luo almost curled his lips, but fortunately he suppressed it. Next, they took the paternity test to the director of the genetics department and got a bright red official seal. Then this piece of paper will have legal effect, and the household registration police station will recognize its legality. Then Qin Feng asked DeepSeek a question: can children with illegal household registration apply for household registration? DeepSeek: yes. Bring your parents' household registration ID card and marriage certificate, and your child's paternity test, and you can go to the police station to apply for household registration. If your parents do not have a marriage certificate, you need to get a certificate of singleness and an explanation of non-marital birth, and go to the police station to fill out the Re-Record Population Information Review form. Qin Feng and Chu Luo took a look and found the procedures too complicated. Chu Luo encouraged him, don't be discouraged. Just do it one by one. You will eventually get it done. Then your two babies can go to school and they will no longer be unregistered. Qin Feng: well, the most troublesome thing is to ask my parents for the household registration booklet. Chu Luo nodded, yes, their household registration book is the most troublesome. Think of a way to trick them into sending it over. You can't just say that you are registering a household registration for their grandson. Aren't you afraid that your parents will have a heart attack? Qin Feng: yes, I have an idea. I will trick them into sending the household registration booklet to me. Chu Luo: yeah. Qin Feng: Chu University Campus Beauty, you are worse than me. Chu Luo. Qin Feng found a quiet place and called his mother, Zhao Cue. Qin Feng picked up the phone and called out, Mom. Qin Xiaotong, who was standing next to her, shouted in a baby voice, Grandma. Chu Luo and Qin Xiaofan quickly covered Qin Xiaotong's mouth. Zhao Kui: well, son, how are you doing recently? Who's calling me grandma? Qin Feng: no one. Mom, quickly transfer 10,000 yuan to me. Urgent as ordered. Zhao Kui: are you crazy? What do you want 10,000 yuan for? Qin Feng: Mom, this is it. Isn't Australia going to return to the motherland soon? Our school can apply to build Australia. I have to sign up for an IELTS test first. I can go if I get a score of 5. Also, send your household registration booklet to me so that I can apply for Australian household registration. I will go there first, and then move you two here. From now on, we will be Australians, not Shanher for provinces. Zhao Kui: son, what are you talking about? Australia or Macau? Qin Feng: Mom, don't you know? Our warships have already arrived in Australia. Australia is planning to merge with our country, so it has opened up its immigration policy. Please send me the household registration book first, and then transfer me 10,000 yuan for the household registration fee. The police station needs it. Zhao Kui: oh my god, if you need living expenses, just tell Mom and I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you. Don't you need to spend a lot of money after graduation? Qin Feng: yes, 2,000 is too little, how about 5,000? Zhao Kui: 3,000 at most, no more. If you have a girlfriend, I can give you an extra 1,000 at my discretion. Qin Feng said quickly, yes, I have a girlfriend, please give me another 1,000. Mom, it's very expensive to chase girls now. It costs 1,000 yuan to go out on a date. Come on, Mom, give me some money, and I will bring you a daughter-in-law during the Chinese New Year. Chu Luo rolled his eyes after hearing this. The last time you went to Wonder Plaza, did you spend a penny? Besides, who wants to go to your house during the New Year? Didn't I say that? Dating? Even dogs don't talk about it. Chapter 22, if there are conditions, go ahead. If there are no conditions, create them. Zhao Kui: do you really have a girlfriend? Qin Feng: he really has a girlfriend. Zhao Kui: you are kidding. What's the girl's name? Is she pretty? What department is she in? Where is she from? How long have you known each other? Do you get along well? What does her family do? Your father and I are both in the labor union. We like girls from scholarly families who know a little about music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Qin Feng: she is the campus beauty of the foreign languages department, a girl from the south. She is very pretty, gentle and quiet, beautiful and intelligent, and she sings beautifully. Please transfer the money quickly. Zhao Kui was overjoyed when she heard this and said, okay, don't treat her badly, treat her to more meals, and don't be stingy when you're out there. Mom will give you money right away. Be careful when you date and don't cause any accidents. Qin Feng, no problem, thank you, Mom. By the way, please send the household registration booklet as well. Zhao Kui, what do you need the household registration book for? Are you going to get married? No, bye. Qin Feng, hello. Hello? Hello. My mother hung up the phone anyway. Not long after, WeChat received a transfer of 4,000 yuan. Qin Feng immediately clicked to receive, and with a ding-dong sound, 4,000 yuan was deposited into his account. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong both jumped up happily. Yeah, Grandma gave us pocket money, Dad, we want to buy toys. Qin Feng, go, the money Grandma sent me is for me to spend on piano lessons and roller skating lessons for you, and for buying food and feeding you two little guys, right? Qin Xiaofan felt wronged, oh. Qin Xiaotong frowned and said, oh. Chu Luo's expression was as calm as a lake, you asked your parents for money, but you had to mention me. Qin Feng smiled and said, who said I mentioned you? Did I say your name? Chu Luo said slowly, you said the foreign language department campus beauty. Qin Feng, did I say which university? There are so many universities, so many foreign language colleges, and so many campus beauties in China. Chu Luo, ignore you. Qin Feng, okay, now it's time to watch your performance. Chu Luo hesitated for a moment. He didn't want Qin Feng to listen to his phone call. But she had just overheard Qin Feng's phone call, so she refused to admit defeat. Her family atmosphere seemed far less harmonious than that of Qin Feng's. To be honest, she hasn't called home for a long time. She never asked her family for living expenses. Their first-class scholarship was basically enough for her to spend. Occasionally I translate for others to earn some extra money, which is enough for me to spend. If it weren't for the need for the household registration book, Chu Luo might have only called home during the Mid-Autumn Festival. There are only two reasons. First, Chu Luo's parents love his elder brother the most and think that his elder brother is the pillar of the family, so all family policies are tilted towards his elder brother. Second, if Chu Luo doesn't have her period, she probably won't be able to get married in the future and won't be able to earn back the bride price, so this girl has been raised in vain. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde. The call rang for a long time and finally got through. Hello, Mom. Both sides were silent for a long time, and no one was willing to speak first. Finally, Chu Luo decided to get straight to the point and get down to business. Mom, please send my household registration booklet over here. Household registration book, what for? I want to take the civil service exam, and I need to see the political review. Oh. Well, that's it. You still haven't come yet. You are useless. You are useless. Beep 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 tilde 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 tilde. The call was hung up. Qin Feng looked at Chu Luo in surprise and found that the conversation between mother and daughter was frighteningly cold. Moreover, she hung up the phone for no reason, without saying goodbye or taking care, or asking if the living expenses were sufficient. It was completely unlike the mother-daughter conversation I remembered. Then tears welled up in Chu Luo's big eyes. The 9-year-old Qin Xiaofan didn't pay much attention, but the 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong was a very clever girl. She quickly pulled Chu Luo down and made Chu Luo squat on the ground. Qin Xiaotong used her two fat hands to wipe away her mother's tears and almost gouged Chu Luo's eyeballs. Mom, why are you crying? Let me comfort you. Qin Xiaotong said, hugging Chu Luo with her short arms. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Chu Luo burst into tears and hugged his 5-year-old daughter tightly. I didn't expect that the person who was best at comforting me in this world was my little daughter. She is simply a little angel given to me by God. Mom, I love you the most. I love you too, baby, woo. I love you twice. I love you 3 times. I love you infinitely, Mom. Yeah. Chu Luo hugged his little daughter tightly and cried, wiping his tears on Qin Xiaotong's shoulders. She didn't know that this conversation would be a common one they would have one day in the future after watching the cartoon, Tangled. Seeing this, the eldest daughter also hugged her mother's neck and cried, "Mom, have you been wronged? Mom, don't cry." The mother, her two daughters, squatted on the ground and cried together. Chu Luo cried for a while and suddenly thought to himself, "Damn it, why am I crying? If your period doesn't come, then don't come. I already gave birth to two babies." Ha 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 ha. Chu Luo suddenly wanted to laugh again, and he laughed out loud. Hearing this, Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong also started laughing. Qin Feng had no idea what was going on and was completely confused. What is going on? Qin Feng wanted to ask for details, but saw that Chu Luo didn't seem to want to share. It seemed like she was hiding a secret and hadn't planned to tell him yet. Just then, Qin Feng's cell phone rang again. Qin Feng's father, Qin Jinwei, called and spoke in a serious tone. "Hello, Dad. Your mother said that your principal has inside information that our country is going to occupy Australia, and you want to immigrate there. Is that what my mother told you? Listen carefully, kid. China is a country of etiquette and will never take the initiative to invade other countries. We are peace lovers. Dad, we need to change our old ideas. Now, Australian fighter jets are harassing the South China Sea, the United States is trying to swallow up the Maple Leaf country, and the Bear country is trying to swallow up its neighbor. Our warships are going to Sydney for live-fire military exercises. The next step is to immigrate 500 million people there to build the country. We will turn the overabundant rabbits into spicy rabbit heads, the overabundant kangaroos into red oil kangaroos, and we will mine the iron ore in Australia to build our motherland. You are isolated from the news in your hometown and don't know anything. Is there such a thing? Yes. Then you don't need your household registration booklet. Oh, isn't this a political review? Qin Feng remembered Chu Luo's rhetoric and put it into practice. Oh, okay, I'll send it to you right away. Thank you, Dad. Oh, son, I have one more thing to say. What? You got a girlfriend? Yes. Father has only one word. What? Have a baby soon. Your grandmother is 80 years old and wants to have a great-grandson. So, if you have the conditions, you should have it. If you don't have the conditions, you should create them and have it. Qin Feng. Chapter 23 Family Outfits. Qin Feng and Chu Luo left Binhai University-affiliated hospital with their two children. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. When passing by a children's clothing store, Chu Luo's attention was immediately attracted by some exquisite children's clothes in the window. Those little skirts were brightly colored and cute in style, and they seemed to have magic that made her unable to move away. Chu Luo's heart softened, her maternal love overflowing, and she thought about buying some new clothes for her two precious daughters. So, she held the hands of one child each. The two kids jumped and followed their mother into the children's clothing store. This is a children's clothing store with high-end decoration, bright lighting, neatly displayed items, and a faint fragrance in the air. The two middle-aged female salespeople smiled warmly. "Welcome, take your pick." Suddenly, they saw a beautiful young girl with a graceful figure, coming in with two children. The two saleswomen's eyes widened. Wow, the two girls look like dolls. They look just like their mother. They are just like two peas in a pod. The two sisters look alike too. How big is their age difference? Chu Luo was always cold and reserved, but at this moment his brows were full of pride, 4 years difference. The female salesperson looked envious. Wow, I envy you for having two daughters. Let me tell you, beautiful girl, having daughters is good. Daughters are the sweetest little cotton-padded jackets for their mothers. You are so lucky to have two little cotton-padded jackets. To be honest, my son has ignored me now. After hearing this, Chu Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling very happy in his heart. She felt that having Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong was a gift from God, and her life was complete. She glanced at Qin Feng with a glimpse of her eyes, and said with a bit of pride, "Look how good I am at giving birth." Qin Feng, TSK, can you give birth without me? Chu Luo, what does it have to do with you? Qin Feng. Female salesperson. What Chu Luo meant was that even though she and Qin Feng had not yet gotten together, two children had already jumped out of the stone. Qin Feng did not help in this process. But the saleswoman thought, forget it, let us not talk about it. Two children were jumping and choosing children's clothing in the children's clothing store. At this time, 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong took her sister's hand. Pointing to a red sweatshirt, he said in a baby voice, "Mom, I like this one, it has a milk dragon." It was a red sweatshirt with a cartoon dragon pattern printed on it, which looked lively and cute. The saleswoman immediately smiled and introduced, "This is the parent-child outfit in our store. There are 4 pieces for mom, dad, and 2 children. It is co-branded with Milk Dragon and is very popular. Look, beautiful lady, do you want to buy 1 piece for the whole family?" Chu Luo shook his head, "A family of 4. Forget it." Qin Feng said with great interest, "Take it out and let me see it." The saleswoman immediately brought out 4 dragon sweatshirts in different sizes. She tried them on Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong first. The 2 little ones put on the new clothes and turned around excitedly in front of the mirror. The milk dragon pattern seemed to come alive, making them even more adorable. The saleswoman was full of praise. "Oh, they are so pretty. They are just like 2 little princesses. The little one looks like a mixed race, and the big one looks exactly like her mother. They are so pretty." Which parent doesn't like to hear the salesperson praise their child? Chu Luo had already made up his mind to buy it. The main reason is that the 2 salesmen are too good at praising the children. We should give them a dozen more salesmen like this. "Yes, you praise my child, so I buy clothes from your house, very beaver." Qin Feng also put on the extra large light grey milk dragon sweatshirt. He looked in the mirror and raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't he expect that I would look so stylish in clothes with cartoon patterns? Cool, handsome, and cool. The 2 daughters immediately surrounded him, one hugged one of his legs, tilted their heads back, and shouted sweetly, "Daddy is so handsome." Chu Luo looked at the tall and handsome Qin Feng in the mirror, and couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. She looked at Qin Feng's clothes carefully and silently memorized the size of his clothes. She secretly planned that she would take charge of Qin Feng's clothes in the future. Qin Feng should be dressed handsomely, not like those boys in the computer department who have no taste in dressing. The saleswoman looked at the 2 daughters pestering their father Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, look how happy your husband and children are. Buy it? New products are on sale, 520 yuan. Chu Luo nodded after hearing the appraisal, "Buy. I'll scan the code." Qin Feng was surprised, "Didn't you just say you didn't want to buy it?" Chu Luo looked up, "Is it not okay for me to buy it now? I have already scanned the code, you are not allowed to take it off, you just keep wearing it." There was a hint of teasing and arrogance in Chu Luo's tone, and she herself didn't even know she had this side of herself. Qin Feng asked with a smile, "You asked me and the child to wear it, why don't you wear it? There is also a mother's sweatshirt here, it's red, it looks good on you, and it shows your figure." Chu Luo shook his head and pretended to be disgusted and said, "It's too red, I'm not used to wearing red, you 3 can wear it, you are so childish, just like your 2 daughters." Chu Luo smiled and said that sometimes he felt Qin Feng was like his own son. "That's right, raise him as your son." In the end, Chu Luo rushed to scan the code and pay, a total of 520 yuan. This number also seems to carry some special meaning. Chu Luo felt that this number symbolized something and was particularly auspicious, so she had to pay for it. Next, Chu Luo will report to the training center. The training center called yesterday and she is going to pick up some information today. Usually, Chu Luo takes the subway to this training center alone. But today, Qin Feng and the children said they wanted to go with her. "Mom, let's go with you and cheer you up," said Qin Xiaofan, the 9-year-old eldest daughter sensibly. "Yes, Mom, it will be so lonely for you to go alone." Qin Xiaotong, the 5-year-old daughter, also echoed in a baby voice. "Yes, Chu Luo, the children and I will go with you." Qin Feng's voice was low and gentle. A warm feeling surged in Chu Luo's heart. Really, she is used to being alone. Going to and from class alone, eating in the cafeteria alone, living alone in a rented house alone, and handling all the trivial matters in life alone. Suddenly, there are 3 more people in my life with whom I have formed a bond. This feeling is both strange and warm. She recalled the time when she squeezed into the subway alone, rode the bus alone, and rushed to catch the train alone while dragging her suitcase. Those lonely moments seemed to have become a distant past. And now, she has a family, companionship, and people with whom she can share her joys and sorrows. There is always a lot of hustle and bustle around him, and you can't drive them away, especially Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Chu Luo's eyes became slightly moist. She squeezed the two children's hands and nodded gently. Okay, you go with mom. A family of four walked into the subway station hand in hand. There were a lot of people in the subway car, and it was extremely crowded. The Binhai subway is never not crowded, after all, it is a first-tier city in the country. Qin Feng is 1.85 meters tall. He held his 5-year-old daughter in his right hand and let her sit on his right arm. With his other hand, he tightly grasped the subway railing, protecting his wife and daughter in front of him. Their 9-year-old eldest daughter Qin Xiaofan tightly grasped the corner of her father's clothes, her small body nestled beside her father, and her hands around Qin Feng's waist. Chu Luo looked at the current situation and simply grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve. In this case, she leaned lightly on Qin Feng. Well, quite intimate. Chu Luo thought it was convenient to pull Qin Feng's sleeve. At the same time, the child can be protected without having to stretch his arms to grab the subway handrail. Qin Feng glanced at Chu Luo beside him. The campus beauty from Binhai University seemed sleepy. Her long eyelashes fell down, her eyes were slightly closed, and she leaned lightly on Qin Feng. She seemed to be feeling the sense of security coming from Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked down at his wife and daughter beside him, a strong sense of responsibility welling up in his heart. He felt like a big tree, protecting his family from wind and rain and guarding their happiness. 15 minutes later, the subway arrived at the station and the family walked out of the subway station. Outside is a bustling commercial street with people coming and going, and the noise of traffic. Chu Luo pointed to a 6-story building and said, "The training center is right here. I'll go in and complete the registration procedures. You guys find a place to wait for me." "Well, goodbye, Mom," Qin Xiaofan said. "Mom, we're waiting for you. See you later," Qin Xiaotong said. "Okay, go ahead. I'll take the kids out for some fun," Qin Feng said. "Look, there's a KFC next door." Qin Xiaotong suddenly pointed at a KFC store and said. The two daughters were attracted by a KFC shop with bright red decorations next door and clamored for egg tarts. Qin Feng said to Chu Luo, "Go ahead, the kids and I will be waiting for you at the KFC at the door." Chu Luo nodded, "Well, I will come out after I report and eat with you, wait for me." Chu Luo instructed, and followed the crowd into the training center's office building. Following the crowd, Chu Luo had a strange feeling. It's a very heartwarming feeling to go out into the society and work hard while having your family waiting for you outside. Qin Feng looked at Chu Luoqian's beautiful figure with long hair as she disappeared into the crowd. I think this girl's waist-to-hip ratio is really shocking. Chapter 24 at KFC. Qin Feng brought his two children into KFC. The place is decorated in a modern and bright style, making it a trendy place. In fact, Qin Feng basically doesn't come here unless he gets the big discount on Thursday. But it was obvious that the two daughters were fascinated by this place and were very familiar with it. This means that in the future, Qin Feng and Chu Luo will often bring their two children to KFC. As soon as Qin Xiaofan entered the door, he said excitedly, "Dad, I want to eat egg tarts." Qin Xiaotong pleaded, "Dad, 9 treasures juice." Who can resist a little Chu Luo and a little doll? Qin Feng pinched Qin Xiaofan's face and broke it, thinking that this half-grown child was Chu Luo when he was a child. I have a vision of being Chu Luo's father. Qin Feng patted Qin Xiaotong's head lovingly again and said, okay, you are the little ancestor, whatever you say is fine." The two daughters sat on their high stools with their legs swinging, smiling. Qin Feng used his mobile phone to search for the KFC app and ordered 6 egg tarts, 2 cups of Jujian juice, and a plate of French fries. In one corner of KFC is a children's play area with a small slide and a 5-year-old boy playing in it. Qin Xiaotong, who is also 5 years old, asked, "Dad, can I go in and play with the kids?" Qin Feng nodded, "Well, be careful." Qin Xiaofan volunteered, "Dad, I'll go take care of my sister." Qin Feng, you are so good. As they spoke, the two daughters walked hand in hand into the children's play area and chatted with the little boy. The little boy pointed at the Super Wings cartoon character on the slide and introduced it to Qin Xiaofan. "This is Letty, this is Juo, this is Kufei, and this is Xiaowai." A young woman dressed elegantly was sitting on a seat next to the children's play area. She was playing with her phone and said with a smile, son, the little girl doesn't like super wings. Qin Xiaotong said to the exquisite young woman, I like it. I watched the cartoon, Super Wings, when I was a child, and I liked Xiao Ari in it. The exquisite young woman looked at Qin Xiaotong and couldn't help but smile. Women are like this, they will smile when they see a beautiful child. Men usually don't react when they see pretty children. Oh, little boy, you are so cute, like a doll. The exquisite young woman said with a smile. Yeah, I look like my mother. Qin Xiaotong said seriously with her big eyes open. Har har, really? Then your mother must be very beautiful. The exquisite young woman smiled. Yes, my father is handsome, my mother is beautiful, but my sister is the prettiest. Qin Xiaotong said seriously. In her heart, her sister is the most beautiful person in the world and the person she admires the most. Customer at 0239, please pick up your meal, someone at the KFC counter shouted. Qin Feng went to the counter to get his food and came back, and sat down in the children's play area. Fan Fan, sister, come and eat the egg tarts, stop playing. Oh. The two daughters came out wearing shoes. The exquisite young woman talked to Qin Feng and said, how old are your two daughters? Qin Feng, yes. One is 5 years old, and the other is 9 years old. The young woman enviously said, it's great that the elder sister can take care of the younger sister, and the adults don't have to be tired. It's not like me, I am exhausted taking care of the children. Qin Feng, it's okay. But the two girls buy toys, beads, bracelets, stickers every day, and the house is a mess. The young woman smiled and said, do you want to have a son? The house is full of airplanes, cannons, tanks and cars. Qin Feng thought about it and realized that he actually wanted to have a son. If you have a son, you can assemble a train together, buy imitation guns together, and play football with your son. However, now that I have two daughters, I may never have the chance to buy the remote control car I wanted to buy when I was a child. The last time he bought toys, he asked his two daughters if they wanted remote controlled cars. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong both shook their heads and said that remote controlled cars were boring. Qin Feng sighed with regret. I really want to go back and discuss with Chu Luo and ask her if I can have another son. At this time, of course, he didn't know that Chu Luo had never had her period. And Chu Luo had no intention of telling Qin Feng about this. After all, they are not familiar with each other. So Qin Feng smiled and said, I don't mind having cars and guns all over my house. The exquisite young woman smiled and said, do you want to change? I really want to have a daughter. It would be great if I could have a daughter as beautiful as you. Alas. As she spoke, the exquisite young woman couldn't help but pinch Qin Xiaotong's face. We also ordered 3 ice creams, one for each of the 3 children. Qin Xiaotong expressed her gratitude to the exquisite young woman on behalf of her sister. Thank you, Auntie, you are very beautiful. Qin Xiaofan is more introverted and reserved, and has a personality very similar to Chu Luo. The young lady was overjoyed when she heard this and said, Sister, your little mouth is really good at talking. Chu Luo was interviewed by the Dean of Academic Affairs in an office at the training center. The Dean of Academic Affairs is a shrewd and capable middle-aged woman with short hair. She looked through Chu Luo's resume and said with a smile, Teacher Chu Luo is very good. I receive the first-class scholarship from the School of Foreign Languages every year. And your trial teaching went very well. The students gave you full marks and asked to take your class. We plan to arrange 3 lessons for you on Wednesday evening and 3 lessons on Sunday afternoon. The fee is 200 yuan. You will be in charge of teaching the senior high school reading comprehension course, which is also your best subject. The class will start next week. Do you have any more questions? Chu Luo felt that the tuition fee had met her expectations. That means she can earn 1,200 yuan a week. You can earn 4,800 yuan a month. And it only takes up Wednesday evening and Sunday afternoon, so it's very efficient. Chu Luo smiled and said, Well, thank you Director Zhao, I have no problem. The director smiled and said, Okay, Teacher Chu Luo, you can go now. Oh, by the way, regarding your attire, you'd better dress like a teacher. You look like a college student now. Chu Luo, I'm a senior student. Oh, if nothing unexpected happens next year, I'll be a graduate student. Director, so, now that you are halfway into society, you need to dress like a professional. Chu Luo nodded, Yeah, I understand, I will prepare it now, thank you, director. Director, well, bye. Chu Luo left the director's office. Go to the front desk of the training center to get teaching materials and teaching materials. I met another boy named Zhao Mingxian, who was responsible for teaching composition. The boy greeted Chu Luo and said, "Hi, beautiful girl, we'll be colleagues from now on." Chu Luo nodded without commenting, and his cold and aloof temperament that kept people at a distance returned. The girl at the front desk of the company wearing black frames laughed and said, "You two are the new teachers in this batch. Please help each other and communicate more in the future." Zhao Mingxian and Chu Luo had an interview together a few days ago. At that time, I was shocked by Chu Luo's beauty. I hope that Chu Luo and I can succeed in getting the job. Increase the chances of contact, or even have a relationship or something. I didn't expect my dream to come true today. Zhao Mingxian took out his phone and smiled at Chu Luo. "Yes, Teacher Chu, please add a contact number." But Chu Luo smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "Sorry, my husband won't let me." Chapter 25, Accompanying the Heroine to Buy Clothes. Zhao Mingxian asked in surprise, "You have a husband?" Chu Luo smiled and said, "Why can't I have a husband? Nowadays, all girls have husbands, so why can't I have one?" When saying this, Chu Luo's mind appeared the handsome figure of Qin Feng, and his face turned slightly red. Zhao Mingxian nodded. "The prettier the girl, the easier it is for her to have a boyfriend," he said. "Oh, yes, which girl doesn't have a boyfriend nowadays?" "Sorry, I was presumptuous." Chu Luo argued vigorously, "No, I don't have a boyfriend, I have a husband." Zhao Mingxian was surprised. "Aren't you a senior student? How come you have a husband?" In order to stop the male teachers at the training center from harassing him, just go all the way to the end, saying, "Come with me." Chu Luo and the girl at the front desk took their own textbooks and teaching aids, taking Zhao Mingxian out of the training center building. I walked all the way to the KFC next door and went inside. Chu Luo saw Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong playing on the slide in the children's area. Qin Feng was chatting with a young woman. Chu Luo's pretty face changed. "Good job, Qin Feng. It's yours." He was actually talking to a young woman. Chu Luo took his information bag and walked behind Qin Feng. He hit Qin Feng hard on the head. Qin Feng turned around in surprise, only to find that the charming Chu Luo had returned. You finished the interview?" Chu Luo didn't even look at Qin Feng, nor did he answer. She took off her sneakers, went into the children's toy area, and hugged Qin Xiaotong excitedly. "You too, do you miss your mother?" Chu Luo said. "Mom, you're back." Qin Xiaotong shouted in surprise. This 5-year-old kid is like this, he is full of affection every time he sees Chu Luo. It was like meeting again after a long separation. Qin Xiaofan also rushed over and hugged Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled and hugged the two children, and asked with a smile, "Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Why doesn't Daddy play with you? Did Daddy buy you food? Do you want Mommy to buy you something else?" The tone of voice sounded as if Qin Feng had abused them. Qin Xiaofan jumped and said, "Dad bought us egg tarts and drinks." Qin Xiaotong also jumped and said, "Dad bought me Juice. Chu Luo, would you like to have a hamburger? Would you like to have a banana pie? Would you like to have New Orleans chicken wings? Mommy has made money, so she'll treat us. Eat, eat, eat." The two daughters jumped up excitedly. It is said that Zhao Mingxian followed Chu Luo all the way into KFC. I was surprised to think that Chu Luo wanted to eat a burger with me. Unexpectedly, Chu Luo went straight to the children's play area after he arrived. First, he hit a handsome boy on the head with his information bag. Then she hugged two children who looked exactly like her. Don't mention it, that 9.5-year-old little girl really looks like a little Chu Luo. The 5-year-old girl was as beautiful as a doll. Zhao Mingxian widened his eyes when he saw the situation in front of him. I silently shouted in my heart, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." But seeing Chu Luo and Qin Feng's impolite attitude, it didn't seem like they were pretending. The two children couldn't pretend to call Chu Luo mom. So Chu Luo already has a handsome husband like Qin Feng, and two children. Zhao Mingxian, Teacher Chu, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Chu Luo smiled, "Goodbye, Teacher Zhao." I thought that Zhao Mingxian would definitely tell all her colleagues that she had a husband and children when she returned. Then when I work at the training center in the future, I will be less harassed by middle-aged, young, and old male teachers. Well, that's convenient. But the exquisite young woman saw Chu Luo coming back. At first glance, I can tell that this is the mother of 2 children. She silently marveled at Chu Luo's beauty. I am even more amazed that this mother of 2 children is so slim and has such good skin without even a single nasolabial fold. The exquisite young woman was sad and ashamed of herself, and silently called her son to leave. He didn't even have the courage to speak to Chu Luo face to face. I felt like I was being attacked by Chu Luo. 8,233 customers, please pick up your food. The KFC counter called out. Chu Luo turned around and said to Qin Feng, go get the food, tell me my phone number. Qin Feng touched his hit head and didn't know why Chu Luo hit him. He was just exchanging parenting tips with other mothers. Could it be that Chu Luo was jealous? TSK, Chu Luo, you are the school belle, why are you jealous of a young woman? I am not Mengder, I don't envy Mengder, and I will never become Mengder. Am I stupid for not wanting the top beauty of Binhai University? Har har. Qin Feng went to the counter to pick up the food and found that Chu Luo had ordered a lot of food. Chicken wings, hamburgers, cola, chicken nuggets, lao bei. Qin Feng came back with the plate and said, Chu Luo, are you crazy? Ordering so much. Chu Luo smiled, I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll order more and make you fat and big-eared. Qin Feng, why did you feed me fat? Chu Luo, lest you attract attention everywhere. Qin Feng. The 2 children happily enjoyed a KFC meal. Next. Chu Luo said he was going to buy clothes because he wanted to be a teacher in the future. I want to dress more maturely and get my hair permed. I can no longer wear a pair of washed jeans, a white t-shirt, and a high ponytail. You have to act like a teacher, not a college student. Qin Xiaofan, great, let's go shopping and buy some clothes for mom. Qin Xiaotong imitated her elder sister's words, great, buy clothes for mom, and buy toys for us. Qin Feng commented, Chu Luo, straight hair looks good. Long black hair suits your temperament. Chu Luo smiled, oh, you like long straight black hair. Qin Feng laughed, hee, yes, who doesn't like long straight black hair? Chu Luo frowned, I dress up for my students, not for you. Qin Feng. Because the training center itself is located in the downtown business district. So the family of four held hands and walked on the street. Chu Luo saw a boutique clothing store for men and women, so he took his little daughter's hand and walked in. Qin Feng took his 9-year-old daughter's hand and followed her in. On the way, Qin Feng secretly asked her eldest daughter, Fan Fan, what hairstyle will mom have in the future? Qin Xiaofan said with a smile, my mom, she has always had long black hair. She listens to my dad very much. If my dad says that I can't cut my hair, then I won't. If my dad says that I can't perm my hair, then I won't. My main goal is to look gentle and soft. Qin Feng laughed out loud. It turns out that Chu Luo is a guy who refuses to admit defeat. Chu Luo took his little daughter's hand and walked into the clothing store. First, I walked around the venue and looked at all the women's suits. A female salesperson followed Chu Luo and kept asking, what kind of clothes are you going to buy, beautiful lady? Chu Luo didn't say anything. He took Qin Xiaotong's hand and went to the men's clothing area again to look at men's clothes. Suddenly, she pointed to a few men's casual suits and said, hello, let the handsome guy over there try these on. I'll pay for them. The female salesperson looked back at Qin Feng, who was holding her daughter's hand, and said in surprise, good lady, you have good taste, these clothes are suitable for your husband. Chu Luo blushed when he heard this, who said he is my husband. Chapter 26 From now on, I will buy all your clothes. Qin Feng held his eldest daughter's hand and posed in front of a mirror. Suddenly, a middle-aged female salesperson smiled and brought 3 or 4 casual suits and jackets. There are black, gray, dark red, and dark green ones. Hello handsome guy, these coats were sent by a beautiful lady over there, try them on, she said she will pay for them. The saleswoman placed all the men's coats in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought, which beautiful lady is so polite? Looking back, Chu Luo was walking over with his little daughter. A smile is very charming. She is indeed a beauty. Chu Luo smiled, classmate Qin Feng, try it on. I helped you choose it. Qin Feng was puzzled. Chu University Campus Beauty, aren't you here to buy clothes for you this time? Why are you picking clothes for me? Besides, I'm not used to wearing this style. Chu Luo frowned and taught him, classmate Qin Feng, I have to dress more maturely in the future, so you have to match my appearance. Otherwise, you will look like my son when you walk beside me, and people will misunderstand you. Qin Feng. Pucci, Qin Xiefan beside him laughed. Under Chu Luo's strong request, Qin Feng had no choice but to try on those casual suits and jackets one by one for Chu Luo to see. Turn around, walk over, walk back. Chu Luo said. Do you think you are model instructor? Qin Feng said. Chu Luo looked at Qin Feng, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes shone. To be honest, Qin Feng is quite handsome. At least there are so many boys in the foreign languages college. No one can compare to Qin Feng. Not bad, not bad. Clothes make the man. Qin Feng, after you dress up like this, you look much more handsome than before. Chu Luo looked at Qin Feng with admiration, as if he was her masterpiece. I'm very handsome, okay? I don't need clothes to set off me. Qin Feng protested. Okay, you're handsome. You're the most handsome man in the School of Computer Science. Hello, salesperson. Pack up these clothes. Where's the QR code? Let me scan it. Chu Luo spoke generously to the salesperson. The saleswoman was delighted. This beautiful young lady is so generous. So many pieces of men's clothing would cost more than 2,000 yuan in total. And you still say he is not your husband. Your two children look alike, you two look like a couple. Which woman would buy $2,000 worth of clothes for another man for no reason? Qin Feng protested. Chu Luo, you can't buy me such expensive clothes. Chu Luo, it doesn't matter, these clothes are enough for you to wear for several years, and you don't seem to be growing any taller. Qin Feng. Qin Xiefan added, but dad will get fatter and fatter, just like Daddy Pig, with a bigger and bigger belly. Qin Xiaotong added, silly pig daddy, har 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 har. Chu Luo couldn't help but smile when she heard this, although she couldn't imagine Qin Feng gaining weight in middle age. But she still laughed happily along with the two children. Qin Feng looked at the three women in front of him speechlessly. Next, Chu Luo finally started to choose his clothes. She plans to buy some suits, dresses and other items to wear to class, preferably ones that look more mature. So I picked out a grey suit, a dark blue suit, and a pair of high heels. Since Chu Luo never wears high heels, she almost sprained her ankle while walking. Fortunately, she helped Qin Feng, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Qin Feng advised, forget it, you can't go for the queen style, so just go for the pure desire style. Chu Luo said proudly, humph, I will get used to wearing these stiletto high heels in the future. The female salesperson watched Chu Luo trying on clothes and said enviously, Beauty, you have a great figure. You look so tall, but you can just buy a smaller size for your clothes. Chu Luo nodded, yes, the clothes I buy online are all small sizes, so they can all fit me. Salesperson, Beauty, your feet are also relatively thin. The high heels on your feet are too fat for us to wear. But although you are tall, your feet are very small. I envy you so much. 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong immediately cheered when she heard this. Wow, Mom is so beautiful, Mom is so great, Mom is the most beautiful person in the world. Chu Luo tried on several sets of clothes, and every time Qin Xiaotong screamed. Wow, Mom is so pretty, Mom is so slim, Mom is so beautiful. This caused a middle-aged woman nearby to cry and say, Beauty, can you lend me your child for 2 days? She is so good at providing emotional value. Chu Luo smiled and squatted down to hug his little daughter. Looking at Qin Xiaotong's chubby face and double-lidded eyes, he said with a smile, Sister is really good at talking. Does she love Mom very much? Qin Xiaotong, yes, I love my mother the most. My mother is the most beautiful. Chu Luo's eyes turned red when he heard this. The salesperson took the opportunity to measure Chu Luo's waist, hips and chest with a tape measure and recorded them in a small notebook. The salesperson said, Beautiful lady, if you spend another 2,000, you will become our VIP customer. We will call you when we have new products. Chu Luo, okay, thank you. Qin Feng secretly looked at Chu Luo's measurements in the sales record. 716382. Qin Feng kept this number firmly in mind. Chu Luo said coquettishly, "What are you looking at?" Qin Feng smiled, "I know your measurements." Chu Luo blushed, "Why are you remembering that? Forget it quickly." Qin Feng shook his head, "I am a science student with a good memory. I will never forget something after seeing it once." Chu Luo pouted, hateful. Then, the salesperson packed 2 sets of clothes and a pair of high heels. Qin Feng got there first, one step ahead of everyone else, and rushed to scan the QR code. The total amount is more than 2,000 yuan. Chu Luo was anxious. "Hey, I didn't ask you to pay for me." Qin Feng smiled, "No need to discuss, I will take care of all your clothes and skirts from now on." Chu Luo was slightly stunned after hearing this. Qin Feng's words sounded like a confession. It was a small promise, but it contained long-lasting warmth. This is what it feels like to be with a boy. Suddenly, there is one more person who cares about me in this world. Chapter 27. Housewives need to keep accounts. Chu Luo and Qin Feng each bought 2 sets of clothes. I bought a toy for Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong respectively. The family of four returned home fully satisfied. After entering Chu Luo's loft apartment, the 2 children immediately lay on the coffee table and started playing with toys. Qin Feng went into the kitchen and started cooking for their 3 women. Chu Luo squatted beside the kitchen trash can, helping to peel garlic and onions. Wearing slim jeans and a long ponytail. When squatting, the outline of the peach buttocks is outlined. Qin Feng took a look and didn't look any further. After peeling the garlic, Chu Luo took out a small notebook, frowned, bit a pencil. "Hey, we can't go on like this." Chu Luo shook his head. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng asked. "I calculated that when I lived alone, my living expenses were very low, at most 25 yuan a day." 25 yuan. I can only spend 15 yuan a day. Boys have few places to spend money, and girls have to put on makeup. Qin Feng analyzed carefully. Chu Luo rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said, "I don't wear makeup." Qin Feng whispered, "Oh, really? You look better without makeup than all the girls in the West District combined." Chu Luo. Qin Feng, this guy. Generally, Chu Luo's beauty is never praised. Unlike those East District boys who rushed straight to Chu Luo to chat up. Chu Luo felt embarrassed for the other party after hearing those cheesy love words. She had always thought that a science and engineering student like Qin Feng would not flirt with girls, would not compliment girls, and would not use sweet words. Chu Luo felt that this kind of relationship was quite comfortable. She has heard people complimenting her beauty countless times since she was a child, and she thinks those people are too greasy. She found it quite strange that she suddenly met Qin Feng, a boy who she spent every day with but was not interested in her looks. Unexpectedly, this sentence suddenly came out, and Chu Luo found it quite useful. Chu Luo said seriously. "First of all, buying clothes is very expensive. We can't buy clothes for each other anymore. Today, we spent 4,000 yuan just on clothes." Chu Luo said with a bit of heartache. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Because the two are in an ambiguous and tentative period. So I might have been a little too attentive at the beginning. Chu Luo bought clothes for him, and he bought clothes for Chu Luo, spending 4,000 yuan at once. Secondly, it costs a lot to buy toys for the 2 children. Although I can't help but buy toys for them because I see the joy in their eyes, but it must be controlled. Qin Feng nodded. They both turned their heads at the same time and looked at the 2 cute little angels. Qin Xiaofan was doing handicrafts with his sister. The 2 little guys were still whispering and discussing. Qin Feng, the old father, showed a gratified smile on his face. Chu Luo's face was full of tenderness. Third, Qin Xiaofan wants to learn piano, which is also a huge expense. Chu Luo gritted his teeth. Let's just say, is it necessary to learn the piano? You must learn. He has such a good talent for music. Chu Luo argued. Okay, you have the final say. Qin Feng. In summary, we must be frugal, and we must keep accounts of our spending every day. You must also report to me the money you spend on your children. I must keep accounts. Chu Luo said seriously. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. What the hell are you laughing at? Nothing, you're right. I don't care about your personal consumption, and of course I don't have the right to do so, but I need to make a reasonable plan for spending money on our two children, Chu Luo taught earnestly. My personal consumption is very small. As a single man, I don't spend much money. I will spend all my money on the two little ones. Qin Feng said. Yeah. Chu Luo did not comment. They are neither in a romantic relationship nor in a husband and wife relationship now, so they actually have no right to interfere with each other's consumption. But Chu Luo felt relieved that Qin Feng took the initiative to say this. After lunch was ready, Qin Feng brought out for dishes and a soup from the kitchen. Wow, Dad's cooking smells the best. Qin Xiaotong looked up from her handicrafts. I'm hungry, thank you Dad for cooking for us. Qin Xiaofan said as he pulled his sister over. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Luo also said, and set aside 4 pairs of chopsticks and 4 small bowls. Chu Luo served food to everyone and told Qin Xiaotong to eat well. After your household registration is completed, you will go to kindergarten and you will have to rely on yourself for meals. Qin Xiaotong promised, Mom, I will eat well when I go to kindergarten. Chu Luo, well, you are good. After dinner, Qin Xiaofan sat at the desk very sensibly. She took out the English textbook Chu Luo bought for her. The elementary school bully personality mode is turned on. Mom, although I can't go to school, you can give me lessons. Qin Xiaofan said. Chu Luo exclaimed, oh, this child is so well behaved, he knows how to take the initiative to learn. Qin Xiaofan, well, because you said I came from another world, I don't have a residence permit and can't go to school, so I can only study on my own first. Chu Luo said gently, Mom will definitely get you a household registration. We can't fall behind in our classes now. Don't worry about English. Mom can definitely teach elementary school English. So, after washing the dishes, Chu Luo sat at the desk with his eldest daughter to study the 4th grade English textbook. In Chu Luo's opinion, 4th grade English is simply too easy. She wished she could teach Qin Xiaofan the whole book in one breath. Qin Xiaofan learned quickly and finished 4 units in one go. Chu Luo guessed that his future self had laid a solid English foundation for Qin Xiaofan. Fan, how come your English is so good? Chu Luo asked. Mom, I grew up watching the English cartoons of Peppa Pig. It was all because of you. Qin Xiaofan explained. Oh. And you read a lot of English picture books to me when I was a child, said Qin Xiaofan. Oh, Mom is awesome. Chu Luo couldn't help but praise himself, smiling like a flower. Because of my tireless teaching in the future. As a result, Qin Xiaofan has no pressure in learning English now that he has traveled through time. Awesome, give yourself a thumbs up. After finishing math, Chu Luo patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Hey, science student, come teach Fan math. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, I teach her math. Chu Luo, yes, you are from the School of Computer Science, don't say you can't teach 4th grade. Qin Feng, TSK, just wait and see, I will definitely make Fan the first in math at the end of the semester. Chu Luo, don't brag. Qin Feng, let's compete. You let Fan get first place in English at the end of the semester, and I'll let Fan get first place in math at the end of the semester. Chu Luo, you are on. Qin Feng, don't speak English to me. What do you mean? Chu Luo, let's compete. Qin Feng, what's the bet? We have to bet on something. Chu Luo, the loser will treat you to hot pot. Qin Feng, okay. Chu Luo, don't speak English to me. Qin Feng. A few days later, they finally received the express delivery, which contained the household registration booklet. According to DeepSeek, you can register your household registration with a household registration booklet, a paternity test, an ID card, and a certificate of legality. Qin Feng and Chu Luo, each holding a child and taking the above materials, went to the Binhai University Wenhua Road police station. Qin Feng explained his purpose and handed over a certificate of non-marriage and childbearing printed on A4 paper. This is to certify that. Party, Qin Feng, male, ID number. Party, Chu Luo, female, ID number. Both of them are students from Binhai University. Many years ago, she gave birth to 2 children out of wedlock. Qin Xiaofan is 9 years old, Qin Xiaotong is 5 years old. My 2 children have not been registered yet, so I am applying here to prevent them from going to school because they are unregistered. A young policeman and an old policeman were confused when they saw the certificate of unmarried birth. Did you two have a child many years ago? Asked the police uncle. Yes. You two are minors, and you gave birth to 2 children. Yes, we were engaged as children. We were ignorant when we were little, so. Qin Feng explained. Chu Luo's nose was crooked with anger. Chapter 28 Household Registration. That's not right, you are now a senior, 22 years old, and your eldest child is already 9 years old. What? You're a mother who gave birth to your first child at the age of 13? Classmate, you are forcing a young girl to death. You will be punished. The police uncle threatened. Qin Feng was shocked after hearing this and had forgotten about it. Chu Luo's cheeks turned red with shame. What little girl? Where did this come from? The national birth rate is declining, with only 9 million births a year. Binhai City does have a preferential policy to uniformly register children with illegal household registration, the old policeman explained. But your ages don't match. Who gave birth to the child? The young policeman obviously didn't believe it. The old policeman looked at Qin Feng and Chu Luo, then at the 2 children. I found that Qin Feng and Chu Luo look like a couple, and the 2 children look very similar to Chu Luo, especially the peach blossom eyes. These 2 children might really be born to 2 college students. So the old policeman squatted down and asked the 2 children. Children, who are your parents? 9-year-old Qin Xiaofan was frightened, his eyes were red, he cried and couldn't speak, and hid behind Qin Feng. But 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong stood up bravely. With a loud voice and without any fear, he said in a very supportive manner. My name is Qin Xiaotong. I am my parents' child. This is my dad, this is my mom, and this is my sister. I love my dad and mom, but I love my sister the most. My sister is the most beautiful. Har 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 har. The old and young policemen all laughed after listening to the 5-year-old child's speech. The small ones are still cute. The young policeman commented with a smile. Yes, children are the most fun when they are 4 or 5 years old. The old policeman laughed until tears came out. Okay, leave these application materials here for now, we need to investigate, said the young policeman. The country now has a settlement policy. If the situation is true, the second child should be able to settle down. As for the older one, we need to investigate. You can go back and wait for notification. If the settlement is successful, I will call you, said the old policeman. Oh. Qin Feng nodded. You won't arrest Qin Feng, right? The little girl or something? Chu Luo said in a low voice. She was really a little worried about Qin Feng's safety. If Qin Feng is imprisoned for 7 years because of his 2 children, it would not be worth it. In that case, I would rather my 2 children not go to school. Police, don't worry about it, just go back and wait for news. Oh. Qin Feng and Chu Luo had no choice but to pull the 2 children out. Qin Feng walked to Wenhua Road, took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, and sighed. If the procuratorate prosecutes him for assaulting a young girl named Qiang Jin Chu Luo 9 years ago, how should he defend himself? Chu Luo has already started to regret that he shouldn't have registered the child. The 2 people were very nervous and confused. I took my 2 children to eat for ice creams to calm down. Silently waiting for the police officer's verdict. One day at noon. Qin Feng was taking a nap in the dormitory. Suddenly, his cell phone rang loudly, disturbing his lunch break. Qin Feng didn't even open his eyes to look at the caller ID on the screen, he just swiped and answered. Hey, who is this? You're disturbing my sleep. I'm your father. The person on the phone yelled. Qin Feng woke up in shock. After looking at the phone screen carefully, I realized it was my father Qin Jinwei calling. Dad. What a good thing you did. Qin Jinwei was furious. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? The police called me to investigate. They called my workplace. They said you gave birth to 2 children and asked me if it was true. They also called my colleagues to inquire about the situation. Dad, har, actually, listen to me. Whose baby did you get pregnant? You're still in college, and you already have a baby? When did it happen? Why didn't you tell me? Last time I told you that your grandma wanted to have a great-grandson, but you acted too quickly, didn't you? You suddenly have a girlfriend. Dad, this is what I am talking about. I really do have 2 children. It's absolutely true, and I have a paternity test. Don't lie to me, you're only a senior, how can you have time to have 2 kids? Your cousin has been married for 7 years and still doesn't have a child. Your aunt has 2 children, but she's also been married for 4 years. How can you possibly have 2 children? Where did they come from? When were they born? What the hell are you doing? Dad, I really have 2 children now. I don't believe it. I'll give you a video call this afternoon and show you your granddaughter. My granddaughter? Yes, you have 2 granddaughters. Why can't you give me a grandson? You're so stupid. For now, I have 2 granddaughters. If you want grandchildren, I have to keep working hard. You really have 2 kids? Yes, I'll video call you later and show you. Well, if you really have a baby, you can ask me to help you get the household registration. Uncle Wang from your police station and I are close friends. We are in a small city, so we can get it done with some connections. Why do you want to get the household registration in a big city? That's too much trouble. Got it, Dad. Your mother and I will wait for your video call this afternoon. I want to see my granddaughter. Yes. Bang, the phone hung up. Qin Feng's heart was pounding. This round of calls proved only one thing. If something goes wrong, you still have to tell the parents. After all, they have the experience, connections and solutions. If you fool around, you might end up in big trouble. Qin Feng got up immediately and called Chu Luo, asking her and the child to wait at home. Chu Luo, what's the matter? Qin Feng, my dad may be able to help the 2 children get their permanent residence, but he wants to make a video call to see the children. Chu Luo, didn't you say you were afraid your parents would have a heart attack if they saw the children who traveled through time? Besides, will they believe that the 2 children traveled through time? Qin Feng, let's take it one step at a time. Chu Luo, oh. Afternoon. In Chu Luo's loft apartment. Chu Luo grabbed the 2 children and gave each of them a bath. I changed into new clothes and combed their hair repeatedly. Qin Xiaofan made a cute cat ears hairstyle. Qin Xiaotong has a sister-like hairstyle with bangs. Qin Feng dialed the video call tremblingly. On the phone screen appeared Qin Jinwei and Zhao Qiyi, a middle-aged couple. These 2 people are both members of the unit's labor union. One is good at calligraphy, and the other is good at playing musical instruments. They are both considered cultured people. They received an investigation call from the Wenhua Road police station in Binhai City yesterday. Asked whether it was true that their son had a child out of wedlock. The couple was stunned. Qin Feng gave birth to 2 children. How come we didn't know? The police explained for a long time, but Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cuer still couldn't believe it. That's why the previous scene happened. Qin Feng made an appointment with them to have a video call in the afternoon. Show them your work in person. The old couple had been feeling anxious and restless for a long time. He stared at Qin Feng's phone screen with wide eyes. Mom and Dad, it's time to witness a miracle. Qin Feng spoke loudly and pointed the camera at Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong. Chu Luo hit Qin Feng hard on the back. What a time it is, and you are still making such jokes. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Qiyi widened their eyes. I saw 2 beautiful little girls appear on the screen. They are obviously sisters because they look so alike. The shape of the head, the texture of the hair, the eyebrows, eyes and mouth are all the same. The difference is that the older child is very tall, while the younger child is only as tall as her sister's chest. Both kids opened their big, ignorant eyes. Looking at Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cuer appearing on the screen. Qin Xiaofan saw the 2 middle-aged men on the screen and didn't say anything. Qin Xiaotong jumped up with a smile on her face. Grandpa, Grandma, I haven't seen you for a long time. The words, Grandpa and Grandma, were called out with true feelings. Qin Xiaofan followed suit and shouted sweetly. Grandpa, Grandma, you are so young. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cui burst into tears after hearing this. What's going on? We're suddenly grandparents. The first thought is that we are getting old so fast. The second thought was what Qin Feng's son had done. The third thought was that the 2 girls looked exactly like Qin Feng when he was a child. Could it really be Qin Feng's child? Then, Qin Feng pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Chuluo. Chuluo was caught off guard and startled, and immediately smiled at the camera. This smile melted the hearts of Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cue. Is this girl your son's girlfriend? This is so beautiful. Chapter 29. The old couple is shocked. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cue were so shocked today that they could not be more shocked. First I saw two little kids, the older one was okay. The smaller one looked exactly like Qin Feng when he was a child. They almost felt like they had traveled through time and space and saw Qin Feng's appearance when he was 5 years old. Then, he was shocked after seeing Chuluo. The girl looked gentle, beautiful and clean. And gave the old couple a gentle smile. The old couple's hearts melted instantly. This girl is so beautiful, could she be my son's girlfriend? He is so lucky. Hello, uncle and auntie, I am the mother of Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong. Then Chuluo smiled shyly and pushed the camera away. Chuluo was really not mentally prepared to meet his parents. So my heart beat faster to 150. Qin Feng turned the camera to the two children again. Qin Feng said, Dad, Mom, look. The older one is called Qin Xiaofan, and the younger one is Qin Xiaotong. The older one is 9 years old, and the younger one is 5 years old. They are genuine and fair to all. Qin Jinwei widened his eyes in horror and hurried to find his reading glasses. Zhao Tsuer looked at the screen in disbelief, watching the two little girls jumping around and calling her grandma. Qin Xiaofan, wow, grandma looks so young. Qin Xiaotong, wow, grandma looks so young. Qin Xiaofan, grandma, I miss you. Qin Xiaotong seemed to suddenly remember something important, and urged in a childish voice. By the way, grandma, you said you would knit me a pink hat. Have you finished it? My sister loves pink things the most. Where is my pink scarf? Zhao Kui. Zhao Tsuer thought to herself, this 5-year-old kid actually knows that I can knit sweaters. This world is not normal. It turns out that Zhao Kui loved knitting sweaters when she was young. During her first love with Qin Jinwei. I have knitted hats, scarves, wool vests, etc. for the old man. But since giving birth to Qin Feng, Zhao Tsuer has never picked up wool again. First, because online shopping is well developed, there is no need to knit sweaters by yourself. Second, mobile phones became popular, and she fell in love with playing with them, and no longer took knitting as a hobby. And this 5-year-old kid actually accurately described his hobby 20 years ago. Zhao Kui even believed that her son Qin Feng might not know that she was knitting a sweater. Her shock was unparalleled. Then, Qin Jinwei came over wearing reading glasses. He snatched the phone and looked carefully at the two girls on the screen. The older one is very pretty, and looks a lot like the female college student just now. The little one is very cute, and looks a lot like Qin Feng when he was a child. Their hairstyle is the same, and the eyebrows and nose bridge are the same. The 9-year-old Qin Xiaofan was very happy to see his grandfather. At this moment, she suddenly curled her lips and started crying. Woo woo woo, grandpa, grandpa. My parents said I was a time traveler. Grandpa, you had stomach cancer when I was 9 years old. You had surgery to remove 3/4 of your stomach. It was so painful. Grandpa, are you okay now? Do you have a stomachache now? Why don't you go to the hospital now? The earlier the diagnosis is, the earlier the treatment can be. Qin Feng. Chu Luo. Qin Jinwei. Zhao Kui. Qin Feng and Chu Luo looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiaofan, who came back from the future world. And the ability to transmit information. It's a superpower. After hearing this, Qin Feng strongly suggested that his father go to the hospital for a checkup. He was at Binhai University and knew several classmates from the medical school. Knowing that stomach cancer is not cancer, the sooner you have it removed, the better. Don't wait until the last minute to cut it, or you'll end up cutting it all off. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer on the other side of the screen were even more shocked. Seriously, no child would curse someone for cancer when they meet. When it comes to children's words, it is better to believe them than not to believe them. Besides, they are both intellectuals, have read a lot and have a wide range of knowledge. I know that the end of science is metaphysics, and I also know that children can see ghosts. Besides, they both read Jia Pinghua's novels, which contained many anecdotes. After hearing what Qin Xiaofan said, they couldn't help but question him. Child, tell me exactly what happened. Qin Xiefan said with red eyes, Grandpa, you had stomach pain every day, but you refused to go to the hospital. Grandma finally dragged you to the hospital. After the examination, it was found to be stomach cancer. The doctor removed 3/4 of it. Dad took leave to go back and take care of you. Mom took care of your sister alone. I won't make a mistake about this matter. Qin Jinwei. In fact, it is well known that he has a poor diet. He has had stomachache since he was young. But I didn't expect that it would eventually develop into stomach cancer. He had an impulse and immediately called a friend in the hospital to get a checkup. Child, has Grandpa recovered after the operation? Qin Jinwei asked tremblingly, afraid to hear Qin Xiefan say that he was dead. Qin Xiefan wiped her tears and said, I'm well again. Everyone says stomach cancer isn't really cancer. It will be fine if it's removed. Grandpa, please go to the hospital and have a look. After hearing this, Qin Jinwei felt relieved and hung up the phone. Zhao Kui glared at him anxiously. I haven't even gotten a good look at the two kids yet. Why don't you say a few more words? Qin Jinwei, no need to look anymore, no need to say anything more. I will arrange a physical examination immediately. If what the child said is true, then it means that they are reborn and are really my granddaughters. If I am fine, then it means that Qin Feng encountered a trap and was taken over by someone else. He was deceived by that beautiful girl. God knows where these two children came from. Zhao Kui, you are just talking nonsense. I think those two girls are my granddaughters. The younger one is so cute. She asked me to knit her a pink scarf. I'm going to buy some wool now. When Zhao Tsuer said this, she was so moved that tears came to her eyes, and she immediately started buying wool online using her mobile phone. Qin Jinwei called his friend at the city hospital to arrange a physical examination. On Qin Feng's side, Yi and Chu Luo looked at each other. Suddenly, the two people had the same idea. They both understood the importance of Qin Xiefan, a 9-year-old girl. Qin Xiaotong is fine, a 5-year-old kid who can't provide any valuable information even if he traveled back from the future. But Qin Xiefan is different. A 9-year-old child already understands a lot of things. She holds the secrets to the future. For example, Qin Jinwei's stomach cancer. If the disease is checked and diagnosed earlier, it will not be so painful in the later stages. Qin Feng and Chu Luo grabbed Qin Xiaofan's shoulders at the same time. Fan Fan, if you know what it is, tell Daddy quickly so he can take precautions in advance. Yes, Fan Fan, if you know anything else about Grandma and Grandpa, tell Mom. Qin Xiefan was shocked by Qin Feng and Chu Luo's actions. He said confusedly, I don't remember. Qin Feng, Dad, what pitfalls have you encountered in your career that you need to avoid? Chu Luo, did Mom give birth to another child later? Qin Xiefan. Chapter 30 Grandpa, you are sick. Everyone focuses on different things. Qin Feng hopes that his eldest daughter will bring back some news about getting rich in the future. Chu Luo just wanted to know whether his future aunt's hidden disease had been cured. Unfortunately, Qin Xiefan is only 9 years old after all. I can't remember any of the stock names. I don't remember what mistakes my father made. I just remember that my father bought lottery tickets on my mother's birthday every year. Qin Feng, okay, Chu Luo, if you don't tell me your birthday, I'm going to get mad at you. Chu Luo, October 18th, the same year of birth as you, go ahead and buy it. If you win the lottery, remember to buy me a big Mercedes. Qin Feng. However, after Qin Feng's father, Qin Jinwei, hung up the video call, he immediately contacted his friend in the city hospital. Friend, Lao Qin, I told you to have a comprehensive checkup a long time ago but you didn't listen. Okay, I'll arrange it tomorrow morning. The next morning, Qin Jinwei took a shower, changed into new clothes, and prepared to be hospitalized for surgery immediately. Zhao Kui accompanied Lao Qin and went directly to the oncology department. In fact, the test results didn't come out that quickly, so how could I be hospitalized on the same day? Blood test, urine test, fart test, CT scan, pathological biopsy. The results came out 3 days later. A doctor friend in the city hospital said, Old Qin, it's a good thing we found it early. There is only a small amount of lesion. If it is too late, won't it require a large-scale removal? But Lao Qin, don't panic. Stomach cancer is not cancer. Just cut out the damaged part and it will be fine. Well, you take a week to recuperate and replenish your nutrition, then we'll prepare for the surgery. After Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cui received the call, the reason for their shock was not because of the illness, but the two little cuties far away in Binhai City. While calling him grandpa, he predicted that he would have stomach cancer. This is like a cheat in life, you can predict the future. Qin Jinwei is 48 years old now. He really wants to capture Qin Xiaofan, his future granddaughter, and interrogate her to find out how long he will live and whether she has any other information about the future. Qin Jinwei said seriously, Kui, I think the most urgent thing is to go to Binhai City first. Zhao Kui, are you sick? The doctor told you to rest, replenish your nutrition, and prepare for surgery. Why are you going to Binhai City? There's no rush for a day or two. Qin Jinwei, yes, I am sick, right. Qin Feng suddenly has two more little guys. Shouldn't this problem be solved? Besides, the doctor told me to supplement my nutrition. I went to Binhai City, which is the capital of food. I went there to have a good meal, which is just right for supplementing my nutrition. Zhao Kui, I see you just want to see your granddaughter. Qin Jinwei nodded, yes, to be honest, the 5-year-old boy looks exactly like Qin Feng when he was a child. Zhao Kui suddenly became excited, as if a ray of light suddenly appeared in her life. Yes, I like the little one very much, she is so well behaved. Qin Jinwei, TSK, so you also want to go to Binhai City to see your granddaughter, right? Zhao Kui, yes. There is no time to lose. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cui bought flights for that day. We took off at 5 a.m. and arrived at 8:30 a.m. Qin Jinwei told Qin Feng the news of buying the plane ticket and made a phone call. Hello, Dad. Qin Feng, I have good news and bad news for you. Dad, don't scare me. Bad news. Your mother and I bought plane tickets and will come to Binhai City to see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. That's bad news? What about the good news? Good news, what Qin Xiaofan said is true. I was diagnosed with stomach cancer, in the early stages. The doctor said it would be fine if it was removed. Dad, you call this good news? Yeah, don't you think that's good news? Well, that's right. It's a blessing in disguise. No, you're flying here tomorrow morning. What are you flying here for? Are you coming to Binhai City for surgery? Our Binhai University affiliated hospital is second to none. I can ask my seniors or teachers for help. No need. I'm just here to see my two granddaughters. Oh, do you believe they came from the other world? Yes, your mother and I both believe it. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. I have even seen people resurrect through the dead in the countryside. There is also a scientific basis for your two children coming back from the future. Okay, then I'll take your two granddaughters to pick you up at the airport at 8:30 tomorrow. Well, bring your beautiful girlfriend. Oh, I'll try. I'm not familiar with her yet. Qin Feng and Chu Luo are indeed not familiar with each other. The two of them got together only because of their child. As for how they will develop into a romantic relationship in the future, no one knows. Because of his period, Chu Luo has a rejection of love. He doesn't accept any pursuit from the opposite sex and even rarely interacts with the same sex. He has developed a cold personality and is used to keeping people at a distance. Qin Feng is obsessed with appearance and has extremely high requirements for girls. Ordinary girls are not in his eyes. Fortunately, Chu Luo is so handsome, otherwise Qin Feng would not be so kind. Now Qin Feng knows that his parents are coming to see their granddaughter. He brought this up when he was cooking for the three women in the loft apartment at noon. 9-year-old Qin Xiaofan was the first to hear this and was happy. Yeah, that's great, Grandpa and Grandma are coming to visit us. Qin Xiaofan knew what this meant. This means that her grandparents will buy her lots and lots of toys, basically whatever she wants. After hearing this, 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong also started jumping up. She understood the significance of this matter too well. Her grandparents would buy her the most expensive Ferrero chocolates. More than 200 yuan a box, I won't even blink an eye. Normally, my parents would never buy this kind of thing. This is the benefit of grandparents. So Qin Xiaotong also jumped up, Grandpa and Grandma are going to buy me chocolate. Qin Feng looked at the two jumping children with a smile and said to Chu Luo, They took off at 5 a.m. and arrived a little after 8 a.m. I planned to take the two little ones to the airport to pick them up. Chu Luo took 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks and placed them on the small square dining table. She put her hands behind her back and tied her long hair into a ponytail. Her alluring swan neck accentuates the position of her hands. A pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Qin Feng, then her long eyelashes lowered and she began to think. What identity should I use to face Qin Feng's parents? Qin Feng's girlfriend? Qin Feng's fiancée? Their daughter-in-law? Their granddaughter's mother? Oh, what a mess. Moreover, she was afraid of meeting strangers and didn't know how to chat with them. I don't want to meet my parents-in-law as an ugly daughter-in-law. So Chu Luo sighed. Qin Feng smiled and said, if you don't want to go to the airport to pick me up, you don't have to go. It's okay. After all, the situation is special. Chu Luo was surprised, really? Can I not go? Qin Feng smiled, yes, no one is forcing you, just do whatever you feel comfortable with. Chu Luo opened his eyes, if I don't go, will you be angry? Qin Feng laughed, no, my parents didn't ask you to pick me up at the airport. No one in the world asked you to do anything. Just be yourself. You don't need to be responsible for anyone. Your identity is yourself, Chu Luo. Chu Luo felt a little touched. Qin Feng did not use morals to blackmail himself. I didn't force myself to do things I didn't like. There is no condescending attitude, bossing, rules and regulations, or the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. That's great. In that case, she would go to the airport to pick him up as a good friend. Yes, she and Qin Feng are good friends and there is no pressure at all. In that case, I'll go to the airport as well, as your good friend. Chu Luo smiled slightly. Chapter 31, The Ugly Daughter-in-Law Meets Her Parents-in-Law? The next morning, around 7 o'clock. Qin Feng Chu Luo took their 2 children and boarded the airport shuttle bus. Qin Xiaofan is 130 centimeters tall and must buy a ticket, which costs 20 yuan. Qin Xiaotong is 110 centimeters tall, it's free, and she has to sit next to her sister. So the 2 daughters sat in a double seat next to each other, and the 2 sisters chatted happily. We were discussing what toys and snacks we would force our grandparents to buy for us when they came. We had a very happy chat, as if grandpa and grandma were already trapped in a jar, and it was easy to catch them. Then they shared a big bag of potato chips. Qin Feng and Chu Luo had no choice but to sit in a double seat next to them. The seats on the airport bus were not spacious, and it was the first time that the 2 of them sat close to each other. Qin Feng could smell Chu Luo's body fragrance. Chu Luo sat by the window and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. The shuttle bus started slowly, and the scenery of the city's skyscrapers kept passing by. Chu Luo seemed to be thinking about something, her beautiful eyes staring outside, as if thinking about something. Qin Feng handed Chu Luo a cup of soy milk, breakfast. Yes, thank you. Qin Feng looked at Chu Luo who was so close to him. I found that this girl had fair skin and a swan neck. A head of beautiful straight black hair fell down to her waist. The sunlight slanted down from the car window, shining on Chu Luo's fair skin. Because the distance was too close, Qin Feng could see a layer of girlish fuzz on Chu Luo's fair face and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Chu Luo turned around and looked at Qin Feng. When I smile, it's the same as you and Xiao Erbao, with a layer of hair on my face. Qin Feng smiled. Don't peek at me. Chu Luo covered his face with his hands. Yes, Chu Luo is the same as Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong's 2 daughters. There is a fine layer of fuzz on the face. Chu Luo had already seen this. She nicknamed Qin Xiaotong Mao Dao. Because 5-year-old Qin Xiaotong has a layer of fine fuzz on her face, just like a peach. Especially when taking a bath, Tongtong's face is covered with a layer of small water droplets, which is very cute. By the way, are your parents fierce? Chu Luo couldn't help but ask. He's not fierce. He's very friendly and approachable. Qin Feng replied with a smile. What do they do for a living? They are not big bosses or something, right? Chu Luo asked a little anxiously. No, they are just ordinary workers. They are all members of the union. My father is in charge of calligraphy, and my mother manages the library. They are all ordinary people. Well, your parents are both cultured people, right? I just like literature and art. An hour later, the airport bus arrived at the airport for domestic arrivals. Binhai International Airport is one of the largest airports in China. A plane takes off and lands every 5 minutes. It's very busy. The domestic arrival exit is also bustling with people coming and going. Chu Luo held Qin Xiaofan tightly for fear that he would get lost. Qin Feng held Qin Xiaotong in his right arm, and they both looked at the exit passage. Soon, Chu Luo saw an amiable middle-aged couple with graying hair coming out pulling a suitcase. The middle-aged man was very similar to Qin Feng in build and appearance, and overall he looked very imposing. The middle-aged woman wore a pair of glasses and had curly hair. She looked like a gentle and elegant middle-aged woman. Dad, Mom, this way. Qin Feng waved his arms vigorously. Grandpa, Grandma. Qin Xiaotong shouted excitedly. Although she is 5 years old, she has a very loud voice and is not afraid to make loud noises in public. Qin Xiaotong's babyish voice made many people who were waiting to greet her at the exit look at her with smiles on their faces. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Kui saw the cute baby in Qin Feng's arms. They walked out excitedly, taking 2 steps at a time. Grandpa, Grandma. Qin Xiaotong broke free from Qin Feng's embrace. He ran towards Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cui, not at all shy. After all, they are their biological grandparents. The ones who were shy were Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cuier. They have no experience of contact with the third generation. Suddenly, such a soft, silly and cute 5-year-old girl pounced on them and spit a mouthful of milk on their faces. It was really hard for them to resist. Let me see. Qin Jinwei squatted down and stared at Qin Xiaotong carefully. Big eyes, upper eyelids, bangs, high nose bridge, like a mixed-race child. This child is so beautiful. Zhao Kui exclaimed. Grandma, if I kiss you, you buy me some chocolate. Qin Xiaotong said, hugging Zhao Cui's face and kissing her more than a dozen times. He, kiss me too and I will buy you some chocolate. Qin Jinwei laughed happily. He had forgotten about stomach cancer a long time ago. Grandpa, if I kiss you 10 times, you buy me some chocolate. Qin Xiaotong threatened. Okay. Qin Jinwei laughed at the little baby with white skin and big eyes. R. Qin Xiaotong was pecking at rice on her grandfather's face like a chicken. Chu Luo walked over with her eldest daughter Qin Xiaofan and said with a smile. Hello, uncle and aunt, my name is Chu Luo, and I am Qin Feng's good friend. Oh, hello, girl. Qin Jinwei stood up with a smile. Oh, child, you are so pretty. Qin Feng is so lucky. Zhao Kui smiled. The old couple looked at the college girl in front of them. Long black hair, clear eyes, tall and slim figure, no makeup. It was exactly the same as the standard of what they imagined a daughter-in-law to be. Well, they like girls who are clean like this. Chu Luo pulled Qin Xiaofan over and said with a smile, call me grandpa and grandma, haven't you been telling me to do that all the way? Qin Xiaofan then came over, looked at Qin Jinwei and Zhao Kui and said obediently, grandpa, grandma. Oh, is this the big one? Qin Jinwei bent down and looked at Qin Xiaofan. Oh my god, this little girl is so pretty. Zhao Cuier didn't even dare to blink. Qin Xiaofan is different from Qin Xiaotong. Qin Xiaotong still looks like a baby. Qin Xiaofan is already a grown-up girl. She is a smaller version of Chu Luo and has the same peach blossom eyes as Chu Luo. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Xiaofan's nose, Qin Xiaofan's lips, Qin Xiaofan's forehead, and Qin Xiaofan's hair are exactly the same as Qin Feng's. Needless to say, there is no doubt that this Qin Xiaofan is a combination of Qin Feng and Chu Luo. What can be seen with the naked eye is the fruit of their love. Is it necessary to do a paternity test? Isn't this her biological granddaughter? Qin Jinwei's eyes were filled with tears. Was it this granddaughter who predicted his illness? Xiaofan calls me grandpa. Qin Jinwei said excitedly. Grandpa. After Qin Xiaofan called out, he held his grandfather's hand, without any awkwardness, as if he had held his grandfather's hand often before. Qin Xiaotong had already crawled into Zhao Cui's arms, hoping that her grandmother would hold her. The old couple suddenly had 2 more granddaughters. Qin Feng smiled and said, see, they know you, but you are not familiar with them. Chu Luo, uncle and aunt, let's go. I called a business online taxi that can accommodate everyone. Qin Feng carried the old couple's suitcases, and Chu Luo led the way in front. Qin Jinwei held Qin Xiaofan, and Zhao Ciyue held Qin Xiaotong. A family of 6 left the airport and got into a dark blue business car. Chu Luo took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat, which not only saved the time of talking on the road, but also gave Qin Feng's family a chance to talk to each other. Business car starts. Along the way, the business car drove on the airport highway and entered the coastal city area. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Qiyi didn't even bother to look out the car window at the high-rise buildings in Binhai City. They also had no time to discuss with Qin Feng the urban development of Binhai City in recent years. He just kept chatting and laughing with his 2 granddaughters in his arms. In less than 5 minutes, they already felt that these 2 were their own granddaughters. There was no feeling of strangeness, as if we had known each other in our previous life, as if we were naturally a family. Grandpa, you look so young. Qin Xiaofan said with a smile. Har har, Grandpa is young anyway. Qin Jinwei laughed. You used to be very old. Qin Xiaofan explained. Oh. Qin Jinwei felt that it didn't sound like human language at all. Grandma, have you finished knitting the pink scarf I asked you to knit for me? Qin Xiaotong asked as she threw herself into her grandmother's arms. Grandma has already bought the wool and will knit it for you right away. Well, Grandma, please knit me a pink bag and a pink hat. I love pink the most. Okay, Xiaotong Tong. Grandma, you have to call me sister. I am your sister. Okay, sister. Chu Luo was sitting in the passenger seat, listening to the laughter in the car, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. The online taxi driver, a middle-aged man, said to Chu Luo enviously. Beautiful lady, I really envy your family, you are such a harmonious family. Yes. Your parents-in-law are really young, and you are young too. Are you the mother of 2 children? You are so slim, and my wife has a round waist. Har har. Chu Luo laughed happily. Then I realized that I hadn't laughed happily for a long time. Noon. Chu Luo hosted Qin Feng and his family for lunch at a restaurant. Chapter 32 Lunch with Grandpa and Grandma. Noon. Chu Luo hosted a family dinner in the private room of Chuanfu Renjia. Chu Luo thought, Qin Feng's parents are here, so she is their host and should treat them. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer, the parents-in-law, immediately felt that Chu Luo was a well-behaved and sensible girl. During the banquet, Qin Jinwei and Zhao Ciyue were pushed by Chu Luo to sit in the main seats. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong refused to sit next to their mother, but instead asked to sit with their grandparents. Chu Luo was also convinced. To be honest, she has been with her 2 daughters for some time. They spend every day together and sleep in the same bed at night. They are very close. There is no closer relationship than that between mother and daughter. But after grandparents came, the 2 kids actually wanted to sit with them. Is this the legendary grandparents relationship? So Qin Feng and Chu Luo sat at the lower table. The 2 men put their heads together, holding a large menu, discussing what to order. Because Qin Jinwei has been diagnosed with early-stage gastric cancer, the discussion focused on what he can and cannot eat. Qin Feng, Dad, since you've been diagnosed, you can't eat spicy food, right? Qin Jinwei, don't worry about me, just order whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for lunch today. Chu Luo shook his head and said, no discussion, uncle, I will treat you and aunt to lunch today. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Ciyue looked at each other and smiled warmly. This girl is so nice. Finally, Qin Feng and Chu Luo discussed and ordered some classic dishes that both the elderly and children could eat. Mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, boiled meat, fried mushrooms, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, corn soup. We finished off the meal with a small bowl of dandan noodles for each person and ordered drinks for the child. Chu Luo suddenly remembered, oh, Uncle Qin, you can't drink, right? There are the famous 6 golden flowers here. Qin Jinwei sighed and said, Uncle used to love drinking, but now he has to quit. 9-year-old Qin Xiaofan immediately said, Grandpa, don't drink. The doctor told you to stop drinking. And Grandma gave all your wine to your friends, which made you mad. He. Zhao Qiyi. When did I give all your grandfather's wine to his friends? Then he suddenly realized that Qin Xiaofan was talking about something that would happen sometime in the future. I immediately started laughing. She could do such a thing. So he touched Qin Xiaofan's hair vigorously. Gave Qin Xiaofan a pat on the head to kill him. She laughed and said, "Grandma will do as you say when she gets home, har har har." However, Qin Jinwei was not sad. After he learned that he had stomach cancer, he began to cherish the time he spent with his family even more. Especially the appearance of his two granddaughters, Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong, lit a lamp in his life. Old Qin looked at his two granddaughters with tears in his eyes and said with a smile, "It's okay, stomach cancer is not considered cancer. The doctor said, just cut it off." I really want to thank Qin Xiaofan this time. You must have been sent by God to save me. You are my lucky star. Chu Luo immediately smiled and raised his drink cup and said, "Come on, Fan Fan, Tong Tong, let's wish Grandpa good health and a speedy recovery." After Qin Xiaofan obediently took the drink to toast, Qin Xiaotong opened her mouth and burst into tears. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Everyone was very curious, why was Qin Xiaotong crying? Qin Xiaotong, wow, Grandpa praises my sister, but not me. Qin Jinwei laughed and said quickly, Grandpa also praised Tong Tong. You were also sent by God to save me. I am most grateful to my sister. Qin Xiaotong then burst into laughter. Next, the old couple asked Qin Feng and Chu Luo about their future plans. Qin Feng plans to enter the job market and earn money to support his family as soon as possible. Chu Luo has most likely declined to pursue postgraduate studies, and her plan is to stay in school and become a teacher. Qin Jinwei praised, "Recommend a graduate student of our school. Chu Luo is such an excellent child. Your parents must be proud of you. I will meet them when I have the chance." Chu Luo smiled bitterly after hearing this. It would be a miracle if her parents were proud of her. First, you cannot get married and cannot earn a dowry for your family. Second, continue to go to school for further studies, don't get a job, and don't send money home. Third, he has a weird temper and is withdrawn, and cannot provide emotional value to his family. Chu Luo is not the pride of her parents at all. Then they talked about why the two children inexplicably traveled back from the future. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong's confessions are the same. We were on a plane with my parents to go to the beach for a trip. Suddenly the plane got bumpy and the flight attendant asked the adults to write a suicide note. I fell from the clouds and an old man asked me to find my mother. I took a plane with my father, mother and sister to travel to the beach. The adults were all crying. I was flying in the sky. An old man pushed me and told me to go to the lawn to find my father. That's how I traveled through time. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Ciyue looked at each other in surprise. It seems that this old man is God. According to the child's description, it was probably God who told the two of them to travel through time and not board that flight. Not only that, Qin Xiaofan even warned his grandfather in advance to go to the hospital to treat his stomach problems early. Oh my God, these two kids came back from the future to save themselves. Qin Jinwei burst into tears when he heard this. He kept stroking Qin Xiaofan's head and praising her and her sister for being good children. I understand. When I get back, I will immediately register their household registration so that they can go to school. It's a must. These are my granddaughters. Qin Jinwei wiped his tears with a tissue as he spoke. After dinner, Zhao Ciyue took out a thick red envelope from her bag and handed it to Chu Luo personally. Chu Luo quickly declined, "Auntie, I can't have it." Zhao Kui smiled and said, "Child, this is the rule. You have to give a red envelope when you meet someone for the first time." Chu Luo blushed and said, "I know, but Qin Feng and I are not the husband and wife relationship you think we are. In the final analysis, just the father and mother of the child. We just met in advance now." Qin Feng nodded beside him. It's a bit unreasonable to hold Chu Luo to the standards of a daughter-in-law now. They've only known each other for 2 weeks. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Kui understood what their son and Chu Luo meant. Of course, the old couple had already discussed this matter on the plane. Zhao Kui said, "Chu Luo, you look like a good kid. No matter whether you and Qin Feng are together in the future. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong, both born to you, are our grandchildren. Then you are our daughter. We treat you as a family member. Don't feel any pressure. If you have financial pressure, please tell us. We will raise Fan Fan and Tong Tong together. Qin Feng is such a silly kid. If you have anything to say, just criticize him directly. Chu Luo chuckled when he heard this. Qin Feng is actually a very warm-hearted man. She repaired the water pipes and light bulbs in the house, cooked for the three of them, and provided them with meticulous care. Chu Luo then accepted the big red envelope handed over by Zhao Kuiyi. He smiled and said, "Okay, Auntie, I will use this money to support the two little ones." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhao Kuiyi was happier than anything else when she saw Chu Luo accept the money. He turned to Qin Feng and said, "Qin Feng, Chu Luo is my daughter now. You must treat her well. From now on, I will deposit your living expenses into Chu Luo's bank card and she will keep it." Chu Luo smiled again after hearing this. Qin Feng made an okay gesture speechlessly and said, "Okay, the living expenses are being extorted at every level." After the family left their Chuanfu Renjia restaurant, Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer went back to their hotel to rest. The two sisters Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong insisted on following their grandparents and staying in a hotel. Chu Luo said seriously, "Don't disturb Grandpa and Grandma's rest." Qin Xiaofan, but Grandpa and Grandma finally came here. Qin Xiaotong, "I want to sleep with my grandparents at night." Chu Luo, that won't work. It will disturb Grandpa and Grandma's sleep. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Ciyue were surprised and excited and persuaded Chu Luo. "It won't affect you. It won't affect you. Leave the two children to us. We will help you take care of them. Let them sleep with us at night. You can take a rest. It's so tiring to take care of children." Chu Luo thought, "That's right. Today is Wednesday, and she is going to the training center for her first class tonight. Not only do I have to prepare lessons well in the afternoon, but I also have to attend classes from 6:30 to 9:30 in the evening. That is very mentally draining. Okay, I have a part-time job in the evening, so I'll come to the hotel to pick them up in the evening," said Chu Luo. "That's fine, you should work hard, don't get too tired, and take care of your health." Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer said. "Well, thank you, uncle and aunt." So the old couple took their two granddaughters into their hotel lobby. Chu Luo watched his two daughters jumping and skipping into their hotel with Qin Feng's parents. Sighed slightly. In the blink of an eye, there were many more people around me. Moreover, it does feel quite relaxing without my two daughters around all of a sudden. Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? Chu Luo smiled, "Hey, it would be nice if your parents stayed in Binhai City. When I'm tired, they can help take care of the baby." Chapter 33 Late Night KFC Date. Afternoon. Chu Luo prepared his lessons quietly in his apartment. This was the first time she had been alone in a long, long time. It was the first time the room was so quiet without the children, and she quite enjoyed it. "I was so tired from preparing lessons that I even took a short break and a 15-minute nap." When she woke up, she had a sweet and comfortable smile on her face. "Oh my God, I haven't felt this happy in a long time." She suddenly remembered a philosophical thought: what is happiness? Happiness is having something to do, someone to love, and something to look forward to. She is now doing what she loves, teaching. I have someone I like, Qin Feng. No, it's two children. I still have expectations. I look forward to living in the big house on the pure waterfront that Qin Xiaofan mentioned in the future, driving the big Mercedes that Qin Feng bought for me, and raising two children and cultivating them into the most successful children in the world. Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Luo changed into the work uniform he had just bought. White shirt, black knee-length skirt, light blue casual suit, black tie, flesh-colored high heels. Dressed in a typical urban beauty's professional attire, she looked at herself in the full-length mirror. I found myself radiant and bright, and I really look good. Then had a simple dinner, sandwiches. Then I took the subway to the training center to work. When I entered the large classroom of the training center, there were more than 200 students sitting in the classroom. The course was college entrance examination reading, so those students were all high school students. Chu Luogang pushed open the classroom door and walked up to the podium. There was a wave of wow exclamations from below. Oh my God, this is our reading teacher. Isn't he this too beautiful? If I had a teacher like this in junior high school, would my English be so bad? I've said it before, English teachers are always the prettiest and most fashionable in school. I can't imagine how happy her husband is. The teacher is so young, she probably doesn't have a husband. Excuse me, who are these girls dating? Chu Luo walked up to the podium, looked around the classroom, cleared his throat, and began teaching. Because her English pronunciation was so authentic, her voice was carried through the microphone to every corner of the classroom, scaring the students so much that they dared not speak. Moreover, because Chu Luo's explanation was thorough and easy to understand, the students listened attentively. The Dean of Academic Affairs passed by the classroom window, saw Chu Luo's teaching results, and nodded with a smile. It turns out that beautiful people also have high IQs. This teaching effect is great. In fact, the teachers in the training center do not need to be highly skilled, the main thing is to be good looking, then students will sign up for the classes. 3 hours passed quickly and the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Chu Luo has gained a lot of fans. The first class ended with applause. Then the students swarmed onto the podium, surrounded Chu Luo, and asked her questions. Some asked how to memorize words, some asked how to improve English. But there are still many personal questions. Teacher, you look so young. How old are you? Is the teacher married? Is her husband rich? Teacher, you still look like a college student, your skin is so nice. Teacher, with your looks, do you still want to rely on your talent to make a living? You can even marry into a wealthy family. Teacher, how are you going home? Do you want me to take you home in my dad's car? I'll introduce my brother to you. Chu Luo felt a little nervous when facing the students surrounding him. If I keep answering these questions one by one like this, when can I go home? How can we break through the siege and how can we get rid of these students with explosive teenage hormones? Suddenly, a boy's voice shouted from the outer circle of the crowd that had formed a water bucket formation. Chu Luo, Get Out of Class is over. That voice was deep and majestic. Many students turned their heads curiously and saw a tall boy shouting with a smile. Chu Luo turned his head and stretched his neck to take a look. Qin Feng. Qin Feng came to pick him up after class. Qin Feng smiled handsomely and said to those high school students, "Students, please make way. I'm here to take your teacher Chu Luo home. It's getting late." The boys and girls were immediately excited, applauding or praising. "Wow, you are Mr. Chu Luo's boyfriend. Teacher, your boyfriend is so handsome. Only a handsome guy like this can be worthy of our teacher Chu Luo. I'm going to support Teacher Chu and her boyfriend from today on. Let's get out of the way and let Teacher Chu Luo go on a date with her boyfriend. Yes, we are too tactless. Teacher Chu Luo is a family man. Teacher, you and your boyfriend will definitely give birth to a beautiful baby. You two are both so good looking. Teacher Chu and her boyfriend are wearing the same best friend bracelet, har har, said a sharp-eyed student. These students' words made Chu Luo blush. Fortunately, Qin Feng grabbed her wrist and pulled her out of the classroom, broke through the siege, and left the training center building. The two walked out onto the street, and Chu Luo glanced up at the sky. The sky has turned dark blue, and the hazy yellow moon is hanging on the treetops. There were stars in Chu Luo's eyes. He looked up at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Why are you here? You didn't even tell me." Qin Feng smiled, "I'll pick you up after get off work." Chu Luo felt sweet in his heart after hearing this. It does feel good to have someone take over the job. She smiled and said, "Who asked you to pick me up from get off work? I will get off work by myself." Qin Feng, you are bragging, you were surrounded by students, luckily I was able to save you from the water and fire. Chu Luo, well, I'm so tired from the class. I'm starving. I finished the water in the kettle and I can't get any more water. My mouth is dry. Qin Feng pointed at the bright KFC restaurant next to the training center. Really? Are you hungry? How about I treat you to KFC? Chu Luo tilted his head and thought for a while, his hair hanging down, and said, "What about the two kids?" Qin Feng, at my parents' hotel. They've already finished a box of Ferrero Rocher chocolates. You don't have to worry about them. Chu Luo laughed out loud when he heard this. He could imagine the scene of the two kids pestering Qin Feng's parents to buy chocolates and toys. Chu Luo, alas, they are so naughty. They made your parents spend a lot of money. Qin Feng smiled, who told them to be close to each other. Although my dad was diagnosed with stomach problems, he regarded this as good news. He felt that Qin Xiaofan saved his life. He loves these two little guys. Chu Luo nodded, yes, I can see that. Your father is really lucky in misfortune. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. So, I'll treat you to KFC. Chu Luo smiled happily. Okay, at least the children are taken care of, it feels so relaxing. Qin Feng, let's go, I'll make you full. As they talked, the two of them walked into the KFC restaurant side by side. Sitting face to face at a small dining table, Qin Feng took out his mobile phone to scan the code and order food. Although it was 10 o'clock in the evening, there were still many people sitting in this KFC restaurant in Binhai City. Would you like some chicken wings? Would you like a burger? What would you like to drink? Coke or juice? Would you like some French fries? Would you like some banana pie? Chu Luo, eat. I want. Millimeter. Some. I'm hungry. Don't ask, I want them all. Chu Luo thought to himself, oh no, I felt like I was acting like a spoiled child. After Qin Feng ordered the food, he looked at the girl sitting opposite him with a smile. A head of shiny straight black hair. A beautiful face smiling excitedly because of the excitement of class. Double eyelids, big eyes, a dimple, exactly the same as the two babies. Qin Feng couldn't help but say, Chu Luo, you are quite good looking. Chu Luo curled his lips, you just discovered it. Qin Feng, by the way, let me tell you a secret, this is the first time I treat a girl to KFC alone. Chu Luo rolled his eyes, who isn't? Chapter 34. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? After eating KFC, it was already 10:30 at night. Qin Feng and Chu Luo took the subway back to school as usual. The Binhai City subway is most crowded at 10 o'clock at night. Many 996 office workers have just finished overtime and are taking the subway home. Many young men and women who enjoy a nightlife also take the subway home after shopping. There were also many young men and women who had just gone out for a night out, crowded in the subway and discussing loudly. Qin Feng and Chu Luo entered the subway one after another and could only stand in the crowded crowd. This was Chu Luo's second time taking the subway with Qin Feng. Last time. Last time they brought their two children with them, protecting them like all parents would. But now there were only the two of them. Qin Feng pulled Chu Luo to his side like a calf, locked her in a corner of the carriage, and used his body to withstand the surging flow of people in the carriage behind him. Chu Luo blushed slightly, lowered her head, her eyelashes drooped, and her eyes only dared to stare at the milk dragon pattern on Qin Feng's chest. I felt that Qin Feng's hot eyes were always examining me. Chu Luo felt as if he was curled up in Qin Feng's arms and felt very safe. Then she looked at the pattern on Qin Feng's sweatshirt on his chest and couldn't help laughing, with a dimpled smile. The milk dragon sweatshirt Qin Feng is wearing is the parent-child outfit that Chu Luo bought for him. Chu Luo smiled and said, do you like wearing the clothes I bought for you? Qin Feng supported the carriage with his arms and protected Chu Luo on both sides. Oh, it's what is commonly known as the wall dong. Qin Feng smiled and said, it's okay, the fabric is quite comfortable. Chu Luo smiled, by the way, do you know what Tong Tong suddenly said to me when I was doing aerobics last night? Qin Feng, what? Chu Luo wanted to laugh when he thought of that little guy. Besides, things about children are most interesting only when they are shared with their fathers. Tong Tong said, Mom, I'll spin in the air and my belly will get smaller. Qin Feng, har har har, what do you mean? Chu Luo, this is Neilong's catchphrase. She learned it from TV. Because I was doing weight loss exercises, Tong Tong encouraged me like this. Qin Feng, you're still losing weight. You're so slim. Chu Luo frowned, but I'm still fat. When I'm fat, I look fatter when I wear clothes. What Chu Luo meant was that she had made Qin Feng fatter recently. Qin Feng comes to cook every day at noon and evening. Not only did Chu Luo gain 5 pounds, but Dabao and Erbao also gained weight. Chu Luo found that her bra size was not big enough. Did she have to buy a D size? There is also the 5-year-old little Erbao, with a chubby little butt, who is much fatter than when he first came through. It has to be said that Qin Feng's cooking skills are second to none. Qin Feng didn't understand and said, I don't know where you got fat, you're so thin. Chu Luo smiled, you really don't understand. After the subway arrived at the station, the two went to a hotel opposite Binhai University. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Kuiyi were inside with their 2 children. After ringing the doorbell, Chu Luo entered the room. I laughed as soon as I entered. This is a standard hotel room with a large TV hanging on the wall, playing cartoons. Two kids sat on a bed, each holding a bag of potato chips. An empty chocolate box has been thrown into the trash. There were also several large toys on the bed, such as a simple princess play box and a large princess makeup bag, which were all expensive toys that Chu Luo usually refused to buy for them. Oh my god, you two little guys, you ate a whole box of chocolates. You don't want your teeth anymore? And you let your grandparents buy such expensive toys? Chu Luo criticized. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Kuiyi had already put on their pajamas and said with a smile, "Let the child eat. Only this once. After we go back, you keep them under control. It's natural for children to like chocolate." Chu Luo could only smile bitterly. There was really nothing he could do about it. Grandpa and Grandma dote on their granddaughter, and even the King of Heaven can't do anything about it. Chu Luo, okay, no more eating, go home with Mom. Qin Xiafan pleaded, "Mom, we want to sleep with Grandpa and Grandma at night." Qin Xiaotong begged, "Mom, we want to stay in this hotel these days, please." Chu Luo. Qin Jinwei said with a smile, "Chu Luo, why don't you let us take care of them for a few days?" Zhao Kuiyi, "Don't worry, Chu Luo, you should brush your teeth when necessary. Don't damage their teeth. I see that Erbao's front teeth are already black." Chu Luo, "Yes, Tongtong's front teeth were black when she first crossed over. We must be careful about tooth decay." Qin Xiafan and Qin Xiaotong immediately made a solemn promise. "Mom, we don't want to eat candy anymore, but we want to live with Grandpa and Grandma. Please, Mom, I love Grandpa the most in the world." After Chu Luo heard this, his heart melted. She felt a warm feeling when she thought that there were other people in the world who loved these two children as much as she did. Chu Luo patted the two children's heads and said, "Okay, just stay for tonight. Also, don't let Grandpa and Grandma buy toys for you." Qin Xiafan, "Thank you, Mom." Qin Xiaotong, "Thank you, Mom." Chu Luo smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt, I'll leave the two children to you to play with. I'm going back first. I'm tired from class today. Thank you for helping me take care of the children." Qin Feng, "Yes, this is the first time I know that the subway in Binhai City is also overcrowded in the middle of the night. It's almost crowded." Qin Jinwei was obviously stunned when he heard this. He has seen how crowded the subways in first-tier cities are by watching Douyin. At some subway stations during rush hour, you have to wait for 5 subway trains before you can get on. It seems that Qin Feng has finally found a beautiful girlfriend. And she gave birth to 2 such cute babies. How can you bear to let a beautiful girl squeeze into the subway? Qin Jinwei had a serious face and called Qin Feng out of the room. "Boy, come out, I want to talk to you." Qin Feng, "Oh." The father and son opened the door, walked out of the room, walked to the end of the corridor, stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the bright lights of Binhai City at night. "Qin Feng, you are man, you have to protect your wife. Of course. You let such a beautiful girlfriend squeeze into the subway. What should I do? Should I buy an electric car to take her to and from get off work? Well, let me help you find a solution." After leaving the hotel that night, Qin Feng sent Chu Luo back to the apartment. Chu Luo walked all the way to the gate of the community, turned around and smiled and said, "You should go back. It's so late. Just send it here. Don't make sure you can't get back to the boys' dormitory." Qin Feng, "Don't worry, the iron chain of the dormitory door is not locked tightly, and thinner boys can get through." Chu Luo, "Oh, no wonder they said that many boys went home after having midnight snacks. You guys are so happy." Qin Feng, "Yeah, unlike girls, they have to spend the night outside if the dormitory door is locked." Chu Luo lowered his head and whispered, "So you want to come upstairs and sit down." Chapter 35, Making dumplings with the heroine late at night. Late at night. At the entrance of the community. Qin Feng, "Yes, it's so late, it's not safe for you to go back alone, I'll take you upstairs." Chu Luo said with a smile, "Hey, are you kidding? China is the safest country in the world." Qin Feng, "Then find a reason to invite me upstairs." Chu Luo smiled and said, "In the middle of the night, you want to go to a girl's house who lives alone, and you want her to find a reason herself." Qin Feng said with a shameless smile, "Yes." Chu Luo smiled, "I really can't find a reason. And the two kids are not at home, and they don't need you to tell them stories, so I really can't find a reason. Qin Feng, since the two kids are not here, I can do something else. For example, you can invite me upstairs for a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. Chu Luo smiled, thought for a moment and said, drinking tea or coffee? Aren't you afraid of insomnia? Oh, yes, I got it. Qin Feng, yes. Chu Luo, well, there is no tea or coffee at home, but there are green onions, pork, and a bag of noodles in the refrigerator. Can we make dumplings for your parents at noon tomorrow? Qin Feng, making dumplings for my parents. Chu Luo nodded, yes, your parents are from the north, how about coming to my house to eat dumplings at noon tomorrow? It's too expensive to eat out for every meal. But I don't know how to knead the dough, and I don't know how to roll out the dumpling skins. I only know how to wrap them. Qin Feng, what a coincidence. As a northerner, I happen to know how to knead dough, stir stuffing, and roll out dough. Chu Luo, well, then it's a happy decision. Is this a good reason? Qin Feng, that's a good reason, but making dumplings in the middle of the night. Aren't you going to sleep? Chu Luo smiled and said, to be honest, I just had a 3-hour class. I'm not sleepy at all. On the contrary, I'm a little excited. I probably won't be able to sleep. It's just right that you teach me how to make dumplings. Qin Feng, okay, let's go. So, Qin Feng and Chu Luo entered the community. Chu Luo's newly bought high heels made a clacking sound as she walked on the brick road in the community. Chu Luo's long hair was also swinging back and forth under the street lights. Chu Luo's small buttocks and twisting waist as she walked made her walk very charming. This was the first time that Qin Feng went to Chu Luo's house without his two children. In the elevator car, the lights were a little bright, and Qin Feng and Chu Luo stood side by side. There were only the two of them in the cramped space, and Chu Luo could hear each other's breathing, which made him feel a little embarrassed. She didn't mind when she had two kids before, as they were always chattering. But this time, she brought a boy home for the first time in her life. Well, it's quite embarrassing. Ding, the elevator reached the floor, and Chu Luo walked in front to the door. Beep ding ding, Chu Luo pressed the fingerprint lock and opened the door. Click, 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 turn on all the lights in the loft apartment. Chu Luo went upstairs while talking, go to the refrigerator and see if there are enough ingredients. I'll change my clothes and come down. I'm exhausted wearing this formal suit for class today. Qin Feng, yeah. He walked to the open kitchen, opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There are pork belly, green onions, and all kinds of ingredients, enough to make dumplings. Qin Feng found an aluminum basin, poured a few spoonfuls of flour, added some water, and started kneading the dough. Then I heard the sound of water splashing upstairs. I know Chu Luo should be taking a shower on the second floor. Qin Feng started chopping the stuffing. Ding ding ding. In the north, chopping stuffing late at night is considered a nuisance to others. But in Binhai City, especially in this brand new apartment complex, many people's nightlife has just begun. There are also many female anchors dancing late at night and night owls on the first floor. After chopping the stuffing, Qin Feng began to stir it, and then he heard Chu Luo's footsteps coming down the stairs. Then I smelled the scent of shower gel. I saw Chu Luo still wearing the round-necked pure white pajamas. Black hair, a pair of bright peach eyes, snow-white calves. Qin Feng was stunned. Chu Luo, you are very beautiful. Thank you. Oh, is the filling ready? It smells so good. I just don't know whether it's salty or bland. If you're ready, you can wrap it up and cook one to try first. Okay. Chu Luo said happily, and went to the stove to get a pot to boil hot water. Then he came back with a rolling pin, rubbed his hands together, and started making dumplings. Qin Feng looked at Chu Luo with a smile. Her pajamas had no sleeves. I just think Chu Luo's two slender arms are particularly white. Chu Luo blushed slightly and said with a smile, stop staring at me, okay? It's embarrassing. Qin Feng said with a smile, you dare to wear pajamas, and you dare not let me see it. Chu Luo, I don't wear pajamas so that you can see me, I wear them for the comfort of home clothes. Qin Feng, get me a set next time. I also want to wear something more comfortable at home. Chu Luo blushed and smiled and said, actually, I have already bought a set for you online, but I don't know if you like it. Qin Feng was surprised, you have already bought me a set of home clothes. Chu Luo, yeah, if you stay and sleep on the sofa next time, you can wear this pajamas. Qin Feng, take it out and let me see it. Chu Luo, let's talk about it after we finish making the dumplings. As he spoke, Chu Luo had already made the first dumpling. It's crooked and will fall down when you put it on the chopping board. It's actually nothing special. Chu Luo said with a smile, the dumplings I make are ugly, you northerners please don't despise them. Qin Feng smiled and said, okay, it's already very good. Go cook it and let me taste it to see if it's salty enough. Chu Luo, okay. While Chu Luo was cooking dumplings, he remembered something funny and said with a smile. By the way, do you know what Tong Tong said when she woke up this morning? Qin Feng, what? She said she wasn't going back to her planet, and wanted to be an ordinary girl on Earth. I thought she was an alien, but after asking her for a long time, I found out it was a line from the cartoon, Moeko, har ha ha ha. When Chu Luo thought of this, he squatted on the ground and laughed until tears came out. Really, every time something funny happened between the two kids, she wanted to tell Qin Feng about it. She couldn't wait to share it with Qin Feng, because Qin Feng would really listen. Apart from Qin Feng, she had no one else to share the interesting stories of her two children with. Qin Feng said with a smile, Tong Tong is such a dramatic actress. Last time she told me, Dad, I am actually a mermaid. I can turn into a mermaid when my feet touch water. Can you take me to the beach? Chu Luo laughed loudly on the ground and said, Tong Tong also told me that she asked me to take her to the seaside for a trip. She has a mermaid kingdom to manage. Qin Feng, so how about taking them to the beach for a trip during the National Day? Chu Luo, it seems possible. She nodded. The child's wish was her wish. As we were talking, the first dumpling was cooked. Qin Feng, taste it and see if it's salty or not. If it's bland, I'll add salt. If it's salty, I'll add cabbage. Chu Luo scooped up the dumpling with a colander, then picked it up with chopsticks, put it into his mouth and bit half of it. She looked at Qin Feng and chewed slowly. Qin Feng watched her reaction and waited for her judgment. Chu Luo ate for a long time, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's bad, I can't taste the saltiness. Qin Feng, no way. Has your tongue lost its function? Chu Luo laughed, no, you look at me, I'm too nervous. How about I give you a taste, maybe my tongue is not working properly. As he spoke, Chu Luo picked up the remaining half of the hot dumpling with his chopsticks and put it into Qin Feng's mouth. When Chu Luo did this, she realized that she and Qin Feng were using the same pair of chopsticks. It's quite ambiguous that each person eats half of the same dumpling. Chu Luo's cheeks turned slightly red. Qin Feng wouldn't say that he kissed him in disguise. Qin Feng ate half of the dumpling. He was so excited that he didn't notice how salty it was. I just think that Chu Luo is quite good at flirting. Chapter 36 Xiaobai's Dirty Car. The two of them were making dumplings and before they knew it, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Qin Feng rolled out the last piece of dumpling wrapper and handed it to Chu Luo. Chu Luo wrapped the last dumpling and froze them all in the refrigerator. Qin Feng went to the kitchen faucet to wash his hands that were covered with flour, then took out his cell phone and looked at it. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. I should go back. Tutor Campus Beauty, you should go to bed early. As he said that, Qin Feng went to the door to change his shoes. But Chu Luo followed him to the door and said in a voice as low as a mosquito. You have to walk from the West District to the East District in the middle of the night. Isn't that unsafe? Qin Feng said, nonsense. China is the safest country in the world. The 6th generation aircraft has just been invented, the 055 Shield ship can wipe out a country, and the mechanical dog drone can land on the beach. Chu Luo felt that he couldn't even hear himself speak. How about you just spend the night on the couch? Qin Feng. You don't mind. Chu Luo, the main reason is that you still have to go back and get through the big iron door of the boys' dormitory, which is too hard. Qin Feng, well, then, it's nothing to just spend a night on the sofa. Chu Luo blushed and said, the main reason is that I'm used to people talking at home all the time. Suddenly, the children are not here, and if you leave too, the house will be too quiet. Qin Feng then took off the shoes he was wearing and put on the men's slippers that Chu Luo bought for him. Qin Feng began to express his scientific opinion. Yes, humans are social animals and are very afraid of silence. There is a laboratory in the United States where there is no sound, 0 decibels, and people feel great fear inside. In fact, astronauts cannot hear any sound in space, and they are also very scared. Chu Luo, stop talking nonsense, go to the second floor to take a shower, I'll find you pajamas and a toothbrush. Qin Feng, oh. Actually, Chu Luo has become a person who is afraid of loneliness. I am very afraid of being isolated, abandoned and excluded by the whole world. It was the sudden appearance of the two children and Qin Feng that connected her to this world. It made her passionate about life again and made her willing to work part-time to support her children. Willing to work hard for Qin Xiaofan's piano lessons and willing to earn money for Qin Xiaotong's roller skating lessons. I also like to have a small quarrel and argument with Qin Feng occasionally, which I find much more interesting. It's not because their house is too quiet, it has nothing to do with 0 decibels. What does it have to do with me if there is a laboratory in the United States? Qin Feng went up to the second floor of the loft and entered Chu Luo's bathroom. It smells delicious and is warm everywhere. There were a lot of bottles and jars of shower gel, shampoo, body lotion and conditioner. Qin Feng asked, Chu University Campus Beauty, you have so many bottles, which shampoo should I use? Chu Luo came in with her long hair lifted up, pointed at 1 or 2 bottles and said, oh, use whatever you want, it's good for your skin, you should take care of your skin too. Qin Feng, okay. Then Chu Luo handed Qin Feng a new toothbrush and a new towel and said, then I'm going to sleep first. When you come out, go downstairs and sleep on the sofa. Turn off all the lights. Thank you, good night. Qin Feng, good night. Qin Feng closed the door, turned on the hot water tap and started taking a shower. It took only 10 minutes to wash. He didn't understand why Chu Luo took half an hour to take a shower. Do girls have more surface area? After coming out of the shower, he put on the men's home clothes that Chu Luo had already purchased online. The lights in the bedrooms on the second floor were turned off and it was pitch dark. Qin Feng looked at Chu Luo lying on the bed in the bedroom on the second floor under the light of the bathroom. Of course, it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. I just saw the girl on the bed curled up into a beautiful curve. There was the sound of her gentle breathing in the middle of the night. This girl turned out to be the mother of his future child. Thinking of this, Qin Feng found it incredible. He turned off the bathroom light and quietly went down the stairs. When they arrived on the first floor, Chu Luo had already made a comfortable bed for him on the simple sofa. A cotton pillow, a fragrant quilt. After Qin Feng got into bed, he watched a short video of Port Pilot on Douyin. Then I fell into a deep sleep and had a sweet dream. No words were spoken that night. Morning. Qin Feng was awakened by the sound of pots and pans colliding in the kitchen. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful girl wearing a round-neck white pajamas. The thick long hair was tied into a bun. The girl was busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Qin Feng looked over from a low angle while lying on the sofa. All I saw was a pair of very white and plump legs. There are also very white feet, wearing a pair of light green slippers. There was a scent wafting from the kitchen. It seemed like Chu Luo was frying bacon, eggs, toast, fruit, etc. Qin Feng smelled the fragrance and sat up. Chu Luo smiled and said, "You're awake. Get up and try the energizing breakfast I made." Qin Feng, why is it a breakfast full of energy? Chu Luo, har har, this is also what Qin Xiaotong said. She always eats the energetic breakfast I make in the morning, which is fried bacon, fried eggs, toast, and oranges. And the oranges must be arranged in the shape of a smiley face, you see. Qin Feng got up and looked. Chu Luo really put breakfast on a big plate and cut the orange slices into the shape of a smiling face. 6. Qin Feng said. Yes, your Qin Xiaotong has a lot of tricks every day. It's so fun. Chu Luo sighed and smiled. How can there be such a cute 5-year-old child in the world? Qin Feng and Chu Luo had breakfast together. Then they went downstairs and out of the community, and each rode a shared bicycle to class. Chu Luo went to East District Foreign Languages College. Qin Feng went to the West District Computer College. The class lasts for hours in the morning and ends at noon. Qin Feng called Qin Jinwei and said, "Hey, Dad, bring my mom and the kids to Zhouji apartment at noon. I've sent you the address. Chu Luo wants to give you a surprise." Qin Jinwei, really? I want to give you a surprise too. Intercontinental apartments, right? I'll be there soon. Qin Feng, what surprise do you have for us? Qin Jinwei, you'll know when you see it. Noon. Qin Feng and Chu Luo each rode a shared bicycle back to their intercontinental apartments community. The two locked their car on the roadside at the entrance of the community when they suddenly saw a strange scene. So they both opened their eyes wide and looked at it in disbelief. I saw Grandma Zhao Tsui holding two children, Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong. Grandpa Qin Jinwei drove over in a white family car. It was a domestic brand car that looked old and small. Qin Xiaofan shouted in surprise, Dad's little white dirty car. Qin Xiaotong also jumped with her sister and said, Yeah, Dad's little white dirty car. Qin Jinwei braked the car, pulled the handbrake, and triumphantly opened the door and got out from the driver's seat. He threw a black car key into the air and into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng was caught off guard and caught the car keys with both hands in horror. Dad, what's going on? Qin Jinwei said proudly, Your father bought you your first car in life. Although it's a second-hand car, you're a novice, so you can practice with a small, old car first. When you make a lot of money, you can buy a luxury car, such as a Mercedes, a BMW or an Audi. I didn't buy you this car for you. It's so you can pick up Chu Luo from get off work, understand? Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw it. It turns out that he still couldn't avoid the fate of having the same dirty car as Xiaobai. Watching Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong skillfully get into the back seat of the car, he felt very upset, and he might have to drive this little white dirty car for most of his life. Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini may have to say goodbye. I don't want Xiaobai's dirty car. Seeing this, Chu Luo was already bent over with laughter. She patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile, You seem to be on the verge of collapse, my personal driver. Chapter 37 The car is our home. Qin Feng looked at the dirty little white car with an annoyed look on his face. Is this car destined for me and I can't escape it? Chu Luo, however, looked at this extremely ordinary domestic car with great interest. She even opened the passenger door and sat in the passenger seat. Look at the unremarkable dashboard, the patinaed steering wheel, the collapsed fabric seats, etc. If it was a girl from their foreign languages college, she would definitely not open the door and sit in. Those girls only recognize BBA and look down on other brands. Yes, the girls from the foreign languages department don't know as much about cars as the poor guys from the computer science department. I can't tell you how fast it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h, or whether it's a dry or wet tire. But you just need to recognize the signs, and they sit there often. And this little white dirty car has no logo. However, Chu Luo felt a sense of satisfaction as he sat in the passenger seat of Xiaobai's dirty car. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. Because this seat is unique in the world and belongs exclusively to her. The driver next to her is also unique in the world and belongs exclusively to her. Not to mention the two chattering and laughing kids in the back seat. Although they kept saying that this was Xiaobai's dirty car. But the elder sister sat on the left and the younger sister sat on the right. And naturally put the snacks in my hand into the pocket behind the seat. As if they had always done this before. Those hidden snacks also became the sisters' secret base. Chu Luo couldn't help but say, Go home. Qin Xiaofan, going home. Mom? This is not home. Qin Xiaotong, isn't your nest our home, Mom? Chu Luo shook his head and said, No, that nest is the house that Mom rents, not our house. But Dad's car is our home, because this car belongs to us. Qin Xiaofan, I understand, Mom. Qin Xiaotong, can we drive to the park, Mom? Chu Luo smiled, Okay, let Dad drive us to the park in the afternoon. Yeah. Children's happiness is very simple. Driving them to the park can make them happy for a long time. At noon, Qin Feng parked his little white dirty car in a public parking space in the community. Chu Luo registered with the property management and paid 500 yuan for parking per month. Then I took the old couple home for lunch. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer went into the loft apartment for a visit. I found that Chu Luo, this girl, kept the house in tidy order. A children's area is marked out on the wooden floor by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Xiaofan and Qin Xiaotong's toys are piled in a large storage box. The kitchen stove was wiped clean and there was no grease on the walls. A small dining table for four was set with exquisite tableware. Because my grandparents are here today, it's a bit crowded. There were only 4 stools in the house, so Chuluo moved 2 stools down from the second floor to sit on. Then he went straight into the kitchen and prepared lunch with Qin Feng. In addition to the staple food of dumplings, Qin Feng also plans to make for cold dishes and stir-fry for hot dishes. Chuluo skillfully helped Qin Feng in the kitchen, peeling garlic and onions, washing ginger and vegetables. And Chuluo was wearing a red milk dragon sweatshirt that was suitable for the whole family today. That bright red top is particularly eye-catching. She was wearing a pair of slim jeans and her legs were long and straight. She had a high ponytail and her swan neck was white and slender. The main feature is a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs. While cooking, Qin Feng said, "You finally wore this parent-child outfit. It looks pretty good. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have worn it today so that we can look like a couple." Chuluo smiled. "Who told you that you don't have tacit understanding?" Qin Feng, "Then I'll wear it tomorrow." Chuluo smiled. "I won't wear it tomorrow." Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Chuluo were both cooking in the kitchen. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Kuiyi, an old couple, were sitting in the living room. While watching the 2 granddaughters playing with toys, he secretly peeked into the kitchen. "I saw my son and daughter-in-law preparing lunch in an orderly manner. It seems that they do this often." The old couple kept whispering, wondering how far their son and daughter-in-law had gone. The milk dragon sweatshirt Qin Feng wore yesterday is the same one Chuluo wore today. Qin Jinwei said in a low voice. "So they are wearing couple outfits." Zhao Cui smiled secretly. "And now they have all come out to rent a house, so the matter is probably a fait accompli." Qin Jinwei guessed. Cohabitation among college students is nothing new nowadays. They can get married after graduation, Zhao Kuiyi pointed out. Young people find loneliness unbearable and are prone to passion. It's understandable. Qin Jinwei said with a serious face. But Chuluo is so slim, she stands so straight, and her hips are tight, she doesn't look like that. And I know Qin Feng very well, he is very upright and stubborn. Zhao Kuiyi expressed her guess. Fan Fan and Tong Tong are both pregnant, and you still say he is upright. Qin Jinwei looked disdainful. Soon, lunch began. Chuluo first accompanied him to eat a few dishes. As Qin Feng brought the last dish to the table, he took off his apron and sat down. Everyone was there. As an elder, Qin Jinwei raised his teacup and said, "Well, let me, as a grandfather, say a few words." Chuluo and the 2 children raised their drink cups and said, "Listen to Grandpa and then cheers." Qin Jinwei published an editorial saying, "You two are both excellent children. Qin Feng's mother and I would like to express our opinions. I completely approve of you, and hope you can do well in your career, start a family, and get married soon. As for the 2 granddaughters, Qin Feng's mother and I love them very much. After I recover and retire, we can help you take care of the children. Anyway, this marriage is settled. We like this girl Chuluo very much. 2 young people develop well and grow old together. Qin Feng. Chuluo. Oh my god, they will grow old together. Qin Jinwei, by the way, a friend of mine from the police station called me this morning. He has handled the cases of several children with illegal household registration. It will be no problem to leave Fan Fan and Tong Tong's case to him. He will definitely get them registered. Don't worry." After hearing this, Chuluo felt relieved. He raised his teacup and said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. This cup of tea is not wine. I toast to you too. Thank you for registering Fan Fan and Tong Tong." Qin Feng watched Chuluo toast and then toasted himself. "Mom and Dad, what do you mean by growing old together? Chuluo and I are focusing on our careers right now. We can't afford to support 2 money-eating beasts. As for marriage, don't force it. Let it come naturally, okay?" After hearing this, Chuluo nodded vigorously. The main reason is that she gets a headache whenever she thinks about marriage and childbirth. Fertility has always been her soft spot, and she was afraid of touching on this taboo topic. If you use career as an excuse, you can successfully avoid these troubles. Chuluo stepped on Qin Feng's foot under the table, meaning that he was right. Anyway, if her period didn't come, Chuluo really didn't know how to further her relationship with Qin Feng. What if Qin Feng asks for a premarital physical examination? What if Qin Feng still wants to have a son after marriage? Chu Luo has always been a strong-willed girl. Since she is good at study and career, she must be good in all aspects of life. So Chu Luo looked at Qin Feng in agreement, grateful for his wording. Only the old man looked at Qin Feng with contempt. You little bastards, you both have Fan Fan and Tong Tong. Still pretending to be innocent in front of me. Chapter 38. Driving with the heroine for the first time. After dinner, Zhao Cui wanted to go into the kitchen to wash the dishes, but Chu Luo pushed her out with a smile. Chu Luo smiled. Auntie, you are a guest, how can you wash the dishes? Zhao Kui, hey, this girl is so sensible. Chu Luo went into the kitchen to wash dishes. Qin Feng was afraid that she would be lonely, so he squeezed in front of the kitchen sink with her to wash dishes. Chu Luo used his hands to brush the loose hair on his forehead behind his ears, tilted his head and smiled. Why are you joining in the fun in the kitchen? Go play with your parents and the kids in the living room. Qin Feng insisted on squeezing in front of the sink with Chu Luo to wash the dishes together, and said with a smile. No, I want to wash the dishes with you. Chu Luo, well, how about I wash it and you rinse it? Qin Feng, deal. Chu Luo smiled charmingly and happily washed the dishes with Qin Feng. I secretly sighed in my heart that Qin Feng is actually a very thoughtful person. When a girl is with her boyfriend's parents, it is easy for her to feel alienated and excluded, and she may become an outsider. There are many such cases on the internet. The girl went to the boy's house to celebrate the new year. The boyfriend and his parents were sitting on a sofa watching TV, and the girl had no place to sit. The new daughter-in-law went to her husband's house to celebrate the new year. Her husband played mahjong with his parents and sister-in-law, while the new daughter-in-law washed dishes in the kitchen. A woman who brings her baby back to her husband's house cannot eat at the table. Fortunately, these extreme cases did not occur in Chu Luo. Qin Feng stood firmly with Chu Luo many times and opposed his parents. This feeling of being pampered made Chu Luo feel not excluded or alienated at all. It made Chu Luo feel that she and Qin Feng were a family, and Qin Feng's parents were another family. Yeah, that's right. Chu Luo was happy and delighted. Suddenly I remembered an old saying. It is easy to get money, but it is hard to find a true lover. However, the only downside to washing dishes with Qin Feng is that he splashes water everywhere. Several times the water droplets splashed on Chu Luo's face and lips, and Chu Luo had to stretch out his arms to wipe them off. Can't you wash slower? Chu Luo spat. If you're too slow, you won't be able to wash it clean. Qin Feng retorted. The water droplets are splashing on my face. Chu Luo said coquettishly. I'll help you wipe it. Qin Feng said. Dirty hands. Chu Luo's chin retreated. Okay, wipe it yourself. Qin Feng smiled. After washing the dishes, Qin Feng's parents wanted to go back to their hotel to take a nap. Because there is only one province in the country where people take a nap at noon. Even the King of Heaven would have to take a nap. The two children were in high spirits and said they wanted to go to the park to play in their father's little white dirty car. Qin Feng had just got the car and was eager to try it out. He was rubbing his hands and wanted to go out for a ride. Chu Luo, can you do it? How long have you been driving? When was the last time you drove? What other cars have you driven besides the training car? You're taking me and the kids out on the street for the first time you get a car? Do you dare? Qin Feng's arrogant face. TSK, you dare to say I can't do it? Although I got my driver's license after taking the college entrance exam. But men's driving instinct is innate. Just like once you learn to ride a bike, you can ride it for the rest of your life. Just like if you learn to swim, you will be able to swim for the rest of your life. Just like if you learn English, you will speak English for the rest of your life. As long as I learn how to drive, I can pick up a car and drive it. Chu Luo, TSK, don't brag, I don't dare to ride in your car, you drive out for a few laps to practice first, and then come back to pick us up. Qin Feng, no, you three women must come with me. Chu Luo murmured to himself, we, three, women, we are all, girls. So Chu Luo asked the two children to get dressed and took them to Wushui Park to play. Qin Xiaofan, yeah, I finally got to sit in Dad's dirty little white car. Qin Xiaotong, well, I'm going to the living water park to catch tadpoles and raise them. If the tadpoles turn into golden frogs, they can be sold for 1,010,000 yuan. The old couple laughed out loud after hearing the childish talk. A family of 6 went downstairs and walked to the small, dirty white car in the community's public parking space. It was a 3-box, front-wheel drive, 4-cylinder, manual transmission domestic sedan. Qin Feng opened the car door, watched the 2 children sit in the back seat, and fastened their seat belts. Then he opened the passenger door, held the top of the car frame, and let Chu Luo sit in. Chu Luo said expressionlessly, "There are only 2 situations when a man opens the car door for a woman. First, the car is new. Second, women are new." Qin Feng, stop talking nonsense. Then Qin Feng walked around the car and sat in the driver's seat. I poked around on the dashboard with the car key and finally found the keyhole. Chu Luo, can't find the place. Qin Feng, oh, this car is different from the training car. As he spoke, he twisted his right hand, and with a bang, the engine started and the whole car began to shake. Chu Luo felt that the flesh on his body was also trembling. "So I am speechless." Qin Feng muttered. "Well, step on the clutch and brake, shift to first gear, turn on the left turn signal, honk the horn, and lightly step on the accelerator to start." Chu Luo said seriously, "Does our university buy accident insurance for every student?" Qin Feng, "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Chu Luo pursed his lips and smiled. As the car started slowly, it drove towards the gate of the community. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Cue, who were watching nearby, watched the sedan leave. Qin Jinwei nodded and said, "Well, the boy is okay. He hasn't forgotten how to drive. This 45,000 yuan car is worth buying." Just as he said this, Qin Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes. Chu Luo's head almost hit the front glass window. "R!" Chu Luo screamed. As soon as Chu Luo screamed, the 2 girls behind him screamed as well. Qin Feng suddenly felt like he was deaf. Damn, the 3 women screamed at a volume comparable to that of a jet plane. "What are you yelling about? Dad can't drive." Qin Feng criticized the 3 women in the family. "Why did you brake suddenly?" Chu Luo said coquettishly. "Because you didn't wear your seat belt, do you understand?" Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Chu Luo seriously. "Oh, sorry, I forgot, sorry." Chu Luo smiled apologetically. She half turned her body and stretched out her left hand to pull the seat belt buckle on her right shoulder. "But I couldn't pull it out after trying for a long time. It seemed like it was stuck. Or maybe girls are just weaker." Chu Luo was a little embarrassed. He used all his strength but couldn't pull out the seat belt. "Hey, you little dirty car, the seat belt hasn't been used for a long time, I really can't pull it out." Qin Feng said, "Oh? Really? You are too weak." Qin Feng leaned over and said. He placed his right hand on the seat behind Chu Luo's head. He used his left hand to help Chu Luo pull the buckle of the seat belt. In fact, his body had already pressed Chu Luo under the seat. But he didn't notice it, and Chu Luo didn't know whether he did it on purpose or not. Chu Luo's cheeks flushed red. It felt like Qin Feng's entire body was pressed against me. Qin Feng's chin was just above her forehead. "This guy smells pretty good." Various scenes from idol dramas flashed through Chu Luo's mind. These are all scenes where the male lead fastens the female lead's seatbelt. Many idol dramas have male and female protagonists. It's at this time that I can't help but kiss passionately. Chu Luo bravely raised his eyes to look at Qin Feng. I found this guy was seriously pulling the buckle of the seatbelt. It doesn't look like I want to take advantage of her. Chu Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't prepared for a kiss. Finally, with a click, Qin Feng pulled out the buckle of the seat belt. Then he returned to his seat. With a click, Chu Luo's seat belt was fastened. "Okay, Chu University Campus Beauty, you are safe now." Qin Feng let out a long sigh. "What's safe? I just felt it was very dangerous." Chu Luo blushed and said. "For a long time." Her face was still hot. Chapter 39. Chu Luo wants to travel to the seaside. Qin Feng drove the dirty little white car and slowly left the Intercontinental Apartments community. Driving on the main road, Chu Luo was even more nervous than Qin Feng. She held onto the seat tightly, staring ahead with wide eyes, fearing that Qin Feng would rear-end the Rolls-Royce in front of him. Qin Feng said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, Chu University's campus beauty. Chu Luo said, "Nonsense, if you rear-end the Rolls Royce, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay for it even if I sell it. Big brother, can you please stay away from the car in front?" Qin Feng, har har, okay, don't scare yourself into having a heart attack. As he spoke, Qin Feng lightly stepped on the brakes and moved a little further away from the Rolls Royce Phantom in front of him. Chu Luo was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He patted his chest and felt like his heart was about to jump out. Well, my heart beats faster every day when I am with Qin Feng. After driving for an hour, we finally arrived at the Living Water Park on the outskirts of the city. Living Water Park, as the name suggests, is a children's playground with water as its theme. There are streams, shallow ponds, and artificial beaches in the park. Many parents bring their children here to relax on weekends. Parents play with their mobile phones while children play with sand. After parking the car in the parking lot, Qin Feng and Chu Luo, each holding a child, entered the park. Generally speaking, Fan Fan, a 9-year-old child, likes his father more and likes to stick to him more. And Fan Fan hasn't been in school recently, so she doesn't braid her hair and often lets her hair down, which is similar to Chu Luo's long hair. Qin Feng held the hand of his 9-year-old daughter and felt that she was a smaller version of Chu Luo. But this little Chu Luo would never glare at him or pinch his arm when he was angry. Chu Luo held his 5-year-old daughter Tongtong's hand, and the two of them kept whispering about what toys to buy. Qin Xiaotong, Mom, please buy a beach bucket for me and my sister. I want to learn how to make a beach castle from Peppa Pig. Chu Luo, okay, Mom will buy it for you, you don't have to say it so many times. Qin Xiaotong, thank you, Mom. You are the kindest woman in the world. Chu Luo chuckled when he heard this. He was often amused by Tongtong's daughter's childish words. As a result, in front of a convenience store where various children's toys were hung, Qin Feng bought beach buckets, beach shovels, children's fishing nets, etc. for Fan Fan and Tongtong, spending more than 50 yuan in one go. Qin Feng felt the pain the most. He was a college student and usually only spent 15 yuan on a meal in the cafeteria. Now I have suddenly become a slave to my daughter. I have to spend $50 to buy her a toy every time. Oh, I am so sad. After buying the toys, Fan Fan and Tongtong ran to the artificial beach to play happily. Qin Feng and Chu Luo sat on a park bench next to the beach, shoulder to shoulder. The sun is warm and the breeze is gentle. Beauty is like a flower, time is like flowing water. Sitting next to him was the campus beauty from Binhai University, and he could also smell the faint fragrance of Chu Luo's hair. Qin Feng did what every boy in the world would do in this situation. I took out my phone, opened TikTok, and started watching short videos of repairing horseshoes. Qin Feng was watching with great interest and didn't notice Chu Luo glaring at him at all. In the end, Chu Luo was speechless and couldn't help but pinch Qin Feng's arm. Ouch! Qin Feng shouted, "What are you doing? The children are playing there, and you're playing with your phone instead of appreciating them." Chu Luo was angry. They play theirs, and I play mine. No, we've already missed their infancy, do you want to miss their childhood? Chu Luo looked at Qin Feng seriously. Qin Feng put down his phone and looked at Chu Luo's long eyelashes and double eyelids carefully. I even saw my own reflection in Chu Luo's clear eyes. Well, quite handsome. Chu Luo blushed. I wonder if Qin Feng was too focused when he was staring at me. Are you looking at me or are you daydreaming? Chu Luo said coquettishly. Okay, don't be angry when I tell you. Qin Feng said. Explain. Look in your eyes to see if my hair is messy. You? Chu Luo stretched out his right hand again and pinched Qin Feng's arm. Ouch. They were flirting on the bench. The two daughters made a new friend while playing on the artificial beach. A naughty little boy, wearing a mat and big shorts, with a chubby face and a bulging belly, was also digging sand with a beach bucket and a beach shovel. He was building a tunnel fortification and looked very serious. After the little boy got familiar with Qin Xiaotong, he said, "Little friend, have you ever seen the sea? The real sea is very big and boundless. On the real beach, you can pick up shells and catch hermit crabs. Little friend, have you ever seen a real sea? I have seen the sea. My parents took me to the seaside. It was so much fun there." Qin Feng and Chu Luo both smiled after listening to the little boy's lyrical speech. After hearing what the little boy said, Fan Fan and Tong Tong both had lost expressions on their faces. Yes, they have never seen the sea so far. Actually, I was going to take a plane with my parents to go to Sonya for a beach vacation. Then didn't he travel through time? After traveling through time, I went back to when my parents were young and in college. So, I haven't seen. However, the two sisters worked together and cooperated perfectly, and began to fight back. That's nothing great. Qin Xiaotong was the first to retort. Our parents were going to take us on a plane to the beach for a vacation, said Qin Xiaofan. In the end, we both traveled through time and didn't make it. Qin Xiaotong said. My mother booked a 5-star hotel, right on the beach, very luxurious, said Qin Xiaofan. Yes, we are also going to visit the huge aquarium, play on the real beach, catch hermit crabs, pick up shells, and make friends with the mermaid Yuna. Sophia has a magic necklace that can turn her into a mermaid. Qin Xiaotong said. Our parents are very powerful and very rich. We are going to go on vacation to the beach during the National Day Golden Week. It will be a luxurious trip, said Qin Xiaofan. Little boy. Qin Feng and Chu Luo were at a loss whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. Your parents may be very rich in 20 years. But now I am a complete pauper. If it weren't for sponsorship from my parents and a part-time job, I would be starving. After Qin Feng laughed, he just ignored what Fan Fan and Tong Tong said. But Chu Luo began to seriously consider the plan of taking his two children to the beach for a trip during the National Day holiday. She brushed her long hair, which was messed up by the breeze, behind her ears and looked back at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how about we really go? Where are you going? Travel, National Day, go to the beach, go to Sonya, take Tong Tong to look for mermaids. You're not right. We are poor students now and we need to save money. It was you who said that. But childhood only comes once, and if you miss it, it's gone. The two children want to go to the beach so much. As parents, we should fulfill their wishes. I really can't bear to see them being looked down upon by other children. I swear to give them the best life. They are my babies. Chu University Campus Beauty, are you addicted to spending? This is a disease and needs to be treated. Phut, I didn't, I just wanted your support. Okay, you mean, the four of us go on vacation to Sonya together. Yes, you have time during the National Day holiday, don't you want to go? Chu Luo opened his eyes wide and asked Qin Feng. A pair of peach blossom eyes are charming and touching. Thick long hair covers half of her pretty face. The charming eyes looked at Qin Feng coldly. Because she is so beautiful that you want to laugh when you see her, but you forget to laugh. Qin Feng looked at the beauty in front of him, okay. The girl has invited you, and you say you don't want to go. If Qin Feng hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the school beauty. Qin Feng, then let me ask you something, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. Let's just say, the four of us are going out for a trip, how many rooms should we book? Chu Luo. Chapter 40, Book a double room. Chu Luo, how about this, I'll make a travel guide and calculate the budget first. If we have enough money, we can book a suite, such as a 2-bedroom one for you and one for me and the kids. But if money is limited, what this means is that the four of them should live in one room. Qin Feng smiled slightly, okay, thank you for your hard work, Chu University Campus Beauty. Aha! So Chu Luo sat on the park bench, bit his lip, held his mobile phone, and started calculating. Since he was going to Sonya, taking a plane was of course the fastest way, so Chu Luo checked the flights first. Qin Feng glanced at Chu Luo's phone screen and exclaimed, don't take the plane. Chu Luo glanced at Qin Feng, his lips flattened. I know, I'll just look at the price. Yeah, I know you're not stupid. Qin Feng nodded. You're the stupid one. Chu Luo pouted. Chu Luo then closed the flight page and opened the app. Both of them tacitly agreed not to talk about the plane ride in detail. Because according to the two children's description of the future, the two kids traveled through time during the flight to Sonya. At that time, the plane was experiencing severe turbulence, and the flight attendant asked the passengers to write a will. It is conceivable what a tragic event happened at that time. Therefore, when a family of four travels, they must avoid flying. If you don't want the team to be wiped out. Chu Luo began to check train and high-speed rail tickets. I found that the most economical way to travel is to take a long-distance sleeper train to Jianjing at night, then take a boat to Haiku, and then rent a car in Haiku to drive to Sanya. Although this way of traveling is tiring, it is diverse. It includes train and ship driving, which children should like. It also broadens their horizons, increases their experience and knowledge, and has many benefits. Yes, it's a happy decision. Chu Luo nodded. Qin Feng shook his head beside him. Although Chu Luo is just a college student. But maternal love is overflowing, and she wants to give all the good things in the world to her children. Maybe this is what it's like to be a first-time mother. Then, Chu Luo opened the hotel app. The first choice is a 5-star hotel that is located on the seaside and has a private beach and family-friendly features. Sheraton, Hilton, MGM, Sofitel, Ritz-Carlton. After much calculation, Chu Luo compared the twin room with the king-size bedroom. I found that the king-size bedroom is the most cost-effective, especially the 2.2-meter-long bed. Well, Qin Feng is the children's father anyway, so I can't send him to another room. Moreover, the earlier you book a room and place your order in advance, the more discounts you can get, and you can also cancel for free. Chu Luo bit his lip and resolutely pressed their book a room button. Come on, handsome Qin Feng, tell me your ID number. So soon? Have you found a hotel? Well, everything is for the sake of the children. This 5-star hotel is the most cost-effective. Hurry up, there is a discount if you pay within 30 minutes. Are all girls so impulsive when it comes to spending? A king-size bedroom in a 5-star hotel? You're spending on impulse. Qin Feng looked at Chu Luo's mobile phone screen, roaring with anger on his face but sweetness dripping in his heart. Hurry up. Chu Luo glared at Qin Feng. 140x times x times x. Qin Feng reported the number honestly. Chu Luo quickly entered the information, confirmed, paid, scanned his face, deducted money, done. Chu Luo spent a huge amount of money at once, his heart was pounding, and he repeatedly confirmed that he had not booked the wrong date. Qin Feng sat on a park bench and watched the girl perform her moves as ferociously as a tiger. He spent thousands of dollars in one go without even blinking an eye. And you still say you are not addicted to consumption? Hello, beautiful lady, I remember someone told me a few days ago that we should be moderate in consumption, thrifty in spending, and live a frugal life, said Qin Feng. Yeah, someone did say that. Chu Luo closed his eyes and tried not to pinch Qin Feng's arm. Now, someone is openly tearing up the agreement between the two parties, overturning their previous statements, and slapping them in the face. If you can't talk, just be quiet, okay? Be a quiet, handsome man. I'm just reminding you that we are all still college students, young people should be restrained. I know, but I'm doing all this for the children. Besides, don't you want to travel to the beach with the children? Chu Luo turned back and looked at Qin Feng, glancing at him with a pair of twinkling eyes. Today she is wearing a big white shirt and dark blue jeans. Under the triangle neckline shirt, Chu Luo's delicate collarbone can be seen. Of course, there is also the snow-white skin at the neckline. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This girl is quite white. So to be honest. Think. Yes, and this is actually our graduation trip, so we have a good reason to do so. You're such a good excuse. You can make up whatever you want about me. Besides, I will work hard to make money. Doesn't the training center pay me 4,800 yuan a month? One of my senior schoolmates even said that she would take me to learn how to do conference interpretation. It costs several thousand yuan per session. I will make the money back. Chu Luo said with a solemn oath. A pair of bright eyes looked at the two children in the distance. I decided to take my two children on a good trip. As if he was afraid that the two children who traveled back through time would suddenly disappear. Qin Feng watched closely as the sunlight fell on Chu Luo's fair and flawless face. I thought that this girl entered the role of a mother so quickly. She has a high level of awareness and overflowing maternal love. Qin Feng was a little touched and said comfortingly. Okay, it's okay, money will come back after it's spent. I will be a Mercedes-Benz driver in the future, and I will definitely make a lot of money. I will also work hard to find a job to earn money. Our seniors often give us some programming jobs. I was disdainful of doing them before, but I can take them up in the future. Chu Luo's confidence was boosted after hearing this. He smiled sweetly and said, yes, I know you programmers are the best at making money. Come on, Dad. I believe in your ability. Chu Luo's "come on, Dad" is a child's way of saying "come on, Dad" to Qin Feng. In a family, parents often speak through their children's voice. In fact, it was not Chu Luo himself who called Qin Feng Dad. But Qin Feng felt as if Chu Luo was calling him Dad. Qin Feng immediately smiled and patted Chu Luo on the head. "My daughter is so good." Chu Luo's peach blossom eyes pierced Qin Feng and said speechlessly, "I am not." Fan Fan and Tong Tong, who were standing by the beach, saw the interaction between Qin Feng and Chu Luo. The eldest daughter Fan Fan laughed and said, "Dad and Mom are flirting in front of us again." Chapter 41. Buy her a swimsuit. The younger daughter, Tong Tong, is quite clever. She had heard her parents discussing a trip to the beach. So he hurriedly dropped his beach bucket and shovel, ran over and threw himself into Chu Luo's arms. She used her big head to push Chu Luo's head away and looked carefully at Chu Luo's mobile phone screen. "Mom, are you ordering a new nest?" 5-year-old Tong Tong calls the hotel her new home. Chu Luo rubbed his little daughter's yellow-haired head and said with a smile, "Yes, Mom is booking a hotel for you." Tong Tong, "Mom, does this hotel have a swimming pool? I want to go swimming." Chu Luo smiled and said, "Yes, this hotel is very high-end. You can swim with your sister. Mom will buy you swimsuits now." Tong Tong, "Yeah, Mom is so great, moir." Tong Tong's wet mouth kissed Chu Luo's face, making Chu Luo's face wet. Chu Luo's heart melted by his little daughter's kiss. In her dreams countless times, she would have a lovely daughter to live, laugh and experience life with her. Now, I didn't expect that having a daughter like this would be so easy. There were no pregnancy reactions, no 10 months of pregnancy, I just traveled through time and space directly. And buy one get one free, one big and one small. Chu Luo opened the shopping app with a smile, entered the keyword children's swimsuit, and began to search carefully for swimsuits suitable for Fan Fan and Tong Tong. Fan Fan is 9 years old, and Chu Luo bought a cute children's swimsuit for her eldest daughter. For a 5-year-old like Tong Tong, there are many choices of swimsuits. Tong Tong stared at the phone screen and suddenly pointed at a swimsuit and said, "Mom, I want this mermaid swimsuit." Chu Luo took a closer look and burst into laughter, laughing so happily that he fell backwards. To be honest, Qin Feng rarely saw the usually aloof Chu Luo laughing so happily. Qin Feng leaned over to take a look and found that it was a light purple mermaid cosplay. The upper body is a mermaid's bra, the lower body is a pair of swimming trunks, and there is a long mermaid tail made of plastic boards for children to play with. Qin Feng smiled and said to his little daughter, "Sister, are you a mermaid?" Tong Tong looked at Qin Feng with big eyes and said, "Yeah, Dad, if my feet touch the sea, I can become a mermaid, just like Sophia. I have magic. Then you can hold me and go swimming in the sea." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take you to the sea." Tong Tong lay on Chu Luo's lap and begged, "Mom, just buy me this mermaid swimsuit." Chu Luo pinched Tong Tong's little face and said with a smile, Buy, Mom will buy you everything." Tong Tong was satisfied now. She watched Chu Luo choose the size and color, and clicked to buy before leaving. While Chu Luo was buying swimsuits for the two children, he kept smiling with a dimple on his face. The legendary dimple smile. Qin Feng, who was sitting nearby, was a little stunned. "It's so fucking beautiful." Then, Qin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the shopping app, and searched for the keyword, girls swimsuit. Chu Luo accidentally glanced at Qin Feng's phone, frowned and said, "Oh my god, what are you searching for?" Qin Feng smiled, "You bought swimsuits for the children, you also booked a hotel, and you also bought train tickets. It must be very expensive. Let me take care of the spending. I will buy you a swimsuit." Chu Luo snatched Qin Feng's phone and said with a blushing face, "I don't need you to buy girls' swimsuits." Qin Feng tried to reach out to Chu Luo to take back the phone, and said with a smile, "Chu University Campus Bell, give me a chance." Chu Luo, "No. Qin Feng, you spent so much money, I can't bear it." Chu Luo, "Thank you. You didn't help me spend money when I booked the hotel? You didn't help me spend money when I bought the train ticket? Oh, you helped me spend money when I bought my swimsuit? What's your intention?" Qin Feng said seriously, "It's like this, I think boys have better aesthetic sense and know what kind of swimsuit is suitable for girls to better highlight their beauty. Chu Luo, oh, you are so kind. Qin Feng smiled and said, yes, I really put myself in your shoes. Chu Luo threw Qin Feng's phone back and said, okay, you help me pick out a swimsuit and let me see your aesthetic taste. If it doesn't look good, I'll beat you to death. Qin Feng smiled and said, no problem, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Qin Feng took back his phone and entered the words, women's swimsuit, in the search box. A bunch of options appeared: sexy, one piece, bikini, conservative, hot spring, and a string. Qin Feng almost reached out and clicked their align option. Chu Luo reached out and pinched Qin Feng's arm hard. Ouch, you pinched me again. You are very bad. What's wrong? You don't want to wear a sexy swimsuit. I don't wear it. I don't wear a bikini, and I don't wear anything like a string. If you really want to buy me something, then buy a one-piece swimsuit. I think one-piece ones are pretty nice. That's right. You have such a great figure. If you wear a sexy swimsuit to their hotel swimming pool, won't others see you? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said with sudden enlightenment. When your wife wears a single-line swimsuit, she should only be seen by you. Chu Luo nodded vigorously, yes. I won't wear a sexy swimsuit to a public swimming pool, a one-piece swimsuit will do. Qin Feng, okay. So the two of them put their heads together in front of Qin Feng's mobile phone screen. Finally, we picked a slim swimsuit with a contrasting gray and black color and a small skirt. Chu Luo nodded, thinking that this swimsuit showed off her figure and wrapped her body tightly, which was more in line with her personality. You're not participating in a beauty pageant, so why wear something so revealing? Then Qin Feng looked at the size of the swimsuit, thinking about Chu Luo's height and measurements. After looking at the size comparison chart, he accurately chose a swimsuit that fit Chu Luo's body shape. Chu Luo was stunned, his eyes widened as he said, hey, Qin Feng, you are really good at buying clothes for girls. You actually bought the right size for me. Qin Feng smiled, yes, I have memorized your measurements. Chu Luo glared at Qin Feng and pinched Qin Feng's arm with 2 fingers of his right hand again. Qin Feng smiled and said, it's unfair. I remember your measurements for your own good, right? When I buy clothes for you in the future, I can always buy the right size. Chu Luo bit his lip, I am speechless to you. By the way, since you bought me a swimsuit, I will buy you swimming trunks. Qin Feng, thank you. Chu Luo smiled and opened his screen, planning to buy Qin Feng the ugliest men's swimming trunks. It would be best if the swimming trunks have a lot of patterns on them, or a Peppa Pig picture on it. Chu Luo swiped his fingers across the screen of his mobile phone and saw a lot of men's swimming trunks. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because she finally chose a pair of Cran Shin Chan's bare-butt swimming trunks and clicked to buy. Qin Feng was speechless and said, well, if I go out wearing swimming trunks like this, how can I still face people? Chu Luo suppressed his smile and said, very cute. You are so big, so you should wear such cute swimming trunks. Do you understand? Qin Feng. The family of 4 played in the living water park until 5 p.m. Then Qin Feng drove Chu Luo and his 2 daughters home. After the 2 children got in the car and sat in the back seat, 5-year-old Tong Tong soon began to doze off with her mouth open and tears in her eyes. Then he rocked and fell asleep. 9-year-old Fan Fan said seriously, sister, don't sleep, why do you fall asleep as soon as you get on the car? Chu Luo stopped her and said, don't bother your sister. Let her sleep. She always gets up in the middle of the night to play for a while. Your sister doesn't need enough sleep. Fan Fan pouted, okay. But not long after, as Qin Feng drove back to the city, the dirty little white car was shaking all the way, and the car was very warm, so Fan Fan soon fell asleep. Chu Luo looked back and saw the 2 sisters' big heads leaning against each other, sleeping intimately together. Chu Luo suddenly felt infinite warmth. Really, these 2 sisters are so close. Moreover, sleeping children are angels. Awake children are always little devils, nagging non-stop. As a result, Chu Luo sat in the passenger seat and sighed for a long time. She had originally planned to chat with Qin Feng to prevent him from falling asleep while driving. As a result, Chu Luo's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she tilted her head and fell asleep in her seat. When Qin Feng was driving and waiting for the red light, he turned his head and saw. All 3 women in the car were asleep. The 2 little kids at the back are asleep. Chu Luo, who was sitting in the passenger seat and had said he would chat with her, was also sleeping soundly. I only saw Chuluo's long eyelashes covering her fair cheeks. Even in dreams it's so beautiful. Chapter 42 Chuluo's Dream. Chuluo's profile was coated with a faint golden edge in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting a small shadow under her eyelids. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing was even and slow, her chest rising and falling slightly. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on Chuluo's face. She was wearing a loose white shirt today with the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small piece of snow-white skin. She wore a pair of washed-out jeans that tightly wrapped her long, straight legs. He was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, and his whole body exuded a clean and refreshing youthful aura. Her long, thick black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few strands falling playfully on her cheeks. Her skin looks whiter than snow and her facial features look as delicate as a painting. Qin Feng's heart seemed to be gently touched by a gentle hand. On a sunny afternoon, he looked at Chuluo and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed as if they had known each other for a very long time, so long that he had forgotten the passage of time. In his mind, some fragmented images flashed inexplicably, blurry and unclear. It was as if he and Chuluo had known each other for thousands of years, and they would meet and fall in love across every time and space. This what is going on? Qin Feng was a little confused. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those illusory images. Could it be that we have really known each other for a long time? Qin Feng muttered to himself in an inaudible voice. He thought he must be crazy. How could he have such strong feelings for a girl he had only known for 2 weeks? Moreover, it is a feeling between lovers of life and death. This feeling was so strong and so real, as if there was some kind of bond between them that transcended time and space. At this moment, in this quiet car, he felt that he was willing to do anything for her, even at the cost of his life. This is a kind of unwavering obsession that you are the only one, as if the love between them. It has gone through 1,000 years of sedimentation, but it is still as solid as a rock and remains fresh over time. Qin Feng couldn't take his eyes off Chuluo's face. It seems that I fell deeply in love with her at this moment. He was eager to kiss her to prove his fantasy. She's asleep anyway, so I can just kiss her secretly. She won't notice. Qin Feng slowly approached Chuluo. But Chuluo's brows were slightly furrowed, and a look of pain appeared on his face. She seemed to be having a nightmare, mumbling incoherently. Qin Feng's movements suddenly froze. He looked at Chuluo's furrowed brows, and suddenly a strong feeling of pity surged in his heart. He thought, she must have encountered something terrible in her dream. Turn out to be. While Chuluo was driving in the car, he unknowingly entered a dream. She dreamed that she returned to her old house in her hometown and she seemed to be a middle school student. The images in the dream are black and white, the BGM is illusory, and the body feels cold. She pushed open the door of the hearth room in her old home and found her parents and elder brother sitting on a bench at home, expressionless. The family atmosphere was unusually cold. The father took a look at the bill for Chuluo's hospital treatment and cursed. "Ninny, tell me, how much did it cost to treat you?" Mother's face was shrouded in a layer of white mist, blurry and unclear. She sighed and said, "Ninny, you can't continue with your illness. You have seen so many doctors, but it's no use. You should be prepared to never get married in this life, or you can just adopt a child in the future." Chuluo's eldest brother, who had just graduated from high school, was making sarcastic remarks. "I was waiting for you to get married and earn a dowry so that I could find a wife. Now I can't count on you anymore. What use are you to me?" Chuluo felt that this dream was extremely uncomfortable, and his body felt extremely cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Every family member is as cold, sinister, and weird as a ghost. After hearing what his parents and brother said, Chuluo burst into tears and said sadly and aggrievedly, "Dad, am I wrong that I can't have a baby? Mom, I can't have a baby, are you scolding me like this?" Chuluo covered her face and cried, feeling very wronged. The whole world was full of hostility towards her. She felt that even in her sleep, tears were flowing out like a spring and could not be stopped. Suddenly, Chuluo thought, don't I have a child? I have 2 children, where are my children? Chuluo was thinking about this when 2 children appeared. 2 girls with glowing figures appeared in the darkness, one was Fan Fan and the other was Tong Tong. Fan Fan looks exactly like her, just like a little Chuluo. Tong Tong has chubby legs, a short body, and 2 dark eyes. Chuluo was so happy that his mouth curled up, his eyes filled with tears. He rushed to the 2 children and hugged them in his arms. Then he smiled and took the hands of his eldest and youngest daughters, returned to his parents and brother, and said with tears and pride, "Dad, Mom, and brother, look, I have children. Who said I can't have children? My 2 children are so cute. Don't spit blood on me. I can get married, and I can marry well. Brother, can't I earn back the betrothal money for you? Please don't scold me." But my parents and eldest brother said coldly, "TSK, you don't have a man, where did you get your child? Did you find a wild child?" Chuluo became anxious again in his sleep and was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. She thought, where is my man? How can I have a baby without him? I have to find a man, otherwise my child is not legal. Chuluo thought hard, where did my man go? In the next dream, she was wandering on the streets of the county town, dragging her 2 children around frantically looking for a man. The only street in the county town is very busy, with clothing stores, milk tea shops, fertilizer stores, photo studios. The black smoke from the 3-wheeled vehicles, the street congestion caused by domestic cars, the loud speakers playing DJ songs. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure on the street. He was very handsome. Isn't he this Qin Feng? Oh, by the way, Qin Feng, aren't you my man? I have a man too, he, har ha har ha har har. Chuluo was so happy that he took Qin Feng home. Brother, look, this is my husband. He and I have 2 children. This time, Chuluo laughed so hard in his sleep that snot bubbles came out. Qin Feng in the dream was very handsome. He didn't say much, but rolled up his sleeves and said domineeringly, "You are Chuluo's brother. Do you always bully Chuluo?" As he spoke, Qin Feng punched Chuluo's brother on the chin, just like One Punch Man, or like a hero descending from the sky, the man that Chuluo had been waiting for to save her for a long time. Chuluo's brother let out a strange cry, and after being hit by Qin Feng, he fell to the ground and lay unconscious. Chuluo was terrified and shouted in his dream, "Qin Feng, stop fighting, let's go and never come back." At this moment, Chuluo Meng woke up and looked around blankly with his beautiful eyes. The bustling Binhai city, the busy 8-lane street, the busy traffic, the noisy city noise. The handsome Qin Feng was sitting in the driver's seat, driving. He turned his head and looked at me with a smile on his face. Chuluo was still in shock, and looked back. The 2 children, Fan Fan and Tong Tong, were sitting quietly in the back seat of Xiaobai's dirty car, sleeping soundly. It turned out to be just a dream. Chuluo breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that he was sweating profusely. She took a tissue and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Qin Feng smiled, "Why, did you have a nightmare? Your forehead is all sweaty." Chuluo slowed down his thoughts and closed his eyes again. "Well, I had a nightmare. It was so scary." Chuluo closed his eyes and replayed the dream. It was so real. The parents and brother in the dream usually treat her like this. It's just that the dream has become worse. And it's hard to tell whether this is a good dream or a nightmare. The only consolation was that the 2 children who had traveled through time were still sleeping obediently in the back seat and did not disappear out of thin air. What Chuluo wanted to do most at this moment was to go to the back and hold the 2 children in his arms and comfort them. Looking back at what happened in the dream, Chuluo's beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Now the 2 children are real, Qin Feng is also real, and her tears of grievance flowed uncontrollably. Qin Feng comforted him, "Chuluo, sleep a little longer, we will be home soon." Chuluo wiped his tears with a tissue and said softly, "Well, thank you." Qin Feng was surprised, "Thank me for what?" Chuluo cried through his nose, "Thank you for driving us around." Qin Feng smiled, "Oh, it's nothing, it's my duty, I'm not the father of the child." After hearing this, Chuluo felt warm inside, and his cold heart almost melted. I had an urge to rush into Qin Feng's arms and have a good cry. However, the relationship between the 2 has not been confirmed. Chuluo's reserve overcame his impulse. She just pretended to ask casually, "Qin Feng, what did I say in my dream?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "I did say it. You said, 'Qin Feng, don't touch me.'" I was so scared that I wanted to secretly kiss you on the face, but I didn't dare to do it anymore. Chu Luo blushed. You are looking for death, you are not allowed to kiss me while I am asleep. Chapter 43 Just weaned. Finally, Qin Feng drove his family back to their intercontinental apartments community. After parking the car in the community's public parking space, Chu Luo was still immersed in the dream he had just had. She turned around and looked carefully at Qin Feng's handsome profile. Chu Luo's misty eyes were different from usual. She seemed to be recalling her past with Qin Feng, exploring the bond between them, and thinking about the tricks of fate. The scenes in the dream seem real and fake, like a dream or illusion, and it is impossible to tell the difference. As a liberal arts student, Chu Luo suddenly remembered a Tang dynasty poem. Zhuangzi was lost in a dream of butterflies in the morning, and King Wang placed his spring love on the cuckoo. You are a human being when you are awake, so aren't you also a butterfly in your dream? Life is both real and illusory. Who can tell the difference between reality and dream? Who says people always live in reality? People also live in dreams. When you are awake, you live in reality, and when you are asleep, you live in dreams. Chu Luo looked back at his two daughters who were still sleeping in the back seat. A 9-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old daughter. The two children's heads touched each other, their bodies snuggled up to each other, and they fell asleep in each other's arms. Chu Luo almost cried again. The two sisters seemed to have such a good relationship. Except for crying and fighting over toys, they are as good as one other times. Chu Luo even wondered if her family of origin was not a brother but an older sister, would it be much better? Would that sister help her? Chu Luo looked at his two daughters and felt infinite tenderness in his heart. What are you thinking about? Qin Feng asked, breaking her thoughts. Oh, it's nothing, I'm fine. Chu Luo sighed. What's good? Qin Feng asked. Qin Feng, I think it's good to have two daughters. Why? I think I'm a good only child. All the family property belongs to me. You are an only child, so you can't understand the subtleties of having two children in the family. If there is an older brother and a younger sister, the older brother will always bully the younger sister. My brother and I have been fighting since we were young, and I was the one who was bullied. It was quite miserable. What if it's a sister and a brother? That means if a sister beats her brother, the brother will become a sissy when he grows up. Chu Luo smiled. What if there is an older brother and a younger brother? Qin Feng continued to explore. Then the family will be in chaos, the two brothers will cause trouble everywhere, fight and make trouble, the house will be in chaos and everyone will hate them. Har har. What if there is an older sister and a younger sister? Qin Feng also turned his head to look at the two little guys in the back seat. That's like Fan Fan and Tong Tong. The two sisters love each other and are very close. They will support and help each other in their future lives. I envy them so much. As Chu Luo spoke, his nose felt sore, as if he recalled the dream he had just had. It was like a nightmare, because the atmosphere was so weird and scary. I couldn't tell whether my parents and brother at home were human or ghosts, and I couldn't even see their faces clearly. Until two children suddenly appeared, brought light and rescued Chu Luo from the nightmare. Her heart finally settled down, and Chu Luo was especially grateful for the appearance of these two children. Then, Qin Feng appeared, beat up his brother's ghost with a punch, and took Chu Luo and the two children out of the nightmare. At that moment, Chu Luo felt like he was reborn. Qin Feng. Chu Luo suddenly said in a gentle tone. Qin Feng responded, looking at the two children with tenderness in his heart. The neighborhood was very quiet. The sunlight shone in from the side of the car window, making the inside of Xiaobai's dirty car warm. Qin Feng, I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to answer me seriously. Will you always stay with me and the two children? Chu Luo asked with wide eyes. She was so insecure. She really wanted Qin Feng to be by her side forever. She really wanted Qin Feng to give her this sense of security. Qin Feng turned around, stretched out his claws and gave Chu Luo a pat on the head. He smiled and said, Yes, your children are my children. They are our children. I will not let them disappear. Chu Luo was very satisfied with this answer. His eyelashes drooped and he said, You promise? You promise? Qin Feng, I'll say this to you in 2 languages, I promise. I promise. After hearing this, Chu Luo felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey, and said softly, "Well, thank you. Let's go. Wake them up and let them go home to sleep." Qin Feng, okay. As a result, 9-year-old Fan Fan cried out easily. After all, she was a big girl. But the 5-year-old Tong Tong could not be woken up no matter how hard we tried. She was sleeping very soundly. Chu Luo rubbed her head and patted her little butt, but still couldn't wake her up. Chu Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at his 5-year-old daughter's chubby body with a face full of doting. Finally, Qin Feng had no choice but to pick up his 5-year-old daughter, carry her on his shoulders, lock the car, and go home. Tong Tong is 5 years old after all and weighs more than 30 kilograms. Chu Luo would never be able to hold her. Chu Luo held the hand of her eldest daughter Fan Fan and followed Qin Feng. Watching Qin Feng holding his 30-pound daughter in his arms with ease, she felt even more the importance of having such a sunny boy by her side. The feeling Qin Feng gave to girls was like a big tree, a harbor, and a sun. Chu Luo felt like he was a moon, constantly circling around the sun. Perhaps it was at this moment that she fell in love with Qin Feng. Who knows, maybe it was because the September sunshine that day was particularly warm and the wind was particularly gentle. After returning to the loft apartment, Qin Feng carried his little daughter up to the second floor and gently placed her on Chu Luo's bed. The single bed was covered with light green sheets that smelled of Chu Luo's shampoo. There is an adult pillow and a children's cartoon pillow at the head of the bed. After Qin Feng put Tong Tong down, she rolled over, crawled a bit, and continued to curl up and fall asleep. Qin Feng and Chu Luo looked at their 5-year-old daughter's adorable appearance and smiled at each other. Yes, for parents, children are the bond of relationship. When children find something funny, parents want to share it with them as soon as possible. Outsiders have no interest or desire to listen to your children's trivial matters. Only parents will tell each other immediately when their children do something funny. Chu Luo lay down with Tong Tong and patted Tong Tong's little body with his hands. Suddenly, a dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her whole face became radiant. A head of beautiful hair spread all over the single bed, and a pair of beautiful legs stretched straight out. I have a very funny story to tell you. I really have no one else to tell it to, so I can only tell you. An embarrassed smile appeared on Chu Luo's face, and his cheeks suddenly turned red. Don't be fooled by this school beauty's aloof appearance, she actually likes blushing a lot in private. What's the matter? You're smiling like a flower. Qin Feng asked with a smile while sitting on the bed. I'm telling you, last night when I was sleeping with them, my sister wanted to drink milk, and I could smell milk on her body. Normally, a 5-year-old shouldn't have the smell of milk on her body. So I asked her, when did my sister stop breastfeeding? The result was shocking. When Chu Luo said this, he smiled awkwardly, not daring to look at Qin Feng, and his cheeks flushed. Qin Feng, go ahead. Chu Luo, do you know? Fan Fan was breastfed until he was 3 years old, and Tong Tong was breastfed until she was 5 years old. That is to say, she had just been weaned before she traveled through time. She was already in the last year of kindergarten, but she had just been weaned. Chu Luo said speechlessly. Qin Feng. Chapter 44 Graduation Dinner. Qin Feng took a look at Chu Luo's figure, which was pretty good with a curvy figure. Chu Luo noticed where Qin Feng's gaze was and her face suddenly turned red. In recent times, Chu Luo seems to have gained some weight, with a plump body that pushes up his shirt. This is all due to Qin Feng's slightly plump figure caused by cooking 2 meals a day. The girl was originally a slim and tall girlfriend type, but now she has the look of a wife. Chu Luo was extremely angry about what Qin Feng had done. The main thing is that it is very difficult to wear clothes when you have big breasts, and it makes you look fat. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she spread out a thin quilt to wrap her delicate body. Chu Luo, don't look at me. Qin Feng said seriously, so what you mean is that your milk is very good. Chu Luo, let's not discuss this issue anymore. Qin Feng said seriously, so both babies grew up with breast milk. Chu Luo, I said, let's not discuss this topic anymore, let's move on to the next topic. Qin Feng, that is to say, they didn't eat milk powder when they were young, which saved a lot of money. Chu Luo. Qin Feng wanted to continue discussing this topic with Chu Luo, but his cell phone rang. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer called and said that they were bored in their hotel and wanted to take their 2 granddaughters for a walk. They also hoped that the two children would continue to sleep with them in the hotel at night. Qin Feng and Chu Luo told their parents what they meant. Chu Luo smiled and said, "Sure, I'll be alone at home and have some peace and quiet, so that your parents can love their two granddaughters more." Qin Feng, okay. Just as this matter was settled, Qin Feng's cell phone rang anxiously again. This time, 3 roommates from 415 called. It means the season of farewell dinner has begun. Starting from the senior year, we have to have a farewell dinner for the whole year. As long as the mood is right, arrange a farewell dinner immediately. Wang Dongliang, brother Feng, you didn't come home last night. You've become a bad person. Who did you sleep with? Li Shuchuan, which little bitch kidnapped you? We didn't even hear about it. Wei Yining, originally we planned to have a farewell dinner last night, but since you weren't here, we changed it to today. You must come. Wang Dongliang, you can bring your family members with you. We don't mind. Let us see if she is the school beauty you mentioned. Li Shuchuan, yes, Shizuixi and Hotpot on Wenhua Road, see you at 7 o'clock. Wei Yining, bring your sister with you. Okay, got it. Let me ask. Qin Feng hung up the phone, feeling deeply moved and full of confidence. I haven't had enough fun since I entered college. Before I knew it, I'm already a senior and old. The ambition and determination I had when I first entered college have now been shattered by the pressure of graduation. It feels like I haven't had enough fun yet, but suddenly I have to graduate, find a job, and then struggle. Qin Feng immediately asked Chu Luo for his opinion. Chu University Campus Beauty, we are having a farewell dinner in the dormitory tonight, are you coming? Chu Luo smiled, you guys are having a farewell dinner in the dormitory, what do you want me to do? Qin Feng, they said you can bring family members. Aren't you the mother of my child? So I'm asking out of courtesy. Chu Luo said shyly, who are your family members? Go quickly. It's just right that you can send the 2 kids to your parents' hotel. I will prepare lessons at home alone and enjoy the rare quiet time. To be honest, it's too tiring to take care of 2 kids these days. Qin Feng, no problem, let my parents take the baby to sleep in the hotel, so you sleep here alone tonight. Is that okay? Chu Luo, what's my problem? Before the 2 kids came through, I was sleeping here alone. Qin Feng, okay, if you miss me at night, you can call me. I can come back and sleep on the sofa with you after I finish my farewell dinner. Chu Luo blushed, TSK, no need, just go and don't get drunk. Qin Feng, TSK. I can drink a lot. Qin Feng put on his clothes and woke up the sleeping Tong Tong. Just say in her ear, go to Grandpa and Grandma's hotel, and they will take you to the supermarket to buy candy. The 5-year-old girl immediately struggled to get up and asked her father to take her to the hotel. Chu Luo looked at Tong Tong's expression and felt both angry and amused. Anyway, it was inevitable that she would have cavities. Qin Feng sent Fan Fan and Tong Tong to their hotel. Qin Jinwei and Zhao Tsuer happily welcomed the 2 children, and then took them to the supermarket to buy snacks and toys. Then Qin Feng walked to Wenhua Road. Watching the setting sun gradually fall below the building. As night falls and the lights come on, Wenhua Road becomes lively. The neon lights of restaurants, milk tea shops, clothing stores, hot pot restaurants, mahjong halls, pubs, small bars, and large nightclubs lit up one after another. Yes, there are several large nightclubs on the street at the east gate of Binhai University. Next to the nightclubs is a famous bar street that is open exclusively to students. There are more and more college students on the Cultural Road, couples, friends, classmates, coming out in groups of 3 or 4. Qin Feng walked into the brightly lit Shizuishan Hotpot City. There was a lot of noise and steam inside. Foodies were drinking, chatting and eating hotpot. It was very lively. Every table was eating enthusiastically, and the hotpot was a mess. Qin Feng saw a square table in the middle of the lobby. 3 boys wearing glasses were ordering food and beer. Qin Feng went over and punched each of them on the back. Sons, here I come. When the 3 roommates saw Qin Feng coming, they immediately looked behind him. I was very disappointed to find that Qin Feng went to the meeting alone and did not bring any pretty girls with him. Where is your goddess? Wang Dongliang asked. Yeah, didn't you hook up with a school beauty? Li Shuchuan looked around in confusion. Didn't I tell you to bring your family members? Do you have any? You can't lie to your brothers, Wei Yining said. Qin Feng, I called them, but they didn't come. I can't do anything about it. Come on, today is the farewell dinner for the brothers. Let's not leave until we are drunk. Let's go first with white wine and then beer. Wang Dongliang was very disappointed. The school beauty isn't coming? I thought you were going to bring your girlfriend here today, so I changed into a new set of clothes. But you said there's no school beauty? Are you lying to me? In fact, everything is just your goblin's fantasy. Qin Feng smiled. Yes, it's all my fantasy. Come on, stop talking nonsense and fill the cup. Li Shuchuan was also very disappointed and said, Brother, for years have passed in the university, and you are the most handsome guy in our school of planning, and you can't even get a girlfriend. We have no hope, this is very shameful. Qin Feng smiled. Who said it's shameful not to have a girlfriend? Besides, nowadays boys become lickers when they fall in love. Anyone who chases a girl is an idiot. Wei Yining nodded in agreement. Very insightful, very insightful. Anyone who falls in love is a dog, being single is always good. Besides, although Qin Feng is handsome, he is not a rich second generation, he can't seduce Chu Luo. Who is Chu Luo? She is the most beautiful girl in Binhai University. She held up a sign on the day of the sports meeting and amazed everyone. Qin Feng has no chance. Qin Feng also nodded and said with a smile, Yes, who is Chu Luo? I don't stand a chance at all. The three roommates accepted the fact that Qin Feng could not seduce Chu Luo. After all, Chu Luo was a prominent figure who appeared on the campus recruitment website. Many college entrance examination candidates immediately applied for Binhai University after seeing Chu Luo's photo, thinking that they could date such a senior. Chu Luoi was the first girl from the athlete team to hold up a sign and lead the opening ceremony of the universiade held by Binhai University. At that time, the local TV stations all wrote about Chu Luo. With her fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, ordinary people couldn't resist. Chu Luo also won the first place in the campus Top 10 Singer Grand Prix. When she showed off her singing skills, she sang an English version of I Will Always Love You. Her voice was comparable to Whitney Houston's, and she amazed everyone. Chu Luo is so popular in Binhai University that he has received pursuit from many second-generation rich people, second-generation official people, second-generation demolition people and all kinds of second-generation people, as well as invitations from TV station directors and corporate advertisers to appear on TV shows and shoot commercials. But Chu Luo disappeared afterwards, quietly becoming a top student, being admitted to graduate school, receiving a first-class scholarship, without any scandals, and his life was uneventful. Many fairies in the foreign languages department hated Chu Luo for not being able to catch the traffic. If it were them, they would have been successful long ago. But Chu Luo is willing to remain unknown and be an ordinary person. Can Qin Feng pick up a girl like this? Qin Feng is just an ordinary college student, and being handsome can't make a living. After the four people confirmed this fact, they started to eat hot pot and tripe, clinking glasses and drinking a large glass of white wine first, and then rinsed their mouths with a box of beer. When Qin Feng's eyes turned red and his ears became hot, he was using chopsticks to pick up some fat beef and shuffle it. The screen of the phone on the table lit up, and Chu Luo sent a message. Are you still eating hot pot with your roommates? Chapter 45 I am proud to date the school beauty. Qin Feng, yes, are you coming? Chu Luo, not coming. Qin Feng, the hot pot is delicious, my roommates are all asking you. Come on, we are having a great time. Chu Luo, no, I'm afraid of the crowds. Qin Feng, then why do you want to send me a message? Chu Luo, okay, I actually miss Fan Fan and Tong Tong. I want to know what these two kids are doing. Are they causing trouble for your parents? Can you ask your uncle and aunt to send you their photos and then forward them to me? Qin Feng, oh. That's so troublesome. How about this? I'll add you to the family group and let my parents send the photos directly to the group, so that we can see them simultaneously. Chu Luo, okay, that's more convenient. Chu Luo happily agreed. She didn't mind joining Qin Feng's family group. Anyway, there will always be such a day. Adding it early is adding it late is also adding it. Besides, Qin Feng's parents care about him very much. When they met for the first time at dinner, Qin Feng's mother gave him a big red envelope of 5,000 yuan, and Qin Feng's father bought a second-hand car and asked Qin Feng to drive him to and from get off work. What a thoughtful person. Meeting such parents-in-law, Chu Luo felt that he should smile secretly. Secondly, Qin Feng's parents also care a lot about their two children. It's obvious to the naked eye that the old couple can't let go of their two granddaughters. There is no political task of, you must give birth to a grandson, or, you should have a third child. Chu Luo felt that the love his parents-in-law gave him for their child was the greatest appreciation and respect they could give him. Therefore, when Qin Feng proposed to add her to the family group, Chu Luo agreed without hesitation. A moment later, Chu Luo found himself being pulled into a chat group. The chat group was called, Qin Shi Huang, Send Money. Chu Luo saw it and almost spit out his food. Qin Feng's family is indeed different from ordinary people. Isn't he the family group of ordinary people called a loving family? Does his family think they are descendants of Qin Shi Huang? After Chu Luo joined the group, he immediately sent a polite message, hello, uncle and aunt. Wink and smile. Qin Jinwei, red envelope. Zhao Kui, hello, child. Now that you have joined the family group, you are a member of my family. Qin Feng, mom and dad, send some photos of Fan Fan and Tong Tong to Chu Luo. Qin Jinwei, photo. Zhao Kui, photos. 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 Chu Luo's cell phone started buzzing. Qin Feng's mother sent him a bunch of photos. Chu Luo happily opened the photos one by one. There were photos of the two kids shopping in a supermarket, photos of them playing with bubble machines on the street, photos of them eating snacks in a hotel room, and photos of the newly bought pink children's fairy wings in the supermarket. It's hard to describe the aesthetic style, but Chu Luo would not buy them for the kids anyway. Chu Luo looked through each photo carefully and couldn't help laughing. She was particularly interested in the 5-year-old, and thought the child in the photo was cuter than the real child. The more I watch, the more I love it. It turned out that just now, after Chu Luo watched Qin Feng take the children out, he felt a long-lost sense of relief. Her loft apartment has also regained its former tranquility and relaxation. She hummed a little tune and cleaned up the house. Put all the children's quiet books, beads, nail stickers, small dolls and other toys on the coffee table into the drawer. Then she folded all the clothes that the two children had thrown around on the sofa and windowsill and put them in the closet. Alas, ever since the two children traveled through time, the dining table, wooden floor, and TV cabinet at home are all covered with toys. A mess. My sister said, a mess as a mess. Now everything is cleaned up, and the house is unusually clean and tidy. Then, Chu Luo took a comfortable bath, washed his hair, sat at the desk, opened his laptop and read English, and planned to prepare for class. In less than half an hour, she found that she couldn't concentrate. The room was so quiet that she felt like she was the only one left in the world. She was no longer used to their house being so quiet. She suddenly felt lonely and crazy. She missed her two children madly and hoped that Qin Feng would harass her even more. This Qin Feng, he was having hotpot with his roommates outside and he didn't even invite me to join him. Chu Luo thought with gritted teeth. If he wanted me to go, why didn't he call me more often? As long as you speak a little more firmly, I will definitely go with you. If you just say it one more time, I might change my clothes and go with you. What's there to be afraid of about meeting your roommate? I'm not shy about meeting people, huh? Chu Luo thought angrily that Qin Feng was a heartless person. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't stand living alone anymore. 3 people suddenly broke into my life, but now these 3 people are no longer around. Chu Luo suddenly felt that she couldn't live alone like this anymore and she needed to be with her family. That's why I sent a message to Qin Feng, are you still eating hotpot with your roommates? After Qin Feng and Chu Luo exchanged a bunch of information, the 3 roommates couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Dongliang, hey, Qin Feng, you're already pouting, who are you chatting with? Do you still want to drink? Li Shuchuan, let's discuss how to spend the National Day. It's the last golden week. Do you want to go on a trip with our dormitory? Invite a few girls. Don't go too far, just go to places within the province. Wei Yining, I agree. Let's call it a graduation trip. Qin Feng, you make the decision and we'll follow your lead. Oh, I'm sorry, brothers. I'm going to Sonya for National Day, so I won't be able to accompany you. Qin Feng's words were like a depth charge, which exploded and splashed the sea surface. It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the three roommates burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. It was like a firework, rising into the sky with a bang sound, attracting everyone to look up. The three roommates stared at Qin Feng and said, "You and Chu Luo are traveling to Sonya? Are you dreaming?" "Yeah, go to bed, dreams can hold anything." "You are indeed drunk, very drunk, Chu Luo, how dare you think about it?" Qin Feng had drunk half a catty of liquor and 3 bottles of beer, and was drunk, so he didn't plan to hide it anymore. "I am proud to date the school beauty. TSK, why would I lie to you? Chu Luo personally booked the train and boat tickets for me online, and also booked a hotel in Sonya." The three roommates obviously didn't believe it. Even if they were drunk, they still didn't believe it. They all pointed at Qin Feng and laughed. It was as if I heard the funniest joke in the world. Wang Dongliang laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Brother Feng, how about a bet? If Chu Luo goes to Sonya with you, I will immediately run naked 3 times in this hot pot restaurant with my 240-pound body." Li Shuchuan pounded the table with his fist and laughed. "Har ha 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 ha, you and Chu Luo are going to Sonya for a trip. Are you dreaming? If this is true, I will stand upside down and eat shit." Wei Yining hiccoughed, half closed his eyes, waved his hands, and said with sympathy and regret, "Brother Feng, I really understand you. You want women too much. It's not your fault. Who doesn't want to travel to the beach with the school beauty? But, brother, ideals are full and reality is skinny. Hurry up and drink this glass of wine. We don't blame you for bragging after drinking." Qin Feng took out his phone, clicked on the ticket booking information, as well as their hotel room information sent by the travel app, and said with a curled lip, "Why would I lie to you? Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. See for yourself." As he said that, Qin Feng threw the phone to them. Wang Dongliang looked at the first message. "Congratulations on your successful reservation of a double room at Sheraton Sonya Yalong Bay Hotel for 1 night on October 1st. Check-in is for Qin Feng, Chu Luo, and 2 children. Please bring your ID card to check in on the same day. Checkout time is 12 o'clock the next day. I wish you a pleasant stay." Wang Dongliang was stunned.